In the cafeteria, my childhood friend had already saved a seat for me. Seeing I got my food, she winked at me, signaling me to come over. If it were before, I definitely would have refused, then waited to eat with the white moonlight campus goddess. But now, I obediently carried my tray over. Su Qingyue curled her lips and waved at me. Is anyone sitting here? Her voice somehow held a hint of anticipation. The guys nearby were immediately shocked. Damn, did they hear that right? Su Qingyue, this cold goddess who keeps people 1,000 miles away, the girl as bored with life as a block of ice, is now smiling so happily at a guy. And her voice is so gentle too. Did the great beauty Su take the wrong medicine today? Under the suspicious and astonished gazes of the classmates, I slowly sat down opposite Su Qingyue. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I felt like the person across from me was in a really good mood. I didn't think much of it and bowed my head to quietly eat my minced meat noodles, trying to ignore the shocked expressions of my classmates. Just then, Su Qingyue suddenly spoke up. Why didn't you get the double-layer milk cake? I looked at the table. Other classmates all had double-layer milk cakes on their tables. Sure enough, everyone had one except me. I chewed my noodles, calmly said they ran out. Just as it was my turn, they were gone. Then I continued to bow my head and eat noodles. Anyway, my luck has never been very good. Suddenly, a jade-like hand pushed a double-layer milk cake in front of me. I froze and looked up. The cafeteria was a bit noisy. Su Qingyue stared at me and said slowly, "Then I'll give you mine." I didn't want to eat it anyway. I stared at the milk cake that was pushed over. A strange feeling suddenly rose in my heart. I softly said thank you. The next second, a cold figure suddenly entered my line of sight. I sensed something and looked over. Yang Yuting was standing not far away. Her gaze fell precisely on me. Her expression was as cold as frost, as if the surrounding air had dropped to freezing point. Behind her were 3 or 4 other girls. One of them looked at me with eyes full of disdain, saying, "Why don't you come over and eat with our sister Ting?" The sudden mockery rang out. My hand suddenly stopped. I recognized this rich second generation, Song Xinyue, incompetent and unlearned. A little princess spoiled since childhood. She got into Jinling University because her family donated a few buildings. In the first year of high school, Song Xinyue used to chase me, after I tactfully rejected her. Song Xinyue immediately lost it. She frantically belittled me in front of Yang Yuting, calling me a country bumpkin who doesn't even know luxury brands. With such a poor background, I'm basically not worthy of Yang Yuting. At the same time, another girl behind Yang Yuting also noticed me. She told me in a lazy voice, "Hurry over here. If you're not here, no one gets chopsticks for us." From beginning to end, Yang Yuting didn't say a word, naturally assuming I would definitely go over there. She also never helped me refute them, letting the people around her demean me. Beside me, Su Qingyue tensed up completely. Those beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Yuting. I waved my hand at Su Qingyue, then took a deep breath. Looking towards Yang Yuting, my tone was calm and serious. "I won't be going with you guys anymore." My voice wasn't very loud, but enough for the classmates present to hear clearly. Everyone felt stunned, their faces full of astonishment. Almost everyone at Jinling University knows the school has a simp named Gu Xingcheng, chasing after Yang Yuting every day, pursuing from high school to university, truly deeply devoted. How could he suddenly change like that? Song Xinyue gaped, an expression of disbelief on her face. Her volume immediately went up a few notches. "What did you say?" I lowered my eyes and repeated, "I won't be going with you guys anymore." However, as soon as the words fell, Yang Yuting's eyes were instantly covered with a layer of cold frost. Her face darkened, her voice cold, carrying a tone that allowed no resistance. Ordering word by word, "Gu Xingcheng, come here." But I remained sitting still, with no intention of moving. The friends beside Yang Yuting were completely stunned, looking at each other in confusion. No one expected it. Gu Xingcheng actually refused. Did he take the wrong medicine today, or is it some playing hard to get trick? Yang Yuting's cold eyes stared at me. A moment later, she left expressionlessly, not bothering to look at me one more time, as if nothing had happened, waiting until they had completely left. I finally let out a sigh of relief, but my mood was ruined by Yang Yuting and her group. Even lunch became tasteless. I bowed my head in silence, hanging my head, poking the bowl continuously with my chopsticks. Probably sensing the atmosphere wasn't good, the girl eating nearby started to stir up the atmosphere. "Sister Qingyue, do you know this handsome guy?" Su Qingyue smiled radiantly, then said seriously, "Let me formally introduce him. This is Gu Xingcheng. He's my..." She intentionally dragged out her voice, making my eyelid twitch. My heart tightened for some reason. Everyone present fell silent, pricking up their ears to listen. Their eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Su Qingyue paused for a moment, then added, "My childhood sweetheart, he's 2 months older than me, the bamboo horse brother I grew up with since we were little." The girls revealed envious expressions, dying of jealousy inside. Damn, why don't they have such a handsome childhood friend? Su Qingyue ignored the teasing gazes around her, just curving her thin lips upwards. Her roommate, Chen Shushi, spoke up. "Gu Xingcheng, your sister Qingyue's childhood friend. If we round it up, you're also our childhood friend brother." So enthusiastic it caught people off guard. My face was full of question marks. "Can you round it up like that?" The girls started chatting. "The name Gu Xingcheng sounds really nice." "Right, it's just like a main character's name in a novel." Finishing the meal, I couldn't help but laugh. Sighing inside, the dining atmosphere with Su Qingyue was truly great. Her close friends are really sincere and enthusiastic, unlike those rich friends of young Yuting, always pointing fingers at me, picking faults everywhere, and I could only pretend not to understand those sarcastic remarks. With the comparison, I realized how exhausting that time really was. On the other hand, Yang Yuting's mood seemed extremely bad. After eating, no one dared to speak at the table, afraid of provoking her. Song Xinyue said with a bad tone, "Just great. This Gu Xingcheng is truly a philanderer. Now he's clinging to Su Qingyue." Just as the words fell, Yang Yuting's steps suddenly stopped, brows furrowed tightly, her face incredibly unsightly. Thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. The next second, lightning slashed across the sky. Heavy rain poured down unexpectedly. Students hurriedly opened their umbrellas, starting to complain about this damn erratic weather. Song Xinyue walked beside Yang Yuting, holding an umbrella for her. Then she sneered contemptuously, "I know. Gu Xingcheng wants to play hard to get, doesn't he? It's hilarious to death." Another girl chimed in, snorting coldly. "Can he withstand it? Bet in less than a week, he'll come crawling back." Song Xinyue shook her head. "A week? I give him 2 days at most." At this moment, Yang Yuting suddenly stopped walking. Her expression froze for an instant. They followed Yang Yuting's gaze, only to see a man and a woman in the distance sharing a black umbrella, shoulder to shoulder, looking at each other and smiling, like a couple in the passionate stage of dating. The heavy rain put a misty filter over them, looking somewhat ambiguous and intimate. Everyone looked closer. All eyes widened. "Isn't this Gu Xingcheng and Su Qingyue?" A moment later, Song Xinyue narrowed her eyes. "Good, very good. If you're going to act, go all the way. Pretty clever tactics. Sister Ting, don't be fooled. Everyone knows. Gu Xingcheng likes Yang Yuting, painstakingly chasing Yang Yuting for so many years. Seeing no results, he probably thought of pulling some petty tricks. They all came from wealthy families. They've really seen too many of these cheap tactics." Yang Yuting stood motionless on the spot, her eyes cold as ice, her face even gloomier than the dark clouds in the sky. A moment later, she turned and left expressionlessly. Song Xinyue and the others hurriedly followed. The rain got heavier and heavier. Su Qingyue's dormitory was quite far from the cafeteria, and not in the same direction as mine. I saw Su Qingyue didn't have an umbrella, so I took the opportunity to walk her back. Su Qingyue huddled close to me, almost pressing her whole body against mine. Seeing this, I offered my arm to her. My voice was husky. "Hold my arm." Su Qingyue froze and slowly looked up. Her eyes were a bit confused. "What?" I looked at her seriously, repeating my words. "Hold my arm. The rain is heavy. It'll be easier to walk together like this. Don't girls usually link arms like this?" Su Qingyue lowered her head in silence, but inside she was screaming wildly, "Boo-hoo, you dummy! He even knows it's between girls. Since when do guys and girls link arms like that?" I didn't know what I was thinking then, suddenly chuckling softly. "When you were little, you used to cling to my arms and neck, couldn't pry you off. Not only did you say you wanted to strangle me, you said you wanted to peel a layer of my skin off. Forgot all about that?" Hearing this, Su Qingyue looked up and glared at me. That was all when we were kids. Maybe she was really afraid of getting wet. After speaking, she gave a soft humph. As if possessed, she reached out and took my arm, pressing close to me. The distance closed. Even the girl's breath drifted over, enveloping me bit by bit, so close, too close. I blinked, suddenly feeling the umbrella handle in front of me tilt, and it was tilting towards her. Su Qingyue suddenly spoke. "You're holding the umbrella crooked. You'll get wet." I came back to my senses, casually saying, "Oh, as long as you're okay." Then I paused for a bit, adding absently, "I like getting rained on." As soon as the words ended, I suddenly felt this scene was a bit familiar. The next second, my head suddenly throbbed with pain. My mind was in chaos, my ears ringing. My whole body instantly lost strength, leaning into Su Qingyue. Memories of my past life seemed to flood my mind again, that gloomy night in my previous life, when my 23rd birthday was about to end, finally waiting for Yang Yuting's birthday wish, congratulating me, heart pounding, full of expectation, opening the chat. The next second, feeling like I fell into an ice cellar. "He's back in the country. I have to go pick him up." The moment the cold message appeared, word by word piercing my eyes, my face stiffened, my gaze glazed over. My heart felt like it was being squeezed by a giant hand. It was the young master of the Qin family, the childhood friend Yang Yuting knew since childhood, handsome and rich, a perfect match for her family. Seeing the message, even knowing Yang Yuting didn't actually like this childhood friend, knowing it was only for cooperation with the Qin family, I was still very sad, bitterness spreading in my heart. A thunderclap echoed through the sky. The sky suddenly poured rain, raindrops ruthlessly falling on my face. The next second, a red car flashed blinding lights, speeding towards me, almost crashing into my face. My body froze, face pale, throat dry, my vision blurred. In that instant, someone hugged me tightly from behind and lunged forward, grazing past that red car. I was dizzy and dazed. Seeing a familiar face right in front of me, I froze. My voice choked up. It was Su Qingyue. The air stagnated in that moment. It seemed like only the two of us were left in the world. Su Qingyue's face was tense, hugging my waist. Standing still, taking a deep breath, wanting to speak but stopping. Silence for a long time. She finally let go, her voice a bit hoarse. Long time no see. My eyes were red. Long time no see. Since Yang Yuting and I got together, I hadn't contacted Su Qingyue for a very long time. After graduation, we never met again. Su Qingyue picked up the black umbrella on the ground and held it over me. Just finished a concert. Happened to pass by here. Su Qingyue paused for a moment, her voice dry, extremely restrained, whispering a congratulation in my ear. In that moment, the tears I held back finally couldn't help but fall. I was full of anticipation, waiting all day and not getting Yang Yuting's wish, yet hearing Su Qingyue, whom I hadn't seen in years, tell me in person, "Happy birthday, Gu Xingcheng." This memory was clearer than in previous dreams, more detailed. My dizziness gradually faded. There was an indescribable feeling in my heart. Emotions from the past life rushed back. My nose also stung involuntarily, looking at Su Qingyue. The current Su Qingyue is still a freshman, and the Su Qingyue who would later become the diva of Hua country miraculously overlapped at this moment. Those bitter emotions from the past life came flooding back, drowning me completely. Hard to breathe. Su Qingyue reached out her slender, jade-like hand, gently wiping the water droplets from my face. "What's wrong? If something's wrong, you can tell me. Don't carry it alone. Hear me?" I nodded, softly saying, "It's nothing." Su Qingyue's thin lips moved, pausing for a moment. Finally saying nothing, she lowered her long lashes, hiding the fleeting gloom in her eyes. "Seeing you so sad, you still don't forget to protect that Yang person. How much do you like her anyway?" I shook my head. "I don't like her anymore." My voice was very soft. If not listened to carefully, it couldn't be heard. But Su Qingyue's fingers stiffened, steps suddenly stopping. "What did you say?" I looked at her seriously and said, "I don't like Yang Yuting anymore." Word by word, like raindrops hitting the ground hard, falling into Su Qingyue's ears. Time seemed to stop. Su Qingyue's heart suddenly pounded, the corners of her lips curving up slightly. Congratulations on finally seeing the light. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced in her heart, also congratulating herself. Finally waited until this moment. After walking Su Qingyue back to her dorm, I also returned to my dorm and rushed into the bathroom to shower, waiting until my emotions stabilized. I opened the diary in the drawer. The first page had a Polaroid photo stuck to it on the school anniversary stage. Yang Yuting sat on stage playing the piano, with an otherworldly aura, cold and noble. I could never forget her under the brilliant lights. The appearance of the girl playing the piano. A stunning sight. One look and I was lost. Since then, I started paying attention to her, caring about her but always careful, not daring to approach. Yang Yuting is a rich young lady, surrounded by everyone, an unreachable existence, while I was just a tiny speck of dust, gloomy and unseen by the sun. Until that day, on the way to practice, I encountered heavy rain. A luxury car suddenly stopped in front of me. The car window slowly rolled down. Yang Yuting's eyes, exquisite as glazed glass, looked at me. Her cold voice rang out. I heard no boy had ever been allowed in Yang Yuting's car, and no boy had ever gotten Yang Yuting's contact info. But I was the only one. Perhaps this difference, this unique treatment made me delusional, imagining a beautiful dream. The school anniversary ended. I accidentally overheard those girls asking, "What kind of boys does Yang Yuting like?" Yang Yuting's calm voice came from inside the door. Proactive, enthusiastic, and obedient. So I made up my mind, using all my confidence and courage to train myself. Thinking back now, it's ridiculous. If Yang Yuting didn't like me, she could have totally rejected me like she did other guys, flatly rejecting me. But Yang Yuting, many times when I wanted to give up, gave me different illusions, giving me a glimmer of hope. Just because of that hope, I held a sincere heart, full of enthusiasm, finally getting battered by ice water. Reality is never a novel. How can a poor kid pursue a rich young lady? Thinking of this, I threw the diary into the trash can, then opened my phone. Without hesitation, I deleted Yang Yuting and all her friends. Blocked them all. Everything should end completely now. I absolutely won't make the same mistake again. I lay on the bed and pulled up the blanket. For the first time feeling completely free and at ease, I drifted off to sleep. In my dreams, memories of the past life flickered back. A melodious voice gently tapping on my eardrums. Memories chaotic and blurry. I could only vaguely make out a familiar woman looking at me, seriously saying, "You were never a tiny speck of dust. You are the brightest, most brilliant star." The next afternoon, my roommate Li Yu and I both signed up for the basketball game. On the court, Li Yu looked surprised, asking softly, "You're not kidding me, right? You really don't like Yang Yuting anymore? Weren't you planning to help her maintain her piano today? I thought you wouldn't play in the game today." I nodded, looking at him. "Really? Or else I'm a fake." Li Yu tilted his chin up. "I haven't liked the look of that woman for a long time, but because you liked her so much, so I didn't badmouth her in front of you. Now ill say it all. Wearing that ice-cold face every day, just like a refrigerator. Plus, those friends around her are always making snide remarks, right in front of you. Even gold diggers wouldn't dig up such a psycho, right?" Li Yu spoke vividly, eyes almost breathing fire. "See if I'm right." I nodded, saying nothing. Just then, the guys around suddenly erupted. "Damn, the great beauty Yang came to watch the game? Did she just look our way?" I turned my head to glance at her. This basketball game was between colleges of Jinling University, School of Economics versus School of Information Technology, but the audience's attention in this match was focused on the stands. Two great campus beauties appearing in the same frame immediately attracted the eyes of many male students. Not far away, Yang Yuting looked at me. Her cold expression softened a lot. The girls behind Yang Yuting also noticed my gaze, disdain appearing in their eyes, revealing an as expected expression. Said he couldn't pretend for long. Doesn't he still hope for Sister Ting to come? Song Xinyue giggled. Isn't that right? Wait for the game to end. Hell definitely comes scurrying over. The next second, Li Yu suddenly nudged my shoulder. Hey, Gu Xingcheng, is that your childhood friend? I was just about to turn my head to look. The girls below the stands suddenly craned their necks, screaming wildly. So handsome, boohoo. Even more handsome than my old idol. Insanely handsome. I don't have class this afternoon, just randomly grabbed a seat. Who knew Jixian would come? These visuals are truly superb. Hey, that guy from the IT school is also super handsome. Didn't expect the quality of juniors this year to be so high. Who do you think is better? Only kids make choices. Song Xinyue looked at Ji Shanju, eyes shining bright. Need you ask? Definitely brother Ji is better. He's been trained by professional coaches since he was young, even joined the youth team in middle school. Seriously so handsome. Yang Yuting beside her nodded slightly, her fair hand gently holding a bottle of water. Then she shifted her gaze from Ji Xianju, looking towards Gu Xingcheng over there. As for me, because the crowd was too loud, I couldn't immediately find where Su Qingyue was sitting. Unexpectedly, just glancing over, I caught Yang Yuting's eye again. Stopping for just 2.5 seconds, I looked away, continuing to search for that figure. Below the stands, Su Qingyue's body stiffened slightly, following my gaze. Only one person was sitting there, Yang Yuting. Su Qingyue pursed her lips tightly. Why isn't he looking at me? He's looking at Yang Yuting again, the jerk. Gu Xingcheng said he didn't like her anymore, liar. Seeing this scene, she felt the surrounding air become bitter. True, after so many years, she was used to it. Chen Shishi saw her expression wasn't right and asked, "What's wrong?" Qingyue in a bad mood? Su Qingyue remained silent. But the next second, I suddenly looked precisely in her direction. Our eyes met. Eyes locking, Su Qingyue was suddenly dazed. Then raising her hand, eyes curving, two cute dimples appearing by her lips, revealing a radiant smile, like a pear blossom just opening, she mouthed to me, fighting. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth lifted. At this moment, it felt like brilliant fireworks exploding in my heart pounding, almost jumping out of my chest, feeling my face heat up. I could only cough softly and nod, then pretending to casually look around. 800 fake moves a second to hide my inner panic. When the whistle blew, the game started. I moved quickly stealing the ball. Su Qingyue below the stands, smiling, watching the tall, handsome boy, like a calculating hawk, strategizing. Every move exuding a reckless, wild vibe. The basketball seemed glued to his hand, very obedient, going into the basket steadily. The first shot was already a three-pointer. This shot immediately stirred up the excitement. Su Qingyue watched the ball intently. As a result, the ball was like a goblin passed to other guys, flying back and forth, finally obediently returning to my hands. The basketball once again traced an arc like a meteor, precisely into the basket. The scene was incredibly dramatic. The two sides were almost tied. After scoring, everyone around applauded and cheered, watching until their eyes were dazzled, not knowing who they were cheering for. Ji Shanju didn't have much of an expression, seeming not to care about winning or losing at all. He easily sank a shot, precise movements, slender, straight figure, with the aura of a magnolia tree. It's in classmates around started cheering. Some girls' cheeks even blushed slightly. Usually see Jixian playing music and singing, giving speeches on stage. Never seen him play basketball before. Why is he so cold and noble even when playing sports? Ji Xianju glanced expressionlessly at these dreamy girls. Suddenly his gaze stopped on Su Qingyue. Beautiful willow leaf eyes curved into lovely stars, her whole body exuding a gentle, innocent aura. Ji Xianju's heart suddenly fluttered. So there's such a pure, lively girl in the world, but her gaze wasn't directed at him. Ji Xianju frowned slightly, following Su Qingyue's gaze towards me. At this moment, I was smiling and waving at Su Qingyue, completely unaware of two other cold gazes. Below the stands, Yang Yuting clenched her hands tight, nails digging into her palms. The game on the court continued. Ji Xianju glanced at the guy next to him to signal. The opponent narrowed his eyes, immediately sneakily blocking Gu Xingcheng, intentionally pressing close to him, using hands, feet, and shoulders to restrict his offense, maliciously blocking the way, but keeping it within limits, dancing wildly on the edge of a foul. After all, these are cheating tactics they often use, but this certainly couldn't be done by Ji Xianju himself. I had long noticed the petty actions of the two guys next to me, directly pushing them away. Very quickly, the game reached its conclusion. All eyes were on me, the ball in my hand like stars leaving my grasp. The eyes of the whole stadium focused on that ball. but the ball flew onto the rim, acting spoiled, spinning 2 or 3 times on the rim, refusing to go in. Su Qingyue's heart pounded inexplicably, her whole body tense, silently praying it would go in. The next second, that ball went firmly into the basket. The winner was decided. The whole stadium immediately erupted. Cheers rang out ceaselessly. The IT school beat the economics school by 2 points. The rock in her heart finally dropped. Breathing a sigh of relief, those beautiful clear eyes sparkled, but wondering if it was an illusion. She always felt 2 gazes focused on her, one burning hot, one cold. But when she looked up, no one was looking at her. Just then, Chen Shishi suddenly handed over an unopened bottle of water, stuffing it into Su Qingyue's hand. Here you go. Su Qingyue snapped her head up, her small head, full of big questions. Chen Shishi giggled. Go give water to your childhood friend, hurry. After speaking, she clutched her stomach. Rushing to the restroom, I feel it coming. This time it's a number 2. You don't need to wait for me. Su Qingyue was bewildered, looking down at the water bottle in her hand, then looking up at the boy dribbling the ball not far away. He seemed not to be looking at that girl anymore, so Su Qingyue secretly made a decision. Just finished playing, I was a bit thirsty. My eyes kept accidentally landing on a certain little rabbit. The little rabbit holding a water bottle was slowly approaching me. So cute. My Adam's apple bobbed. Couldn't explain the feeling in my heart. Li Yu was drenched in sweat, dead tired, saying carelessly, I'll go get water for you. Thirsty as hell. I refused immediately. No need, I won't drink. The girls nearby saw I didn't have water, one by one fixing their hair, walking up, politely flashing sweet smiles. Classmate, you played so well. Do you want some water? Can I have your contact info? I'm also a student at the IT school. I refused without hesitation. Sorry, I'm not drinking. I didn't even get a good look at those girls' faces as I squeezed out of the crowd. I walked towards Su Qingyue. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of me. I couldn't see clearly. Thinking it was her approaching, I unconsciously reached out my left hand. Smiling, I scratched my head with my right hand. Yang Yuting was standing there holding a water bottle. Her red lips curled up smugly, exuding a noble aura. Confident as a queen, her slender hand extended the water bottle. At that moment, seeing clearly who it was, I hurriedly pulled my hand back, but my mind went blank, and for a moment, I didn't know what to say. Su Qingyue, about 4 or 5 meters away from us, immediately stopped in her tracks. She clutched the water bottle tightly to her chest. A forced smile appeared on her beautiful face. Then she turned toward the door. Sorry, my hand just slipped, I explained quickly. I hurriedly turned around, but I only saw Su Qingyue's back as she walked out of the main gate. After eating, I returned to the dorm. Upon hearing the door open, my roommates immediately turned their heads, looking at me meaningfully. I asked, a bit puzzled, what's going on? Why so serious? The next second, Anya Cheng looked at me and asked, Guxing Cheng, tell me the truth. Do you really not like Yang Yuting anymore? I nodded. I didn't say anything. My pursuit of Yang Yuting in the past was something everyone knew. It wasn't a secret. I don't know how many people mocked me behind my back. And Yi Cheng looked up, holding a few tarot cards in his hand. Actually, I used tarot cards in astrology a while ago to calculate the outcome for you and Yang Yuting. But seeing how hopeful you were chasing her back then, I hid it and didn't tell you. Do you want to know now? And Yi Cheng was always obsessed with fortune-telling, researching metaphysics, spending all day in the room studying tarot cards and horoscopes. I nodded, looking at him. Go ahead. And Yi Cheng sighed. The result is, if you two get together, the ending won't be good. It will even seriously affect your career. Thinking for a moment, he added another sentence. But my calculations aren't 100% accurate. It's pretty mystical. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I pursed my lips. I believe it. Suddenly, Li Yu curiously poked his head in. Bro, give me a reading too. Can I stop being single this freshman year? When will I meet my future wife? And Yi Cheng happily agreed. After shuffling, he did a reading for him. Li Yu rubbed his hands nervously. How is it? How is it? And Yi Cheng looked at the spread. He pursed his lips, patted his shoulder and consoled. Brother, you'll probably remain single. Li Yu clutched his heart in pain. He hurriedly grabbed a potato chip to slit his wrist. They say if you don't find someone in freshman year, you'll be single for all 4 years of college. Looks like I'm destined to be single since birth. At this moment, I spoke up. Brother Cheng, can you help me check someone else? And Yi Cheng nodded. It's Su Qingyue, right? Give me Su Qingyue's information. Not long after, Anya Cheng's brows furrowed even tighter. Wait, let me recalculate yours using a different method. Turtle shells, bamboo sticks, tarot cards, astrology, Eastern and Western divination methods were all used. Over 10 minutes later, his expression grew increasingly serious. Gu Xingcheng, you and Su Qingyue are destined, a match made in heaven, and you too, in the past life and this life. Even in the next life, it's highly likely you'll be together. Then, I was surrounded by my 3 roommates again, strictly interrogated. Things like Su Qingyue's height and weight, family background, personality, achievements. They asked about everything clearly. At 11 p.m., the dorm lights went out. I curled up under the blanket looking at study materials. Suddenly, a message from Su Qingyue popped up on my phone. When are you treating me to dinner? Seeing this message, I was a bit dazed, trying to remember when I agreed to treat her to a meal. Although I couldn't recall, I still replied, Is tomorrow noon okay? What do you want to eat? Su Qingyue replied, I'll follow your lead. The next day, after finishing 4 classes, As soon as class ended, I ran straight to the third floor of the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria was crowded with students. Basically, every stall had a line. Guxing Cheng. A sweet, melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind. I turned around to see Su Qing Yue standing up and waving at me. I went over and sat down, looking at the small dumplings on the table. You bought them already? Su Qing Yue replied softly. I didn't have classes during the third and fourth periods. I looked at her quizzically. Didn't I say I would treat you? Su Qing Yue picked up a small dumpling and chuckled softly. It's the thought that counts. How could I really let you pay? Before she could finish speaking, I slid a cup of milk tea in front of her. I passed by a milk tea shop, so I bought this for you, like it was no big deal. Su Qing Yue took the milk tea cup. Her fingers tightened slightly around the medium-sized jasmine taro milk tea. It was indeed her favorite flavor. If I remembered correctly, that milk tea shop is quite far from the boys' dorm. On the way indeed. Su Qing Yue lowered her head and took a sip of the mashed taro at the bottom. Smooth and fragrant, the sweet aroma spread endlessly. Warmth filled her heart. It's so good. I raised an eyebrow. The corner of my mouth quirked up slightly. Glad you like it. Su Qing Yue's gaze slowly turned towards me. I immediately lowered my eyes, pretending nothing happened. Su Qing Yue suddenly burst into laughter, gently calling my name. Guxing Cheng. My eyelid twitched. I gave a hum of acknowledgement. What are you laughing at? Su Qing Yue propped her chin on one hand, smiling. Do you know that when you sneak a peek at someone, it's very obvious? I suddenly remembered the incident in the cafeteria the other day, so I spoke up to change the subject. Thank you for helping me out the other day. Hearing that, Su Qing Yue's eyes held complex emotions. After thinking for a moment, she curled her lips. If you really want to thank me, go to the amusement park with me this weekend. I nodded and smiled. At the same time, the image of us in the same frame was secretly snapped by someone in the corner, on a dimly lit staircase. A girl suddenly screamed in shock. Oh my god, Sis Ting, look at this! Quick, Yang Yuting frowned slightly, expressionless, staring at her. The girl scratched her head, explaining. Gu Xingcheng went to eat with another girl again. The next second, clank. Yang Yuting stopped in her tracks. The glass in her hand suddenly fell to the ground, shattering. Clearly, her mood was terrible now. That girl immediately zoomed in on the photo, holding the phone screen in front of her. My friend took it. Gu Xingcheng is eating with another girl again. Yang Yuting stared at my smile in the photo. Her gaze was as cold as ice. At that moment, a girl whispered, he rejected us before. Maybe he really won't come back this time. Hearing that, Yang Yuting's face suddenly darkened. Her tone was cold and certain, articulating every word. Impossible. Gu Xingcheng likes me that much. He chased me for so many years. How could he just leave like that? Song Xin Yue, standing beside her, snorted in disdain. It's just playing hard to get. Don't fall for it. Sis Ting's birthday is coming up. When the time comes, we won't invite him. He'll naturally get anxious. Another girl chimed in. Right. I overheard before that Gu Xingcheng is preparing a birthday gift for Sis Ting. As soon as she finished, scornful laughter erupted around them. Hearing this, Yang Yuting's brows slowly relaxed. The emotion in her eyes softened significantly. She believed that Gu Xingcheng couldn't leave her. The next day, Sunday, sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled shadows. At this time, the amusement park entrance was packed with adults and children. Su Qing Yue looked at the scenery in amazement, occasionally exclaiming. I walked up beside her, asking what she wanted to play. Su Qing Yue paused, hesitating for a moment, pointing to the nearest spot. Then can we play bumper cars? I nodded. Sure. Su Qing Yue chose a cream-yellow bumper car first. She obediently fastened her seatbelt, heart pounding, eyes shining, expectant. With a loud clang, the game started. Su Qing Yue slowly gripped the steering wheel tightly, still seriously studying the accelerator, brake, and reverse, driving carefully. Suddenly, bam! She was hit hard from behind. Startled, she turned her head to look at the culprit. I was behind her, raising my hand in greeting. Su Qing Yue took a deep breath. Angry, cheeks puffed, she stepped on the gas and turned the wheel hard. Refusing to lose, she wanted to hit back. As a result, she had only turned halfway. Another bam. She was knocked slightly to the right. I nudged her gently from the side. Compared to the powerful impact before, this time it felt more like I was teasing her, seeing she didn't react. I naughtily bumped her forward again slightly. This time, rather than a bump, it was more like pressing up against her. Su Qing Yue's small face tensed up. Looking up at me, her voice held a hint of inexplicable grievance. And a bit of pleading, Gu Xingcheng. Stop hitting me. We played all day. We tried almost every ride. That evening, in the most luxurious VIP room of Dijue KTV, under the dazzling chandelier and magnificent lights, Yang Yuting sat in the center. Hearing the noisy singing, a sense of irritation rose within her. She couldn't help but frown. Shut up, all of you. The noisy KTV room instantly went silent. The lively atmosphere vanished immediately, the temperature dropping sharply, as if winter would arrive in the next second. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to breathe loudly. No one could guess Yang Yuting's thoughts. The protagonist wasn't happy, so naturally they dared not speak casually. Last year's birthday was spent the same way. Although the eldest Miss Yang looked cold, she was very lively then. Back then, her mood was clearly very good. Why is she so weird today? Compared to last year, everything is the same. Only one person is missing. At this moment, a girl spoke up tentatively, her voice cautious. Why don't we invite Gu Xingcheng too? No one expressed an opinion, observing Yang Yuting's expression. Hearing that, Yang Yuting finally reacted and nodded. That girl immediately understood and started typing a message. Song Xinyue wasn't very happy, snorting coldly. Sis Ting, Gu Xingcheng is definitely waiting for us to call him right now. Wouldn't that be falling into his trap? The person next to her chimed in. Exactly, the more we ignore him, the more anxious he'll get. Yang Yuting was silent for a while. She glanced at them coldly. Call him over. That girl finally pressed send. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Staring at the phone screen, she stammered, Gu Xingcheng. He actually… Song Xinyue crossed her legs absent-mindedly. What? Did he reply immediately? The girl shook her head, looking shocked. No, he blocked me. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone seemed to realize something. They took out their phones one by one to contact Gu Xingcheng. Holy crap, I'm blocked too. Why am I blocked as well? I've never even spoken a word to him. Undoubtedly, the entire army was wiped out. Only Yang Yuting hadn't sent a message yet. Everyone looked at each other, vaguely guessing something but feeling it was impossible. Even if Gu Xingcheng intentionally blocked them, he absolutely wouldn't block Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting opened her phone, expressionless. Scrolling through the chat history, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It was mostly messages Gu Xingcheng had proactively sent. But there weren't many messages, and he didn't talk about boring trivia. Each time he was very careful, keeping a polite distance, afraid of disturbing her. On the contrary, her replies were much colder, like a machine without any warmth, usually just an "oh," a period, or even no reply at all. Snapping back to reality, Yang Yuting frowned slightly. She typed a question mark into the chat box and hit send. No matter what, Gu Xingcheng shouldn't have, on the day before her birthday, blocked all the girls around her. This was utterly ridiculous. But the next second, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared, glaringly bright, like a sharp knife stabbing straight into her eyeballs. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. This means blocked. If he had just unfriended her, it would say the user has enabled friend verification. Yang Yuting stared at the chat interface, her face dark and cold, her arrogant mask suddenly cracked. Everyone watched her reaction, their hearts skipping a beat, extremely shocked. Impossible. Gu Xingcheng is actually cruel enough to block even Yang Yuting? Such a risky fishing tactic is truly unheard of. He must have an expert guiding him behind the scenes, under the dim lights of the KTV. Half of Yang Yuting's face was hidden in the shadows. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her voice was ice cold. Call him. Use a strange number to call Gu Xingcheng. Song Xinyue immediately took out her phone, hesitating, looking awkward. It seems none of us saved his phone number. Yang Yuting's voice was cold as she blurted out the number. Only when Song Xinyue made the call did everyone realize. It turned out Yang Yuting knew Gu Xingcheng's number by heart. On the other side, at the amusement park, I was queuing for the restroom. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. Su Qingyue glanced down, not answering, probably a scam, until the phone rang incessantly, time after time, as if it were an emergency that had to be answered. Su Qingyue finally swiped the screen to answer. The next second, Song Xinyue's scolding voice suddenly rang out, her tone unfriendly. Gu Xingcheng, you're really something, aren't you? You dare to block us? Hearing this, the beautiful Su Qingyue narrowed her eyes, returning to her cold demeanor. Song Xinyue, what is with your attitude? In the VIP room, the phone was on speaker. Su Qingyue's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone froze. Why is it Su Qingyue? Why is Su Qingyue answering Gu Xingcheng's phone? Yang Yuting's face was stern and cold. She snatched the phone, her voice uncharacteristically icy. Give the phone to Gu Xingcheng. A brief 2-second silence ensued. Su Qingyue chuckled softly. What did you say? Yang Yuting enunciated each word. Give the phone to Gu Xingcheng. But in the next second, Su Qingyue decisively hung up. In the VIP room, no one dared to breathe loudly, lowering their heads one by one. Yang Yuting's eyes were unusually cold. Gu Xingcheng blocked her. Turning around, he was already so intimate with another woman. Song Xinyue held the phone, her mind racing. It sounded so noisy on the phone, they must be outside. How about I ask around to see what those two are doing? Yang Yuting forced a word through her teeth. Go. 5 minutes later, Song Xinyue was extremely shocked. Damn, I found out. They went to that newly built amusement park. Sensing Yang Yuting's mood was at its worst, Song Xinyue rolled her eyes and immediately spoke up. I think this Gu Xingcheng is doing it on purpose, deliberately putting on an I don't care act. Besides, tomorrow is your actual birthday. He definitely won't be able to resist coming to give you a gift. Yang Yuting lowered her eyes. An inexplicable panic rose in her heart, as if she had invisibly lost her most precious thing. No, what was she panicking for? The one being loved has nothing to fear. Gu Xingcheng was just sulking naturally, deliberately finding his childhood friend to put on a show. Trying to test her? Yang Yuting regained her composure, expressionless. Her tone certain. He will regret it. Everyone giggled, continuing to sing and play along, haha, for sure. Hell be regretting it so much his guts turned green. Song Xinyue snuck off to the restroom halfway through, laughing coldly. She couldn't help but feel contempt deep down. She knew well. Yang Yuting doing this would only push Gu Xingcheng further away. This iceberg relies on her good family background. Who is she showing that cold face to all day? She admitted Yang Yuting was very capable in all aspects, but when it comes to love, she's as dumb as a pig. It's like she has an emotional disability, always demanding others to chase, pamper, and coax her. Isn't that just being cheap? Song Xinyue sneered. On the other side, after I finished using the restroom, I saw a balloon stall nearby. Su Qingyue had been staring at it, intentionally or not, since we entered the park, so I went over and bought one. After returning to Su Qingyue's side, I handed her the sparkling star balloon. Su Qingyue stood there stunned. Is this for me? I nodded, gently pulling her hand and tying the string of the beautiful balloon to it. I pointed at the kids playing with balloons nearby and half-jokingly said, "Look, all the kids are playing like that." Su Qingyue blinked in a daze, retorting softly, "But I'm not a kid anymore." She shook her wrist. The balloon bobbed up and down with her movements. The tiny glittering items inside reflected fragmented light. At this moment, Su Qingyue looked at me, mentioning casually, "Oh right, Yang Yuting and the others called you just now." After speaking, her clear eyes stared at me. I scratched my head calmly. I don't know what they want with me, but it's probably nothing good. Besides, I don't want to get entangled endlessly. I took the phone and blocked that number without hesitation, without any emotional fluctuation, watching my series of reactions. Su Qingyue couldn't help curling her lips. Let's go home. When we got off the bus, the sky was gradually darkening. There was still some distance to the school. Seeing Su Qingyue look a bit tired, I couldn't help but say, "Let me carry you." Su Qingyue looked straight at me. She shook her head instinctively. "No need, just walking. Another 10 minutes or so, and we'll be there." But I suddenly squatted down in front of her, with a bit of a sulky attitude. Su Qingyue couldn't resist. She curled her lips, bent down to poke my forehead, smiling gently. "Hurry up then." I squatted there, looking up at her, my tone straightforward. "Then let me carry you." Su Qingyue was stunned, feeling like this was an illusion. I seemed to think of something, raising my eyebrows slightly. "Before, you used to ride on my back every day. Or do you want to try a princess carry? A princess carry?" Su Qingyue recalled the path out of the haunted house. She couldn't help her ears heating up, her legs going soft. Finally, she gave in a little, accepting, "Then carry me." Thinking it over, I used to be her exclusive mount back in the day. What's there to be shy about? After Su Qingyue thought it through, she took a deep breath, lay on my back, and reached out to hug my neck. Her body pressed against mine, stiff. I stood up and tested the weight. "You're too light, way too light," through 2 thin layers of clothing. Su Qingyue could even feel my heat, my body temperature spreading bit by bit to every inch of her skin. Truly too hot, too hot. Su Qingyue's heart was also scorched a little. The surrounding temperature seemed to change too. 2 breaths intertwining, hard to separate. Especially with each step, we pressed closer, as if countless feathers were tickling, making one numb. Su Qingyue pressed against my broad, solid back. In a daze, she couldn't help whispering in my ear, "You're so hard." I stopped abruptly, even doubting if I heard wrong. "What did you say?" She didn't realize anything was wrong, repeating in my ear with a sweet voice, "Your back is so stiff, it's not comfortable to hug at all." I carried her forward, my tone laden with meaning, drawling lazily, clearly saying nothing, but seemingly saying everything. Su Qingyue's breath hitched for 2 seconds. Her cheeks were instantly tinged with a faint blush. My throat was uncomfortably constricted, my Adam's apple bobbing up and down. I couldn't help reminding her, "Su Qingyue, are you trying to strangle me to death?" The girl on my back finally realized, slowly loosening her grip, her voice warm. "Sorry." A fragrant softness pressed against my back, a more intimate posture than ever. I pursed my lips tight, knowing clearly that dirty thoughts shouldn't be had, so I tried my best to ignore the sensation on my back, but the more one tries to ignore something, the more clearly they feel it. So soft. I walked faster and faster, my head filled with soft clouds. Su Qingyue lay on me. Her gaze accidentally fell on the boy's slightly red ear. As if discovering something strange, her eyes lit up. She couldn't resist reaching out her index finger to gently touch the base of my ear. The moment her fingertip touched the base of my ear, it was like a strong electric current was triggered, shocking me so much I almost jumped. I suppressed the impulse, warning in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't touch." Though it was a warning, it actually wasn't fierce at all. Su Qingyue nodded obediently, staring at the nape of my neck, speaking gently and seriously, "Gu Xingcheng, your ears are so red," especially after my finger touched it. I kept a straight face, lying with a straight face. It's genetic. Su Qingyue hesitated, her tone sounding regretful. "Oh." With red ears, I quickly carried her to the school gate, gently putting her down and supporting her. But the balloon tied to her wrist was really too conspicuous, sparkling and glittering. On the way, quite a few classmates turned their heads to look at us, mistaking us for a couple showing off PDA. Returning to the dorm late at night, I was really tired. As soon as I sat down, my phone rang unexpectedly. Another unknown number. I pressed answer, Unexpectedly, the other side was silent. I asked politely, "May I ask who this is?" The voice on the other end was a bit hurried. "Gu Xingqing. We are at Dijue VIP room. Number 18, hearing Song Xinyue's voice. I didn't wait for her to finish before hanging up without hesitation. Smooth operation blocked immediately. Then I charged my phone and went to shower. On the other end of the line, in the most luxurious VIP room, it was freezing cold. Song Xinyue looked at Yang Yuting, whose face was as cold as frost. Softening her anger, "Gu Xingqing isn't coming. It's his loss. Does he think we can't live without him?" The person next to her added, "He really thinks he's so important." Yang Yuting's voice was extremely cold. "Get out. All of you, get out." A glass was smashed onto the floor, producing a piercing sound. The entire VIP room instantly fell silent. Yang Yuting was a rich young lady, an existence praised by everyone, no matter when. She always kept a cool and calm composure, maintaining a perfect, flawless state. Only today did she lose her temper in front of everyone. Everyone tactfully dispersed, leaving only Yang Yuting alone in the VIP room. She opened the chat history, quickly finding last year's birthday. That photo was a birthday wish Gu Xingqing wrote with a fountain pen. But when she opened it, the system notified her the photo had expired. She stared blankly at the notification. A strange emotion rose in her heart. She murmured softly, "Expired." 10 minutes passed slowly. It was past 12 a.m. Yang Yuting checked her phone, looking at a flurry of birthday wishes in her inbox, only unable to find a message from that person. She suddenly put the phone down, hugging her knees with both hands. Curling up, sitting on the floor, a feeling of emptiness welled up inside her. Her eternally cold voice rippled with emotion. "Why do I feel this way? I should be used to it by now. Used to birthdays from childhood lacking parents. Used to being just a tool for family benefit. An emotionless tool for a marriage alliance. Used to the fake flattery of friends. Now I seem to have lost the only genuine affection." Yang Yuting hugged her knees tighter. "He won't come back. He's been stolen by his childhood friend." Speaking of childhood friends, Yang Yuting suddenly put down her phone and stood up, looking at her slightly disheveled self in the mirror, quickly adjusting her emotions and regaining her composure. "What is there to care about? It's clear that he can't leave me. It is Gu Xingqing who cannot live without me. He will return." The next day, Monday, was Yang Yuting's birthday. University classes usually don't have assigned seats, but the first 3 periods of stock investment required sitting by ID number. Many people had asked on the school confession wall about Yang Yuting's specific seat. At this moment, on the desk, a pile of love letters and gifts left no space. Even the floor was full of fresh flowers, extremely extravagant. Female classmates all showed envy. Campus belle Yang, truly worthy of being the high mountain flower of Jin University. But Yang Yuting walked to the desk with an emotionless face, opening each beautifully wrapped gift. When seeing the sender's name, she frowned slightly. No, none of them were him, none of his cards or scarves. Yang Yuting's face suddenly turned ice cold. Looking at Song Xinyue beside her, her voice lowered. "Return all these things, just like before. Reject them all." Song Xinyue fawningly stepped forward to clear the things, rummaging everywhere but not seeing my gift. What the hell? Can he really hold out this long? Song Xinyue looked up while cleaning and asked, "What about these gifts with no names?" Yang Yuting's voice was calm. "Throw them away." The girl next to her, surrounding her, craning her neck to look towards the desk. Her tone was slightly surprised. "I clearly saw Gu Xingqing buying a scarf earlier. Could it be that it wasn't a gift for Sister Yuting?" Not realizing anything was wrong, she continued, "That's right. I remember the birthday gift Gu Xingqing gave last year was a watch. Hilarious, it was the type that cost 800 or 900 yuan. I can't believe he even had the nerve to give a watch like that." The next second, she felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. It became freezing in an instant. In Yang Yuting's pale pupils, there were traces of bloodshot veins. Her face darkened visibly. She just stared at her like that, staring until it gave people goosebumps. The girl hurriedly lowered her head. Until the stock investment class ended, students began packing their things one by one. A handsome male classmate took a deep breath. He mustered all his courage to step forward, blushing as he confessed, "Yang Yuting, I like." But before the confession was finished, Yang Yuting, with a cold face as frosty as mist, had already walked away. Her mood was extremely bad. She seemed unwilling to stay for even a second longer. That boy was instantly heartbroken. Song Xinyue hurriedly chased after her, following her footsteps. "Sister Yuting, where are we going? This direction isn't towards the cafeteria." Besides, looking at her expression, it seemed like she was going to interrogate someone. In the empty classroom, I sat in the self-study area, preparing for the student English competition. Classmates from the same major had already left the room. It was just me, very quiet, after finishing a practice test set. Since no one was around, I leisurely walked downstairs, wondering what to eat for lunch today. At the corner, several dark shadows suddenly descended, like covering dark clouds, suddenly closing in. I had a bad feeling. Yang Yuting and 3 or 4 people beside her stepped towards me. A cold chill rose throughout my body. She's always like this. Regardless of this life or the past life, she always acts so high and mighty, refusing to say anything, waiting for everyone to chase and coax her before she shows a pleasant face. Clearly, I don't like her anymore. yet she keeps appearing in front of me. As I passed by, I calmly looked straight at her. My voice had no ripples, neither humble nor arrogant, saying, "Move. I absolutely won't repeat the same mistakes. I won't be as servile as in my past life, chasing her in the past life, for a full 7 years. The full 2 years in this life were just a joke." Yet Yang Yuting didn't budge at all. Her sharp eyes stared at me. The two of us just stood in a standoff, standing still on the spot. No one said anything. Song Xinyue beside her couldn't help but speak up, her tone arrogant and disdainful. "Gu Xingcheng, why did you block us? You don't even answer calls. What's the meaning of this?" I spoke calmly. "I already told you. I have nothing to do with you people anymore." Yang Yuting took a step forward, the distance suddenly closing. Almost pressed against each other, she looked at me in disbelief. "Who did you say you have no relationship with?" I couldn't be bothered with her. Turning to leave, the next second my wrist was suddenly grabbed. Yang Yuting is a germaphobe and always hated physical contact. In the past life, every time we held hands, I was the one initiating. She never initiated contact. Now she was taking the initiative to hold my hand. Yang Yuting took a deep breath, almost squeezing each word out through her teeth. "Gu Xingcheng, stop making trouble for no reason." In the very next moment, a figure suddenly rushed over, forcefully swatting Yang Yuting's hand away. Su Qingyue glared at Yang Yuting angrily. "Stay away from him." Su Qingyue pursed her lips, clutching my sleeve tightly. Yang Yuting glanced at Su Qingyue. She turned around and left. I looked at Su Qingyue and asked softly, "Why are you here?" Su Qingyue looked at me and said, "A classmate just said Yang Yuting was coming to find you." So I rushed over. After speaking, she linked her arm with mine. "Come eat with me." Staircase. Yang Yuting stood silently in place. Her face looked terrible. Song Xinyue beside her spoke up. "Gu Xingcheng is just sulking, right? He wants to deliberately provoke us. Someone who chased Sister Yuting for so many years. How could he just leave like that?" Hearing this, Yang Yuting's face gradually calmed down. Expressionless, she walked down the stairs. "Right, he's just deliberately sulking." After speaking, Yang Yuting thought of the words I said before. Gu Xingcheng doesn't like Su Qingyue. They can't be together. He said it himself. He only sees Su Qingyue as a sister he grew up with. He also said he only likes her. He also said in the future, he would only like Yang Yuting alone. So there's basically no need to chase him. Wait for Gu Xingcheng to calm down and think it through. He will definitely return to her side. Luxury villa. Yang Yuting likes living alone and didn't want to stay in the dorms, so she bought a villa right next to the school. A whole day passed. Her face cold as ice, she ordered all the maids to leave. The maids bowed and left one by one. They could clearly feel that the young Miss's mood today was particularly terrible. Extremely terrible. It was strange. Normally the young Miss never showed her emotions. Besides, today is clearly her birthday. In the room, Yang Yuting's fists slowly clenched. In her mind, she unconsciously recalled the scene of Gu Xingcheng being held by another woman. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Going to eat with his good childhood sweetheart Su Qingyue. Going to the amusement park together. I don't care at all. Thinking this, she calmly opened her backpack. Yet the next second, she found herself freezing, standing straight, frozen on the spot. In the backpack was a light brown scarf. The fabric was very soft and comfortable, like a warm ray of spring sunshine, slowly covering a glacier, melting the ice and snow. Although there was no signature or greeting card, Yang Yuting was absolutely certain it was from Gu Xingcheng. After Song Xinyue found out, she revealed an as-expected expression. She smiled gently. As expected, he couldn't hold back. Didn't he still eagerly run over to give a gift? This is the legendary playing hard to get. Yang Yuting didn't say anything. Her heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled down. That's right. Gu Xingcheng likes me so much. How could he not give me a birthday gift? Early next morning. Late autumn, there was suddenly heavy rain last night, causing the temperature to drop suddenly. Students changed into thick clothes one after another. Yang Yuting rarely wore a scarf. It immediately fluttered the hearts of many girls. She already had an exquisite, flawless appearance, cold and aloof, with pale skin. After putting on the light brown scarf, she looked even more noble. Someone had already posted photos on the forum. Oh my god, how does this person look so good even wearing a scarf? Is this the first time Goddess Yang wore a scarf to school? As expected, a beauty looks good even wearing a sack. At this moment, a boy stood there rubbing his eyes, staring at his phone screen in disbelief. The boy beside him was shocked. Holy crap, isn't that the scarf you gave Yang Yuting before? The boy nodded. Yeah, I think I forgot to sign it back then. A 9.9 yuan free shipping item. I just casually stuffed it in. I thought it would definitely be thrown away. Maybe rich people are used to exquisite luxury goods and wanted to try some rough, cheap goods at the same time. The girls surrounding Yang Yuting all had their pupils trembling, revealing looks of disbelief one by one, standing there in shock. They completely didn't expect it, that Yang Yuting would actually wear the scarf gifted by Gu Xingcheng. Is she crazy? This looks like unbearable fake goods at a glance. It's a 9.9 yuan free shipping item, right? Giving it to them as a rag would even be rejected, okay? They had countless questions, but when facing Yang Yuting's cold gaze, they immediately shut their mouths, not daring to ask another word. Song Xinyue silently clenched her hand, while absent-mindedly glancing at a familiar figure outside the door. Her eyes suddenly flashed, suddenly speaking up, raising her voice loudly. Hi! Hi, Sister Yuting!
The scarf Gu Xingcheng gave you is actually quite nice. Don't know how much thought he put into it, especially giving it on your birthday to please you." Yang Yuting coldly raised her eyelids, seeming to hear the words she wanted to hear. Only then did she calmly respond. Just as the words fell, outside the restroom, Su Qingyue's footsteps paused. Her whole body suddenly froze. Su Qingyue stood there, silent and speechless. She clenched her fingers tightly, wanting to suppress the bitterness constantly surging in her chest, but she still couldn't do it. The rain outside the window suddenly grew heavier. The entire school was submerged in a thick curtain of rain. Rainwater splashed, cold droplets falling into her heart. Su Qingyue didn't lack knowledge of Gu Xingcheng. He only saw her as a sister he grew up with. She wasn't unaware of Gu Xingcheng, of how much he liked Yang Yuting in the past. Before, Gu Xingcheng would always rest his chin on his hand and steal glances at Yang Yuting. He would proactively tutor Yang Yuting in math. He would give Yang Yuting all kinds of gifts. He would follow Yang Yuting like a shadow, eyes full of joy, heart full of expectation. She knew all these things, knew them clearly. But what's the use of knowing? She had no right to ask, even less right to be jealous. Su Qingyue swallowed twice. Looking down with lonely eyes, she lifted her feet to leave. Recalling that rainy day before, the words I said, "I don't like Yang Yuting anymore." That scene. Thinking of this, Su Qingyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath, gradually calming down. With his personality, he absolutely wouldn't give things to Yang Yuting anymore. There must be some misunderstanding here. She would subtly ask to clarify. Because she understood him, so she trusted him. Outside the window, rain fell pitter-patter, weaving a hazy mist of rain. Even the air became damp.
My third period in the afternoon was a school-wide elective, special topic research and analysis in international finance. This subject was scheduled for the next semester. Today was the first class, back when school just started. I fought to get into the same class as Yang Yuting. I silently sighed and arrived at the classroom on time. The large 100-person lecture hall was almost full. Yang Yuting and her group sat in the first row, deliberately leaving an empty seat. The moment I walked through the door, their eyes all focused on me. Yang Yuting calmly raised her eyelids, trying to see some expression on my face, but there was nothing. I didn't even glance at her, calmly sitting down in the corner of the last row, excessively quiet, like I didn't care anymore. Yang Yuting's gaze instantly froze. Her heart suddenly felt empty. The elective was very easy. Most people were playing on their phones. The classmate next to me played Fight the Landlord for the whole period. During the break, the teacher picked up a water cup, leisurely taking a sip, standing on the podium and speaking. Finals will be graded based on an essay. Specific requirements are posted on the learning system, 2 people per group. Form your own groups, and after confirming, fill in the form. Just as the words fell, many male students looked towards Yang Yuting like hungry tigers. The bold ones had already made their move, politely asking if she had a partner yet. Yang Yuting, expressionless, didn't even lift her head. A single word, yes, gave them the answer. The boys left regretfully one after another. Several minutes passed. The air around Yang Yuting grew colder and colder. It felt like it was about to freeze people to death. Song Xinyue gritted her teeth. "Don't worry, Gu Xingcheng will definitely come to find you to group up later." Hearing this, Yang Yuting's expression finally improved a bit, but waiting for a long time, there was no sign of me. Yang Yuting's patience was gradually running out. When she saw me smiling and asking the classmate next to me, Yang Yuting absolutely couldn't sit still anymore. Suddenly standing up, I was talking to a classmate from the medical department. The next second, a tall figure gradually loomed larger, cold as vast white snow, stepping closer. I had a bad feeling for some reason. Slightly raising my head, Yang Yuting had stopped by my desk, very close, extremely close. A chilling cold breath immediately enveloped me. Under everyone's gaze, her pale glass-like eyes stared at me seriously. Silent on the spot, not saying a word. What did she mean? It was understood without speaking. Students craned their necks one by one. The gossip immediately exploded. Yang Yuting was the most famous figure in the school. No one didn't know this beauty from a wealthy family, and the fact that I liked Yang Yuting was also something almost everyone in school knew. Since the start of school, I followed Yang Yuting every day, like a stalker. The number of people who liked Yang Yuting was countless. But what kind of person is Yang Yuting? She's the moon in the sky, the daughter of a super-rich family, an existence that ordinary people could never reach in their lifetime. But this time, it was Yang Yuting proactively seeking Gu Xingcheng to group up. How is that possible? Yang Yuting stood in front of me. Her expression was faint. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of unknown emotion. She reached out and deliberately adjusted the light brown scarf on her neck. Word by word, group up with me. Hearing this, I leaned back slightly. With no ripples in my eyes, without hesitation, I shook my head, softly refusing. Don't want to. My voice was very soft and also very calm, but every word clearly reached everyone's ears. He actually doesn't want to. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned on the spot, wishing they could get closer to us to frantically get the tea. Oh my goodness, this is way too juicy. Just as the words fell, Yang Yuting suddenly stepped closer. Her aloof expression suddenly cracked, her face darkened, like hearing the biggest joke in the world, her voice getting colder and colder.
What did you say? Expression unchanged, I widened the distance, seriously repeating word by word, don't want to. After speaking, I immediately looked away, not looking at Yang Yuting's face anymore. The classmate next to me had a face full of shock. The next second, the air suddenly felt frozen, only to see Yang Yuting standing stiffly on the spot, her whole face almost cracking, darkened so much it could almost drip ink. People around stared wide-eyed in shock. Gu Xingcheng rejected Yang Yuting and said it straight to her face twice. That's just too awesome. The class bell rang. Yang Yuting laughed coldly, noble and composed, exuding oppressive pressure. Before leaving, she dropped a sentence. Gu Xingcheng, my patience has limits. She returned to her seat with a dark face, cold as ice. Yang Yuting's friends looked at each other, all seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. The person who followed Yang Yuting every day actually rejected Yang Yuting. How is that possible? He clearly likes Yang Yuting so much, even studied hard for Yang Yuting's sake. To get into Jing University, isn't he afraid of playing too hard? Yang Yuting sat in her chair, half her face hidden in shadow. Her face grew darker and colder, like a stormy winter blizzard, making people shiver without being cold. At this moment, a girl next to her said carefully, Sister Yuting, don't be angry yet. Yang Yuting stared at her coldly, revealing a strong warning in her eyes. The girl broke out in a sweat. Okay, you're not angry. I'm the one angry. I'm angry. A moment later, facing Yang Yuting's suspicious gaze, the girl scratched her head and continued, it's just that. Using such a cold tone to order him to group up, he would definitely resist. Hearing this, Yang Yuting fell into thought, her eyes revealing some wavering and struggle, but a moment later she still clung to her opinion. Cold eyes, cold and certain tone. He likes me. He will definitely come back. It was that light brown scarf that gave her enough confidence. In Gu Xingcheng's heart and eyes, there was only her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly stuffed the scarf into her bag. Gu Xingcheng cares about me, cares about my birthday. He just wants me to lower myself. Thinking this, Yang Yuting became even more certain of her guess. The girl beside her twitched her mouth slightly, feeling like she was playing the lute to a cow just now. Even the girls who initially bet that Gu Xingcheng would return were gradually wavering. Isn't Yang Yuting being too confident? Moreover, they always felt that Yang Yuting's confidence and calmness seemed like it could collapse completely at any moment. Female dorm 307. Chen Shishi skipped around holding her phone, happily sidling up to Su Qingyue, trying to act mysterious. I just got a massive scoop from the school forum. Do you want the tea? Saying that, she happily stuffed a handful of tomato-flavored chips into her mouth. Looking smug, Su Qingyue never cared much about the forum and was too lazy to gossip, but Chen Shishi's words attracted the other two girls in the room, begging her to spill it quickly. But Chen Shishi grinned slyly and leaned closer again, whispering into Su Qingyue's ear, really not interested? It seems to be related to Gu Xingcheng. The next second, Su Qingyue suddenly turned her head. Her laziness instantly vanished into thin air, suddenly raising her head, looking at Chen Shishi, face serious. Tell me now, reacting extremely fast, as if equipped with a radar. Just hearing the name Gu Xingcheng, alarm bells immediately rang. Chen Shishi pretended to be surprised. What's wrong? Didn't you say you didn't want to gossip? Mention Gu Xingcheng and someone gets impatient and loses their cool. Su Qingyue gritted her teeth. Dinner is on me. Deal. Chen Shishi finally turned back, recounting vividly. Just now, there was a finance elective. Gu Xingcheng and Yang Yuting both took it. The teacher assigned a final essay. Groups of two, freely formed. The result was totally unexpected. Yang Yuting actually walked over and invited Gu Xingcheng in front of everyone, just as she finished speaking. Su Qingyue's eyes darkened. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed. A strong, nameless emotion surged in her chest. Even breathing became difficult. Then what? Su Qingyue's voice was calm, but if you listened closely, you could feel a slight tremor, completely different from her usual casual and lazy demeanor. Chen Shishi didn't notice, continuing to ramble on, storytelling vividly. But this time, Gu Xingcheng flat-out rejected her. Twice. Heard Yang Yuting's face was so dark afterwards it could drip ink. Every word Chen Shishi said clearly fell into her ears. Su Qingyue closed her eyes, slowly exhaling a breath. Releasing the tension, she leaned back against the chair. The heavy stone hanging in her heart finally dropped. The words that followed. Su Qingyue didn't listen to her roommate's noisy chatter anymore, fading away in her ears, as if separating into two worlds from her. She lowered her eyes slightly, taking out the diary from the drawer that had been with her for many years. Turning to the first page, the paper was slightly yellowed. That line of text had also faded a bit, but the handwriting was neat and delicate. I am waiting for the stars to tremble. The next second, a ding sound. Her phone received a WeChat message from Gu Xingcheng. Su Qingyue finished reading the message, quickly put the diary away, and hurriedly ran out of the dorm. Chen Shishi was stunned, shouting, Qingyue, where are you rushing off to? The rain was getting heavier. Outside the window was a blur. Through the glass, one could still clearly hear the pouring rain, heavy and powerful. After I sent the message to Su Qingyue, my mood finally improved a little. When I heard that sentence from Yang Yuting, my patience has limits, I just felt baffled.
I really wanted to crack her brain open and ask if she was okay. I sat quietly in my seat. It seemed some things should be made clear, to avoid endless entanglement. The bell for the end of the fourth period rang. I exchanged WeChat with the unfamiliar classmate next to me, filling in student ID, class, and name on the form. Classmates headed towards the cafeteria and dorms one by one. The classroom instantly became empty. Even Song Xinyue and the others were sent away by Yang Yuting. Only the two of us remained. I slowly packed my backpack. Yang Yuting slowly walked towards me, her face cold and aloof, staring at me, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. I zipped up my backpack. "What's up?" Yang Yuting looked at me and spoke. "You and Su Qingyue are fake, right?" Hearing this, I calmly looked up. "So what? Does it concern you?" Hearing this, Yang Yuting's face turned ice cold. Her eyes were immediately covered in a layer of frost. As if hearing a joke, she spoke righteously and boldly. Voice slightly low, "Doesn't concern me?" I nodded decisively. "That's right, Yang Yuting. I don't like you anymore," I stated calmly, without a single ripple in my eyes. I even felt like I was liberated from the deep sea, the obsession of so many years that I wanted to let go. Actually wasn't that hard. My day-to-day persistence, my passionate love year after year. How could Yang Yuting not know I liked her? She always enjoyed the process of being chased by me. She would decisively reject others' pursuit, but she never rejected me. Precisely because of this uniqueness, I was once passionate too, but the memories of the past life were like a basin of bone-chilling ice water, poured over me from head to toe, truly freezing my heart, just as I finished. Yang Yuting suddenly froze. Her breath stopped, finding it hard to understand this sentence, even doubting her ears a little. Not like anymore? Her chest immediately surged with an indescribable feeling, permeating densely, churning violently, like something was blocking it. Even her breathing temporarily stagnated. It was an emotion she had never felt. A few seconds later, Yang Yuting quickly regained her composure, restoring her calm and composure. "Impossible. If you don't like me, why did you deliberately give me a scarf on my birthday?" Yang Yuting's cold eyes darkened. Tone confident and certain. "You're lying to me. You clearly said you only liked me, would always like me. You're definitely lying to me, but I didn't look like I was lying at all." I looked up at her, tone serious. "I'm not lying to you." Pausing a bit, I added, "In fact, I feel a bit disgusted by you now." Disgusted by Yang Yuting? Thin lips pressed tight. Her face became colder and uglier. These words were like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into the weakest part of her heart, slowly bleeding countless drops of fresh blood. With a dark face, she stepped closer to me. The next second, my eyes suddenly lit up with joy. I walked towards the classroom door, steps light. "You're finally here." Yang Yuting stiffly turned her head. Su Qingyue smiled and waved at me, saying, "Let's go." The scene before her deeply stimulated Yang Yuting's eyes. Violent emotions surged in her mind. For a long while, Yang Yuting laughed coldly. Tone extremely calm, she softly called my name. Gu Xingcheng. Actually, she rarely called my name, but before, she only needed to speak, only needed to hook her finger. Sometimes just a glance was enough. I would immediately appear by her side, my eyes full of stars of hope, seeming like they would never disappear. But as soon as she spoke, I walked faster. Yang Yuting's cold, composed expression shattered in that instant, steps heavy as if filled with cold lead. She dazedly watched the scene before her. Her heart felt like a piece was missing, deeply impacting the beliefs she held since childhood. Su Qingyue approached me, reaching out to hold my hand. We left without looking back, watching our backs leaving side by side. Yang Yuting never thought her emotions could fluctuate so greatly. She shouted at us, "Gu Xingcheng, if you dare leave with her, then don't ever come back." Yang Yuting's tone carried certainty and confidence. In high school, she once blurted out a sentence, "You and that Su Qingyue seem pretty close, huh?" The next day, I started distancing myself from Su Qingyue, afraid she would misunderstand. But now, I remained by Su Qingyue's side, as if I heard nothing, walking to the top of the stairs. The figures growing smaller and smaller, seeming to have truly made up his mind about something. Standing in place, Yang Yuting's expression suddenly changed. She raised her voice, "Gu Xingcheng, get over here." She wanted to restrain herself as usual, but her exquisite face couldn't help but become ferocious. The rain outside the window grew heavier. My figure also completely disappeared into the rain. Yang Yuting took a step back and slowly closed her eyes. I don't know how much time passed before she opened her eyes, returning to her original calm demeanor. She brainwashed herself over and over again. She became increasingly convinced that I was doing this just to provoke her, that I deliberately put on this show in front of her. The sky was gloomy. Accompanied by the sound of falling rain, I looked down at Su Qingyue and asked softly, "What did you need me for?" In the rain, Su Qingyue held an umbrella. She shoved the bag she was carrying into my arms. "Here to give you something." I looked down inside the bag. My eyes were filled with both surprise and joy. "How did you know I wanted this? There's even my favorite coffee, and the gaming console that's been super hot lately. This console is really hard to buy." I blinked. "Thanks, but why did you suddenly give me these things?" Su Qingyue seemed to have anticipated I would ask that. Her voice was lazy. "Won them in a lucky draw." "Won them, but I'm a girl, so I don't know how to play." She paused for a moment, turning her head to look at the school building not far away. She pretended to be nonchalant. She asked softly, "The scarf you gave me, I quite like it. Did you give one to anyone else?" I tilted my head to look at her. Around her neck was the white scarf I had given her. It suited her aura perfectly. I nodded. I said honestly, I did. I knitted one for my roommate to practice my hand. Su Qingyue remained silent. A few seconds later, her voice became slightly cold. Did you give one to any other girl? I didn't expect her to ask this. I shook my head with a sincere face. No, other than you. As soon as the words fell, stars slowly lit up in Su Qingyue's eyes. Her gaze also became gentle. I asked with a face full of doubt, what's wrong? Su Qingyue held the umbrella with one hand and gripped the handle with the other. Her tone was indifferent. Nothing. Just asking casually. She pretended nothing was wrong and lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth seemed unable to stop curving up. Harder to control than an AK. Su Qingyue had to bury the lower half of her face into the scarf, secretly hiding her emotions that couldn't be disguised. For dinner, the two of them went out to eat, sharing an orange juice. The owner brought out the piping hot food. Su Qingyue handed me chopsticks and a spoon. She had taken off her scarf while eating. Not long after, she suddenly spoke. Do you want to go to a hot spring? The sudden question rang out. I was a bit dazed, even doubting my own ears. I nearly choked to death on the orange juice. A few days ago, I was browsing some blogger videos. I blurted out that I wanted to go to a hot spring. I really did want to experience it. But going with Su Qingyue, my face instantly turned beet red. I even forgot to chew my rice. Wouldn't I see her wearing a swimsuit? I recalled some images of her from my past life and felt a bit guilty, seeing that I wasn't reacting. Complex emotions appeared in Su Qingyue's eyes. She put down her chopsticks and stared at me seriously. You don't want to go? I snapped back to reality and strategically lowered my head to drink orange juice. Is it a team-building activity? But the next second, Su Qingyue softly spoke a few words. That gently echoed in my ears. No one else. Just me and you. In the dorm room. Li Yu, who was dying of boredom, suddenly shot up and screamed. What? Su Qingyue invited you to a hot spring alone? She wants to date you, doesn't she? I silently spread my blanket and put the game console under my pillow. This doesn't count as a date. Li Yu spoke boldly and righteously. Isn't that how it always goes in TV dramas? When the male and female leads go on a hot spring date, pink heart bubbles float everywhere around them, and the two of them naturally fall for each other. I didn't dare to think about it and pulled my bed curtains shut, silently covering myself with the blanket for a while. Gucci was more serious. I recall that newly opened hot spring resort has quite a few good reviews. There's even a buffet. Anyway, my friends went and said it was good, so, did you agree? Lights out at 11 p.m. I stuck my head out from the bed. I agreed. Su Qingyue said it was a lucky draw activity from her racing team. She won 2 hot spring tickets, including a one-night hotel stay and buffet. Auntie Chin isn't free, so she asked me to go along. At that time, she even said lazily, if you don't go, then these prize tickets will just go to waste. My head was filled with images of her in a swimsuit. I heard these words in a daze, and Yi Cheng put down his tablet and said, so you were tricked into going while you were in a daze. His voice held a hint of worry. Why does it feel like you're being set up? Did she book 2 rooms? You're not going to do anything inhuman to her, are you? I yawned. 2 rooms, I added seriously. Su Qingyue grew up with me since childhood. The 3 roommates looked at each other, revealing meaningful smiles. Winter arrived quietly. The December weather gradually turned freezing cold. I waited and finally the day of the hot spring trip arrived. I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart. The resort hotel was elegantly vintage. Steam curled up from the natural hot springs. There was a faint fragrance in the air. After finishing the buffet, we rested for a while before going to change. I wore a white bathrobe, exposing half my collarbone, looking incredibly stoic and abstinent. My whole being exuded a charming aura. After tidying up in front of the mirror, I lifted the curtain and immediately saw a graceful silhouette. The girl's skin was smooth and flawless, snow white to the point of being dazzling. Her slender legs carried an ultimate allure. She wore a pure white swimsuit, a lace-up design surrounded by a delicate layer of voile, like a fairy descending. Su Qingyue looked up slightly and saw me. Her beautiful eyes sparkled brilliantly, smiling gracefully. Less than 2 seconds later, Su Qingyue lowered her eyes and looked away. Her fingers clenched unnaturally. I walked up to her. Slightly curling my lips, we walked together to the hot spring pool. I slowly took off my white bathrobe. Complex emotions welled up in Su Qingyue's eyes, as if she was about to see a different scenery. Her lips slowly curved up. I revealed my smooth, firm muscle lines. My V-line looked even more superior and sexy. Broad shoulders and a slim waist, a rush of masculine aura. Su Qingyue's breath hitched for a moment. She couldn't help but count silently in her heart. Really has 6 packs. Her gaze moved downwards again, and saw my black swimming trunks. A few seconds later, she abruptly lowered her head and looked away, the tips of her ears flushing red. Then Su Qingyue lifted her jade-white feet and slowly stepped into the hot spring. Water droplets rolled from her collarbone down her chest, a beautiful scene. I couldn't control myself and took a couple more looks at Su Qingyue. She leisurely leaned against the pool edge, her meaning unclear. Gu Xingcheng, come here. When she softly called my name, her eyes became even more seductive, like a silent temptation. I patted my face, trying to sober up. I walked step by step toward the hot spring pool, staying very far away from her. She was kind enough to bring me to the hot spring. Yet my head was full of her body. Really inappropriate. I took a deep breath. After getting into the water, the warm current enveloped me. Fatigue and anxiety melted away in the steaming hot spring. I narrowed my eyes comfortably and couldn't help but speak up, sighing, so comfortable. I looked up at her. Our eyes unexpectedly met. In that moment, it seemed like only the two of us were left in the world. A beautiful spark ignited. In the evening, romantic starlights lit up the surroundings. Golden light covered the water surface, ripples shimmering. The romantic atmosphere spurred the fluttering feeling bit by bit. I paused for a few seconds and unnaturally looked away, shifting to the side a little, getting further and further away from her. The water rippled in waves. Before I could take a few steps, Su Qingyue suddenly chuckled. Her eyelids twitched, lips curling up. "Why are you staying so far away from me? Afraid I'll eat you?" My thoughts were exposed, feeling a bit guilty. I didn't dare to look up at her. After a long while, I nodded. Men and women shouldn't touch. I have to stay away from her a bit. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from touching her. Hearing that, Su Qingyue's gaze turned cold. She lazily said one word, "Fine." Su Qingyue turned around, keeping her back to me. I didn't know what she was thinking. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, there was a splashing sound from behind. The girl used her index finger to gently poke my back. Her voice was as melodious as a lark. "Gu Xingcheng." Hearing the sound, I looked up at her and hummed in response. I saw Su Qingyue's other hand placed on her right shoulder, holding two lace strings. A thin layer of mist rippled in her eyes. "The strap is loose. Help me." Her long, thick lashes slowly fluttered, her voice trembling slightly. I lowered my eyes, my gaze falling on her. The swimsuit had a design with two straps on the left and right, off-shoulder sleeves. If one of the bows came undone, it would almost reveal a large area. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down, a tidal wave hidden in my eyes. The white voile layer outside the swimsuit floated on the water, appearing and disappearing, making one's heart itch even more. Su Qingyue spoke softly again. "Hurry over and help me." After a long while, I finally moved, slowly walking behind her, grabbing the two white lace strings. A large expanse of snow-white skin appeared before my eyes, like flawless jade, deeply stimulating the eyeballs, making my fingertips tremble uncontrollably. Su Qingyue reminded softly, "Just tie a bow casually." I bent down slightly. "Okay, very gently." Under the moonlight, a man and a woman soaked in the hot spring, steam blurring the view. Su Qingyue kept feeling my hot breath against the back of her neck. Not knowing if it was due to the rising water temperature, my whole body slowly heated up. My heart also gradually became scorching hot, obviously just a matter of seconds, yet I felt like a century had passed. I pursed my lips. My heart felt like a little deer was running wild. I tied a perfect bow for Su Qingyue, without touching her even a little bit. Then I took a step back, suppressing the heat in my heart, my voice a bit hoarse. Done tying, Su Qingyue also heaved a sigh of relief, smiling at me, revealing two dimples. "Thanks." After finishing the hot spring bath, my whole body felt warm. My heart felt filled with a sweet sense of happiness. Near evening, I wrapped the thick bathrobe around me and went ashore. Went to the self-service counter nearby to get some sweets. Su Qingyue followed closely beside me. Whichever one I picked, Su Qingyue also took a piece to eat. Looking from a distance, the two were almost glued together, looking like an intimately inseparable young couple. This scene was captured by the eyes of some people not far away. A girl widened her eyes in surprise, hastily took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Yang Yuting. "Isn't this Gu Xingcheng and Su Qingyue?" They actually went to a hot spring alone together, under the expensive European-style chandelier in a luxurious villa. A pale white light enveloped the girl. She was working on a PPT with an emotionless face. A long while later, Yang Yuting scrolled through her phone, suddenly seeing a message on WeChat. In that moment, her actions abruptly stopped. She opened the photo in disbelief. The silhouette of a man and a woman struck her eyes. The atmosphere was harmonious and intimate. The girl's smiling eyes crinkled up, looking extremely sweet. The boy also curled his lips in a smile, looking at her in an ambiguous, dreamy way. Su Qingyue and I looked just like a couple in love. Yang Yuting slammed her phone onto the table. In an instant, her face turned cold as frost. A storm brewed on her face. Su Qingyue and I went to the amusement park together, went to KTV to celebrate a birthday, and even went to a hot spring alone with Su Qingyue. Yang Yuting's always cold and arrogant face suddenly showed fatigue. She had a moment of panic, feeling like she had invisibly lost something, the most precious thing. A long while later, she barely managed to suppress the bitterness in her heart. When Yang Yuting raised her head again, her eyes flashed with confidence and certainty. How could Xingcheng actually choose Su Qingyue? At the hot spring area, a thoughtful staff member brought over drinks. Very low alcohol content. The taste was very unique. The name was even more unique, called Heartbeat Signal. I took the bottle, said thanks, and took a big gulp. Sweet and sour taste mixed with a hint of alcohol, addictive from the first sip. In less than a few minutes, my head felt dizzy. My eyes gradually became dreamy, and my face turned red uncontrollably. I don't know why, but right now I suddenly really wanted to hug Su Qingyue's small waist and touch her long white legs. Just then, Su Qingyue seemed to realize I wasn't okay. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and leaned close to my face, bringing a faint fragrance. Her voice echoed numbingly in my ear. What's wrong with you? The girl was even more seductive than usual. I looked at the face magnifying before my eyes. Scared, I immediately took a step back, stammering, I'm fine. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. I was dizzy and seeing stars. Stumbling to the restroom nearby, splashed cold water hard on my face. I exhaled gently, looked up at myself in the mirror, feeling like something wasn't right. Head was so dizzy. I took a deep breath and walked out of the restroom. The next second, a dark figure rushed out from the corner and smashed a broom handle hard onto my head. I immediately saw stars, falling limply to the ground. The alcohol content of that drink was definitely not low. Otherwise, I couldn't be this dizzy. The person spoke up. Gu Xingcheng. Only then did I see clearly. The person forcing me along. My eyes slowly widened. Song Xinyue. Why is it her? Song Xinyue's eyes glinted. She forcefully covered my mouth and leaned into my ear. Yang Yuting. She's a dead block of ice. What's so worth liking about her? Gu Xingcheng. Be my man. Marry me later. You won't even need to go to university. This young lady guarantees you a lifetime of wealth and glory. I was drunk out of my mind, my head empty. My whole body had no strength left. I knew very well I was extremely drunk. I bit my lip without hesitation. Following the smell of blood and spreading pain, I forced myself to sober up. Once the opponent let down her guard, I kicked her hard in the stomach. The move was clean and decisive. Then I quickly fled. I ran while shouting loudly, Su. Before I could finish, the next second, that familiar figure appeared before my eyes. Su Qingyue rushed over against the light. Even everything around seemed to make way for her. In that moment, I finally couldn't help but hug her tight. Speaking softly, Su Qingyue, why is it such a coincidence? Always so coincidental. Whenever I'm in danger, she immediately appears in front of me. Su Qingyue's voice was full of concern. I'm here. Be good. Wait for me a moment. I was dizzy and dazed, my eyes closed uncontrollably, only faintly hearing the sounds of fighting, immediately followed by Song Xinyue's wretched scream. It was hard for Su Qinyue to control her anger. She pressed Song Xinyue's head and slammed it hard against the wall, producing crisp thuds. Song Xinyue knelt miserably on the ground, her forehead almost bleeding from the impact, begging frantically for mercy. Su Qinyue was trying her best to suppress her emotions, finally closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Daring to plot against him? Do you want to die? At the same time, a girl stood there stunned. Holding her phone, she sneakily slipped away from behind a tree. The girl exclaimed while sneaking away, sending the video she just recorded to Yang Yuting, especially those shocking statements. Yang Yuting, she's a dead block of ice, what's so worth liking about her? Doesn't Song Xinyue hate Gu Xingcheng the most? Turns out she secretly loves him. More importantly, she dared to scold Yuting. Is that poker-faced idiot crazy? The girl was so shocked she felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She was wondering why Song Xinyue was acting so strange today. Her eyes seemed glued to Gu Xingcheng, followed them to check it out, and was shocked to the core. 11:30 p.m. Pitch black night swallowed the sky. I had drunk high-alcohol liquor, drunk and drowsy. Waiting until I groggily opened my eyes, I discovered I was lying on a large, soft bed. The blanket was tucked in very tight, leaving no gaps. A moment later, a familiar voice gently poured into my ear, carrying a tender attachment. Awake? Su Qingyue brought a chair and sat by the bed, staring at me without blinking. Not knowing how long she had been by my side, I opened my eyes, also looking seriously at her face. I nodded. Su Qingyue also didn't say anything, quietly looking at me. The two of us just stared at each other like that. The whole room was filled with silence. I blinked, leaning in a bit closer, looking at her curiously. The woman in front of me looked a bit fierce, but she seemed to have some magic that drew me closer bit by bit. A long while later, I reached out and gently tugged at the fabric of her shirt, carefully opening my mouth to say, want a hug, my words a bit unclear. The woman didn't react in time, freezing for a moment. I put on a serious face, thinking hard. Can you hug me later? This time Su Qingyue heard clearly. She pursed her lips and hugged me, her movements careful and gentle. I sat on the bed, burying my head in her chest. Her embrace was very warm, very comfortable. My breath was hot. It seemed to have become part of her body. I wrapped my arms around her waist, rubbing gently in her embrace, occasionally nuzzling my head against her, like a little animal being affectionate. Su Qingyue lowered her head, holding me in her arms. Gradually realizing the posture was too ambiguous, she slowly let go. Su Qingyue couldn't help but speak up. Gu Xingcheng, do you know who I am? I sat swaying on the big bed upon hearing that, my face full of dreaminess, lowering my hazy eyes, tilting my head without saying a word. Su Qingyue's gaze lingered on me for a long time. Finally, her eyes darkened. Sure enough, a drunk person basically wouldn't remember her. Suddenly, I clumsily tugged at her shirt. My tone a bit urgent, I know. A faint light flickered in Su Qingyue's eyes, gently holding my hand. Then who am I? Her eyelashes trembled like crow's wings, heart beating frantically out of control. Drunk me was a bit adorably foolish, slowly saying, my wife. Su Qingyue's breath suddenly hitched, heart suddenly skipping a beat. A long while later, she finally heard her own voice amidst her pounding heartbeat. What? I was totally dazed, looking at her, looking a bit worried, asking weakly, what's wrong? Are you not my wife? Su Qingyue stared at the culprit in front of her. I looked disappointed. A while later, she slowly hummed, receiving an affirmative answer. I laughed happily and contentedly. Beautiful sparkling stars bloomed in my eyes. Wifey, my voice was gentle and affectionate, eyes full of expectation. Let me tell you a secret. Su Qingyue lowered her eyes, her voice unchanged. Go ahead. I shook my head twice, sadly unhappy. Come a bit closer. Well, whisper it. Don't let anyone else hear. There was clearly no one else in the room, but Su Qingyue still lowered her head and leaned close to my face. Immediately hearing me lower my voice, Su Qingyue, in our past life, we were together. We were husband and wife, the kind with a marriage certificate. Every single word made Su Qingyue's heart tremble. It took a long time to return to normal. After the surprise and joy, she lowered her head and smiled bitterly, feeling like she was just indulging in fantasy. Past life, present life, just talking nonsense. Su Qingyue sighed, but the corners of her lips unconsciously curved up. Even if it was just my dream, she was very happy. But not knowing what I thought of, my mood suddenly plummeted, clutching the blanket tight, my voice getting smaller. But after we got married, you were very mean, always demanding strictness from me. I complained discontentedly, as if suffering an earth-shattering injustice. Su Qingyue looked at my pitiful, aggrieved appearance. Her whole body suddenly stiffened. In her nightmarish childhood, her scum father would slap her at the slightest provocation, threatening her with a kitchen knife. The worst time, her leg was broken. Her mother was also covered in bloody wounds, even though that scum was dead. But the shadow that once loomed over Su Qingyue hadn't vanished. Su Qingyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath, bearing all the pain of the past deep down. She was silent for a long time before speaking slowly, her tone a bit serious. How could I possibly bully you? Seeing Su Qingyue refusing to admit it to death, I got even angrier, glaring at her, saying word by word, you clearly did. Su Qingyue helplessly said no more. I nuzzled my head towards her, plotting something unknown, finger pointing at myself, saying seriously, I'm a little villain, now I want to bully you. Su Qingyue lazily leaned back in the chair, looking at me. With a hint of curiosity, how does the little villain want to bully me? The person on the bed blinked, tilted his head, thinking seriously, hiding slyness and bad intentions. Can you come a bit closer? Su Qingyue felt she shouldn't go over there, but her body was very honest, involuntarily moving closer to me. I inched closer towards her. Then later you have to be good and not move. Su Qingyue nodded in agreement. Okay, I moved closer, bit by bit. Su Qingyue was getting closer. My gaze fell on those soft pink lips. Fingertips couldn't help but gently touch them. Wanted to touch for a long time. Finally got my wish. Su Qingyue stared at me. Drunk me wasn't just a villain, but also a pervert, especially in this drunken state. Su Qingyue gently swatted my hand away, increasing the distance. My fingertips stopped in midair. I retracted my hand, feeling wronged. Why won't you let me touch? Is it because you don't like me? Su Qingyue was dizzied by love, momentarily almost forgetting the main issue. She rummaged through my bag for a set of white clothes and threw them on me. Put on your clothes yourself. Su Qingyue turned and walked away. Wait a few minutes later, she brought a cup of warm honey water, making sure I had finished dressing before coming over. Su Qingyue's gaze fell on me. She couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh. You're dressed all right, but you put it on backwards. She patiently stuffed the cup into my hand. Drink up and then go to sleep. Honey water can reduce the discomfort after drinking, relieve headaches. I bowed my head and picked up the glass. After drinking, my heart warmed up. Lying on the bed, my whole body felt comfortable. I rubbed my tired eyes, yawned. Actually, I had been sleepy for a long time, but I didn't want to sleep, even more reluctant to sleep. I lay on my side on the bed, looking towards Su Qingyue, hesitating for a long time, wanting to speak but stopping, wanting to say it but daring not to. A long while later, Su Qingyue seemed to understand all my actions, finally couldn't help asking, what do you want to say? My eyes were dreamy, my whole being groggy. Su Qingyue, do you like me? I carefully looked up, staring at Su Qingyue's expression with expectation and nervousness. But after waiting for a very, very long time, she remained silent, as if struggling to suppress something. She didn't say anything. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence, scarily quiet, time passing by second by second. Su Qingyue showed no expression, clenching her fists tight, clenching so hard her knuckles turned white. She suddenly really wanted in this moment to tell me all the secrets buried in her heart, to pour out the bitter, unrequited love of over 10 years. But I was drunk. Would I remember these things after waking up? Su Qingyue looked panicked, thinking a lot in that moment, finally giving up, helplessly bowing her head. Because of Yang Yuting, she had once been alienated by me, could only watch helplessly as I drifted away from her, so she didn't dare to gamble. I curled up in the blanket looking at her. Su Qingyue, do you not like me? Even just a little bit? Not even a little? I don't ask for much. Just a little is enough. Finally, Su Qingyue just took a deep breath, complex emotions welling up inside. It's late. Rest early. Gu Xingcheng, good night. Hearing that, I knew Su Qingyue was deliberately dodging my question. In an instant, all sorts of sadness and disappointment intertwined. Su Qingyue turned to walk towards the adjacent hotel room. When she turned her back to me, her eyes held a few more shades of loneliness and dejection. I summoned all my courage, stood up, and hugged her from behind. Do you not need me anymore either? Can you not go? Su Qingyue turned around to comfort me. You're really drunk. I'm not leaving. You'll stay here with you. Go lie down on the bed. I went back to lie on the bed, like a small animal scooting to the side. Scoot, leaving a super large space on the bed. So sleep here with me tonight, okay? Time suddenly stopped. Su Qingyue's mind couldn't quite keep up. Seeing her not reacting for a while, I shook her hand, saying sincerely, you said you wouldn't leave me alone. Hurry and get in. I warmed it up for you. There's only one bed. Of course we have to sleep together. Su Qingyue's cold face darkened again. No way. She rejected me very decisively. I was stunned for 2 seconds, a bit unbelieving. She leaned on the chair by the bed, her voice concise, suppressed to the point of trembling. I'll sit here and sleep with you. I lay on the bed, tilting my head, round eyes looking at her, hesitating for a long while. In the end, I still inched closer to her and nodded. Okay. Su Qingyue went to turn off the lights, leaving only a very dim, warm nightlight. She sat on the stool by the bed. Her voice sounded a bit more spoiling. Go to sleep. I'll watch over you. I lay on the soft pillow and rubbed my eyes. Then you can't suddenly leave while I'm asleep. Su Qingyue hummed softly. I won't leave. Receiving an affirmative answer, I happily closed my eyes. Late at night, when everything was silent, Song Xinyue was dead drunk. She was beaten until her bones broke, her face covered in blood from her nose. However, she hadn't taken 2 steps before a heavy punch landed on the bridge of her nose. Without even waiting for her to react, she was kicked in the knee. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Heart-wrenching pain seeped deep into her marrow. A stream of hot blood gushed from Song Xinyue's nose. Forced to kneel on the ground, she angrily raised her head. The next second, her expression suddenly froze. Complex emotion spread throughout her body. Yang Yuting looked down at her from above. The Yang family's rules were very strict, always requiring the heir to maintain a perfect state, never letting others see their emotions, hiding joy and anger. She also always maintained a cold demeanor, possessing only breathtaking beauty. But now her eyes were overflowing with anger. Those eyes looked as if they were stained with countless drops of fresh blood. Song Xinyue wanted to retreat and hide, but Yang Yuting grabbed her tightly by the collar. Her voice was cold as ice. Speak. Song Xinyue had already drunk some alcohol, so she spilled everything in her heart. You wouldn't agree anyway. He doesn't care about you, so I'm willing to marry him. Let me play around a bit, so what? Yang Yuting reached out and choked Song Xinyue. Her 5 fingers tightened, gripping hard. It seemed she really intended to strangle her to death. Yang Yuting clenched her fist, delivering punch after punch, striking hard at Song Xinyue's face, her voice bone-chillingly cold. I will discuss it with Uncle so you can get the hell out of the country. Song Xinyue was being choked, nearly unable to breathe. Engulfed by the sensation of suffocation, she fell to the ground, face covered in blood. Over 10 years of endurance and grievance, mixed with high alcohol concentration, suddenly exploded at this moment. Song Xinyue lay on the ground, smiling weirdly. Her voice was piercing. Yang Yuting, you really have emotional issues. You really are a cheap bitch. The one who implicitly allowed us to mock and belittle Gu Xingcheng was you. The one who led him on and refused to respond was also you. What deep affection are you pretending to have now? As she finished speaking, Yang Yuting felt like she had fallen into an ice cave, her expression completely frozen. Song Xinyue laughed maniacally, screaming out each word. From childhood to adulthood, everyone had to chase after you. But look back, you don't have a single real friend by your side. No one is sincere with you. If it weren't for your status as the young miss of the Yang family, who would bother with you? The dark night was silent. Even the rustling sound of the cold wind blowing was incredibly clear. Song Xinyue's words were resounding, incredibly piercing, as if she were holding a megaphone, constantly amplifying them in her ear. Yang Yuting closed her slightly red eyes, her expression darkening. Gu Xingcheng likes me. He is sincere. Song Xinyue had seen through it long ago, sneering. So what? He doesn't need you anymore. Yang Yuting immediately retorted coldly. Impossible. I'm the only one who doesn't need him. An indescribable bitterness suddenly rose in Yang Yuting's heart. She walked alone on the street in the cold wind. Her shadow gradually lengthened, looking incredibly lonely and lost. Yang Yuting's headache grew worse. She leaned weakly against the wall. Her face was pale. For a moment, the world spun. Memories of her past life frantically flooded into her mind, bit by bit, eroding her brain. These images flashed by like a slow-motion movie. Her brain suddenly stopped. Yang Yuting's eyes held a look of disbelief. Her vision became clear again in an instant. Her cold expression gradually melted away. The initial panic and anxiety also slowly dissipated. In the past life, I followed her for so many years. My heart and eyes were filled with her. How could I just leave so casually? Yang Yuting pursued her red lips tightly. She guaranteed this was the final test. 1:30 a.m. I dreamed again of being thrown back to the countryside when I was young, being locked in a dark room by my grandmother. I suddenly opened my eyes, taking a deep breath, but still in a daze. I hadn't fully sobered up yet. I subconsciously turned my head to look for Su Qingyue beside me. However, that chair was empty. There was absolutely no sign of Su Qingyue. I froze. She still sneaked away while I was asleep. In an instant, my whole heart felt bitter and numb, making it impossible to breathe. I held my face in despair. Su Qingyue, why don't you need me anymore either? Suddenly, Su Qingyue's voice came from behind the door. Gu Xingcheng, I'm right here. I was completely stunned. I stood dazed for a long while before coming to my senses. Following the voice, I moved bit by bit towards the bathroom door. I reached out and grabbed the doorknob. The door wasn't locked. It opened immediately. I froze for 2 seconds. After thinking seriously, I curiously poked my head inside. Hearing the door open, Su Qingyue was startled and hurriedly pulled up her pants. The tips of her ears suddenly turned bright red. Gu Xingcheng, what are you doing? I slowly reacted, blinking twice. I came to find you. Drunk me was obviously unreasonable, and not in my right mind. Su Qingyue was speechless. She paused for a moment, at a loss. Facts proved. Girls must lock the door when going out to protect themselves well. After washing her hands, Su Qingyue tucked me back into the blanket. She sat on the chair beside the bed. I held her other hand tightly, as if possessed. She raised her index finger and poked my cheek, sinking deep into it. Su Qingyue took a deep breath and immediately pulled her hand back. I curled up in the blanket. Su Qingyue, I thought you didn't want me anymore either, because none of them wanted me. My mind was in a mess. Some bad memories suddenly surfaced. I always seemed to be an unlucky person. Feeling a bit disappointed, I turned over to go back to sleep. But just as I was about to drift off, I vaguely heard Su Qingyue's voice. Through the blanket, it wasn't very clear. She said, I need you. At noon, I rubbed against the pillow. Dazedly opening my eyes, memories of last night flooded back like a tide. I remembered going to the hot springs with Su Qingyue, almost being humiliated by Song Xinyue. Su Qingyue rushed over in time and took me to the hotel. After that, I didn't remember anything. Now I was in a large, soft bed. Still not understanding what was going on, I leisurely turned over. The next second, my eyes went wide, and I sat up abruptly, blinking in astonishment. Why was there someone sitting by my bed? Su Qingyue sat on the chair next to the bed, looking at me calmly. Awake? Are you hungry? There's soy milk and steamed buns on the bedside table. Since I bought them too early, they're probably a bit cold. I was stunned. Why are you here? What exactly happened last night? Su Qingyue took in my astonished expression and pursed her lips. Speaking calmly, don't you remember anything from last night? I blinked, looking at her with suspicion. Did I do something? Su Qingyue had anticipated this. She lowered her head and smiled. Taking out her phone, she played a recording. It was full of my drunk voice. Su Qingyue, can you hug me? Come here a bit, Su Qingyue. Can you not leave? Hurry up and get under the covers. I warmed them up for you. The recording ended. My pupils suddenly contracted. Could hardly believe my ears. I pointed at myself in disbelief. Is this me? Su Qingyue nodded with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow. Who else? She only played a small, relatively normal segment. More shocking content. She didn't even dare to let me hear. I collapsed, covering my face. I was so bold when drunk, acting like a hooligan with Su Qingyue. I whispered an apology. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was drunk. I had no ability to think at all. I don't remember anything. Don't overthink it. I thought for a moment and added. Su Qingyue said, rest assured, your virtue is still intact. I rubbed my eyes, looking at her with a sincere expression. I really don't remember anything, but actually, I still had some vague impressions, like asking Su Qingyue if she liked me even a little bit. Su Qingyue didn't say anything, silently avoiding the question, or when I said others didn't need me. Su Qingyue said, I need you. I heard it vaguely, not clearly. I didn't know if it was my hallucination, but I felt much more reassured in my heart. Su Qingyue couldn't help but lower her head and chuckle. Starting to deny everything already? Luckily, you only sat next to me for one night. Su Qingyue took a deep breath. Go wash up first. I bought breakfast for you. I nodded blankly. After washing up, I took the soy milk and whispered, I didn't do anything more outrageous last night, right? Su Qingyue leaned lazily against the back of the chair, her tone suggestive. You guess? I lowered my head and drank the soy milk, not daring to say anything more. Returning to the school dorm from the resort hotel, I looked guilty, but there were rumors in school. Song Xinyue suddenly dropped out, reason unknown. Heard she even moved abroad. Definitely won't be back anytime soon. For a moment, everyone was incredibly gloating. Many people had disliked her for a long time. I silently sighed in relief. My roommates next to me had bright eyes, eager for gossip, faces full of curiosity. They really wanted to hear about my daily life with Su Qingyue, and Yi Cheng propped his chin. So you drank strong liquor, and after getting drunk, you begged Su Qingyue to stay and sleep with you? Li Yu took a bite of watermelon and scooted closer. Then isn't that equivalent to you two sleeping together? I retorted. No, she just sat next to me. Li Yu smiled like a gossiping auntie, analyzing rationally yet boldly. Gu Xingcheng, she definitely likes you. Maybe she's secretly loved you for years. Those involved are blind. Those watching are clear. Yi Cheng and Gucci also nodded furiously. 3 strategists all reached the same conclusion. My eyes widened in shock, heart beating like a drum. Simmering for a long time without being able to say a word, I just shook my head slightly. Su Qingyue secretly loves me? How is that possible? What is there about me for others to like? I sprawled on the table, trying to calm down, but Suching Yue's 3 words kept echoing in my head. I need you. Days passed by. The day at the hot springs felt further and further away. Suching Yue always felt it wasn't real. The vague ambiguity of that night, that sincere and earnest wifey, seemed like just a big dream of hers, something that didn't exist at all. Only when playing the recording, hearing my voice, did her heart gradually feel at ease. Winter was very cold, but when Suching Yue wore that white woolen scarf, she felt this winter seemed very warm. The phone recording still played my voice from that night. Late at night, the cold wind blew outside the window, leaves rustling. Suching Yue bowed her head, sitting at her desk, seriously writing in her notebook. December 24th, Christmas Eve, along with the arrival of winter. Today fell on a Friday. The atmosphere in school was getting thicker. Giving apples on Christmas Eve was always a good way to show friendship, even bittersweet secret love. For example, Yang Yuting. Her desk was full of apples and love letters from boys. Her face was pale, radiating a cold aura, making the girls next to her shiver, not understanding what this young miss was angry about. Only after a long while did they realize there was no apple from me. 2 years ago, I always meticulously prepared apples and greeting cards. Looking at her expectantly, she rejected or threw away gifts from others, only accepting mine. Just this action alone made me very happy. Just a little kindness would satisfy me. Such a person suddenly left. The girls didn't dare to speak. Yang Yuting almost couldn't maintain her perfectly calm facade. Yang Yuting clutched a watch in her palm. An indescribable unease rose in her heart. This watch was a one-of-a-kind custom piece, worth tens of millions, implied pure, flawless love. If only I would bow down to her. If only I would actively return, she would give it to me. But waiting and waiting, Yang Yuting waited until the lonely, biting, cold wind came, but still didn't receive my apple and wishes. At noon, I returned to the dorm after practice. Since passing the online interview round of the Star Moon singing competition for the first time, I practiced in the music room every day, preparing for tomorrow's preliminary round. All 3 rounds were broadcast live. The brothers in the dorm were genuinely happy for me. They started stuffing snacks into my hands one by one. There were also local specialties they brought, and Yi Cheng raised his chin. Wait until you show off your singing skills. Well, spam 66 in the live stream room. If anyone dares to talk trash, Daddy will report them to death in one go. I nodded after listening. It's great to have you guys. I was fed a lemon fizzy candy. Sucking on it, my mouth was full of refreshing fragrance. But I always felt like something was missing. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Suching Yue at school for a long time these past few days. It would be great if she could appear right now. The next second, my phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. I am downstairs at your dorm. Suching Yue's message caught my eye. My heart skipped a beat. I was stunned, grabbing a small gift box on the table and rushing out. Suching Yue stood not far away. I walked up to her. The warm breath exhaled gradually, turned into a misty white fog, slowly dissolving into the air. My voice held a joy I didn't even realize myself. Why did you come here? Suching Yue said indifferently. Just happened to pass by, long time no see. So I came to see how you are. I handed her the apple gift box and smiled. This was the racing car model I had prepared for Suching Yue long ago. Racing is a very dangerous competitive sport. Suching Yue practiced almost every day. I hoped even more that Suching Yue would be safe and smooth. Winning glory came second. I forgot which Christmas Eve it started, that we began giving apples to each other. But Suching Yue remembered very clearly it was the winter 9 years ago. In elementary school, there was a small apple-giving activity in class. That day, a classmate was sick and didn't come, leading to an odd number of students in the class. One person was left out, and she was the one left out. Everyone exchanged apples and greeting cards. Except for her, no one wanted to give her an apple, nor did anyone write her a card. At that time, she had the worst grades, eccentric and disliked talking. There were also rumors that she liked fighting. Everyone avoided her. That day, I ran over from another class, publicly stuffing a bunch of apples and Christmas gifts into her arms. That was when Suching Yue realized she actually cared a lot. Previous memories weren't good at all, but luckily, there was a good person always by her side for so many years. Suching Yue's lips slowly curled up. She also took out a red apple wrapped in reindeer paper from behind her back. Eating this lucky apple will bring good luck. Do you believe it? I took the apple, looking down at the lifelike little reindeer. I hesitated for a long time without saying anything. A long while later, I looked down at her and said, Suching Yue, do I look that easy to fool? Hearing this, Suching Yue smiled brightly. Not fooling you. It's true. I took the apple back to the dorm, a smile on my lips, just as I opened the door. The 3 strategists stood seriously in front of me, scrutinizing me carefully with their eyes. Guxing Cheng, attention. I immediately stood at attention obediently. What's up? Strategist Gucci asked first. Where did you go just now? For some reason, I felt a bit guilty. Pausing for a moment, I went to throw out the trash. I'm telling the truth. When I went downstairs, I really did throw out the trash at the door. And Yi Cheng next to me was grinding his teeth in anger. The 3 of us on the balcony saw everything after washing the apple. I sat on the chair and truthfully confessed everything. After speaking, I ate the red apple.
Gucci seized the opportunity. Is the apple she gave you sweet? I lowered my eyes and said seriously. Very sweet. After finishing the apple, I started tidying up my things. That reindeer wrapping paper box suddenly fell, a small black card. The handwriting on it was delicate and soft. Do you want to go somewhere with me tonight? I was stunned. My eyes lit up slightly. I picked up the card, looking at it over and over. Go where with her? Su Qingyue. Clearly had many opportunities to say it, yet deliberately used the form of writing on a card. It seemed more formal. My curiosity was piqued. I thought about this sentence all afternoon. Winter nights came faster than usual. It was already dark by 5 o'clock. The night wind carried a bit of chill. I was led by Su Qingyue to a newly opened commercial area in the city center. Today was Christmas Eve, very lively. There were also many cosplayers taking commemorative photos. A giant Christmas tree stood tall in the center, decorated with colorful gems, adding a touch of beauty, misty breaths. Many couples stood in front of the Christmas tree hugging, confessing their love. Lately, I haven't paid much attention to these things. Didn't know a new commercial street opened here. Even less did I know there would be such dreamy activities. Must be newly opened, coinciding with Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. To attract traffic, they organized it so grandly. Gu Xingcheng's pleasant voice slowly lowered. I looked down at her. Su Qingyue took out 2 small reindeer hair clips from her pocket. Holding them towards me, her voice a bit lazy. Everyone else has one. Help me put it on. I blinked, looking down at these 2 little antlers for a moment, then raising my head to look around. Indeed, the girls around were almost all wearing reindeer clips. But the one in Su Qingyue's hand was a bit different. It also had small golden bells, looking more exquisite and beautiful. I nodded. Couldn't help asking, where did you get it? Su Qingyue didn't look like someone who would buy these things. Sure enough, she blurted out that it came free with the apples. I reached out and clipped the reindeer clips on both sides for her. As the distance between us slowly closed, the faint floral scent on Su Qingyue hit my face. I felt a bit unnatural. My heart skipped half a beat. Our posture was both ambiguous and intimate. I bowed my head slightly. When leaning close, I even held my breath a little, not daring to breathe heavily. Done. I took a step back, gradually widening the distance. Su Qingyue reached up and touched the little reindeer. Her eyes held a hidden smile, accidentally revealing 2 other hair clips in her hand. Su Qingyue's tone was very righteous. You have to wear one with me too. She looked up slightly, her lips curving up. I was suddenly speechless. Why? Su Qingyue didn't know why either. She just wanted me to wear it with her. It seemed like wearing identical hair clips could prove to others that they were a couple, like many couples on the street wearing matching clothes or wearing matching bracelets, silently showing affection. There was a very subtle feeling in it. I was still thinking about how to answer. The next second, Su Qingyue tiptoed in front of me. I'll clip it for you. Her gaze was incredibly burning. I found it hard to refuse. I squatted down. She reached out and clipped the hair clip for me, carefully and seriously. After clipping it on, my heart couldn't help but rejoice. Maybe it was due to the strong festive atmosphere, in the expectant and happy atmosphere of the passers-by. I relaxed more and more. I bought 2 cups of rich cocoa, handed one to Su Qingyue, clinked cups with her. The rich aroma immediately spread on the tip of the tongue, warm as spring. My whole body instantly came back to life. 2 people gradually approached the game area. All were novelties like Lego blind boxes. There were quite a few young people. Su Qingyue led me to the claw machine, suddenly stopped, asked if I wanted to play the claw machine. The giant claw machine was like magic in a fairy tale world. The dolls in the glass case were of all kinds. Many dolls were limited editions that couldn't be bought. I also really wanted to experience the joy of catching a doll, still thinking about whether to play or not. Su Qingyue had already exchanged coins. Come here. Su Qingyue stared at me, her tone carried extreme temptation. Gu Xingcheng, if you don't try, how do you know if you can do it? Su Qingyue put a coin in first, one hand gripping the joystick, controlling the claw, pressed the button. The claw slowly lowered, accurately catching a plush dog. Watching the plush dog being lifted by the claw, I felt my heart being grabbed too, slowly lifting high. I held my breath slightly, not daring to breathe heavily. But the next second, my upturned lips suddenly disappeared. That plush doll suddenly fell, failing just centimeters from the exit. But Su Qingyue had no reaction, as if it were a foreseen outcome. I approached and comforted her gently. That was great. Try again. Maybe you'll get it. The distance instantly shortened. Su Qingyue's gaze fell on my full, soft lips. After 2 or 3 seconds, she immediately looked away. She inserted a coin to try again, but all 3 times. Each time it was just a little short. At the crucial moment, the claw always loosened. I felt sorry for her. Su Qingyue was very calm. She stuffed a coin into my hand, tilting her head to look at me seriously. You try. I subconsciously refused, but my luck is bad. You play. Su Qingyue lowered her head and smiled softly. As you can see, 4 misses. My luck is probably even worse. I had to put the coin in, taking a shot in the dark. I had almost no hope, but still seriously controlled the claw. Aiming at the butter bear in the middle, nervously pressed the red button. The claw gripped the little bear tightly and flew into the air. The next second, a clattering sound. I blinked. Unbelievably took out the cream bear holding flowers from below. Su Qingyue, I really caught it, Su Qingyue. Half leaning against the claw machine,
She unconsciously curled her lips along with me. Very good. This was the first time in my life I caught a plush doll. Su Qingyu seemed not to believe in jinxes, tried a few more times, but either didn't catch it, or caught it halfway. The claw suddenly loosened. Not a single success. The kids watching nearby were getting anxious, innocently looking up and saying, "Sister, you have to try harder. You're not as good as your boyfriend." Su Qingyue looked at the kids and didn't deny it, just chuckled softly, lazily responded, "That's right, this brother is better, so I have to let him play." Hearing the word boyfriend, my chest warmed up a bit. Another coin was stuffed into my hand. This is the last coin. Under the gaze of many people, inevitably felt a bit of pressure. I took a deep breath, shook the joystick. The target was the small brown dog Su Qingyue tried to catch earlier. After confirming the aim, seriously pressed the button with a serious face. I didn't know. While I was seriously catching the doll, Su Qingyue was also seriously looking at me, seeing the claw grip the small dog tightly, slowly flying up. Finally, with a clatter, it fell steadily into the exit, caught it again. The kids nearby clapped wildly. I immediately squatted down, hugging the plush dog from the exit. Su Qingyue looked quickly. I caught it again. I didn't know if it was an illusion. I always felt that whenever it was my turn, the claw was particularly strong. I felt I was frighteningly strong right now. My face was proud, asking for praise, like a happy little reindeer. Su Qingyue's heart felt like it was being tickled by a feather, indescribably soft. It was just catching a plush doll. I was already this happy, so easily satisfied, at this moment. Su Qingyue suddenly felt everything she did was worth it. Her eyes were filled with a radiant smile. Her eyes held scattered light. "Gu Xingcheng, you are very lucky. You are the one most deserving of luck." I looked at the two plush dolls in my hands, then looked at Su Qingyue and said, "I'll share half my luck with you." The street was crowded and bustling. Christmas piano melodies echoed in the air, so beautiful it felt unreal. Clearly, it was noisy and lively around, but Su Qingyue gradually couldn't hear the surrounding sounds clearly. Only the sentence, "I'll share half my luck with you," remained. In an instant, an indescribable emotion spread wildly. Just looking at each other for a second, one would unconsciously sink in. Su Qingyue smiled uncontrollably. She looked away. "Gu Xingcheng, follow me." I didn't ask why. Nodded, followed her through the crowd. We stopped in front of a newly opened toy shopping center, but the crowd surged like a tide, completely impossible to enter, extremely crowded. Suddenly a boy fell to the ground ahead, crying loudly in pain. Wait for me to help the boy up. When I looked up again, I couldn't find Su Qingyue's familiar figure. I stood there looking around, but couldn't find her anywhere. A sudden panic rose in my heart. The next second, a warm sensation spread from my wrist. A tingling feeling seeped into my skin, permeating through my limbs and bones. "I'm here." Su Qingyue grabbed my wrist, leading me straight forward. The small patch of skin where we touched felt like it was about to catch fire, so hot that it was hard to ignore. The shopping mall on Christmas Eve was exceptionally lively. People were coming and going in front of the arcade. Su Qingyue grabbed my wrist. I slowly came back to my senses. My ears instantly turned red. Just as Su Qingyue stopped walking, it was like an electric shock. I immediately pulled my hand back. My face was full of unnatural awkwardness. I didn't dare to look her in the eye at all. I just wanted to bury my head in the ground. Almost the very second I pulled my hand back, Su Qingyue immediately noticed the shift in my emotions. She also noticed me quietly inching to the side. Su Qingyue's movement froze. Her expression looked a bit panicked. She lowered her eyes and silently withdrew her hand, suppressing the turbulent emotions inside. A moment later, she regained her composure. Her tone was calm. She asked if I wanted to draw a prize. My attention was caught, and I looked up. This was an opening event. Just scan the login code, hit like, and follow the public account to get a direct prize draw. I didn't really want to do these troublesome things. Most importantly, my luck is terrible. I've never won anything. But the various limited edition items in the store, those exquisite gifts, tempted me. I nodded. Sure. Su Qingyue scanned the code and did it first. 23 minutes later, she randomly picked a red envelope from the staff's hand. I craned my neck and carefully leaned in to look. The result was a blank piece of paper inside the red envelope. Too bad, didn't win. I was a bit disappointed. I didn't expect much. I liked the video on the public account. Looking at the red envelopes in the staff girl's hand, I hesitated inside. The staff girl also smiled at me and Su Qingyue, "Young man, hurry and pick one." I nodded. I randomly took a red envelope. I slowly opened the paper inside. 3 big words. First prize appeared before my eyes. I froze on the spot. I confirmed it again and again several times. I couldn't quite believe this sudden luck. I flipped to the back of the paper. There was a line of English written in cursive. For some reason it felt familiar. I didn't know if it was an illusion. It looked a bit like Su Qingyue's handwriting. Even when I handed the paper to the staff girl, I still felt dizzy. It felt like I was hit by a falling star from the sky. My whole body was dazed, swelling with a surreal feeling. It wasn't until the prize was stuffed into my arms that I came back to my senses. People around looked full of admiration, watching me and uttering exclamations of amazement. I stepped out of the crowd. My eyes curved slightly. Starlight sparkled in my eyes. Su Qingyue, look, quick. I really drew that lucky apple. It really works.
Su Ching Yue stood close beside me, looking at my surprised expression. A wave of warmth gradually rose in her heart. If I was happy, she would inexplicably be happy too. Su Ching Yue's lips curled up slightly. She asked gently. I was incredibly satisfied. We walked through the whole mall together. I carefully hugged the box the whole way. I felt like I was about to sprout wings, slowly floating up. And that paper of luck and favor. I carefully folded it up too, seriously tucking it into my pocket, until many years later, I finally truly understood. There is no Santa Claus in the world, but the favor and luck of Christmas Eve. Someone who loves you will wrap it as a gift and secretly give it to you. Night fell. The bright moon and streetlights emitted a hazy glow, enveloping the two of us. The next second, some girls walking together ahead suddenly got excited, pointing at the sky and shouting in surprise. You guys, look, is this a meteor? I looked up with them, but I couldn't see anything after searching for a long time. Another girl looked confused. Where is it? Why don't I see it? You're not tricking me, are you? I'm not tricking you. There really was one just now. Look, another one. The girl excitedly took out her phone to take a picture. I slowly looked up, the whole sky reflected in my eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across the pitch-black sky, dragging a sparkling pink tail as it swept across the galaxy in the night sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was a pink meteor. I felt like I was dreaming. What kind of day was this? I caught plushies twice in a row. I won a prize. I even witnessed a meteor passing by with my own eyes. Today is truly my lucky day. Su Ching Yue stood beside me. She also looked up at the sky, enjoying the same beautiful scenery with me. Neither of us expected it. The real miracle was just beginning. A spectacular meteor shower slowly unveiled itself. Countless shooting stars traced beautiful arcs, dazzling and radiant as diamonds, like arrows ready to be fired, burning from friction with the air, gathering into 10,000 silver rays, making one captivated at first glance. The girls in front were so excited they were about to jump up, completely speechless. I was also unusually silent. I had never seen a meteor with my own eyes, let alone a meteor shower. I hurriedly raised my phone to record a video, wanting to capture this magnificent moment. But the video couldn't be as stunning as seeing it with my own eyes. This was a romantic poem that Christmas Eve gifted them, a brilliant painting that the vast universe painted for them. I thought I would never forget this lucky day. It would be deeply etched in my memory forever. I suddenly thought of something. I patted Su Ching Yue's shoulder. Su Ching Yue, make a wish, quick. Meteors have an ancient legend. Just sincerely pray to it, and the wish might very well come true. Okay, let's wish together. Su Ching Yue leaned against my arm, her lips curled up unconsciously. She closed her eyes to make a wish just like me. Theoretically speaking, wishing like this has no effect at all, but people live for moments like these. We can't always be logical. A moment later, two wishes crossed the sky with the meteor shower, traveling through the universe, landing in an unknown corner. I hope my competition goes smoothly tomorrow, that I can bravely stand on stage and shine, getting a bit closer to my dream. I hope he can shine like a shooting star, but never fall. Done wishing, I secretly opened my eyes, peeking at Su Ching Yue. The next second, I unexpectedly crashed into Su Ching Yue's jet-black eyes. Our eyes met, making hearts flutter. My heart stopped for a second, perhaps feeling the tremor of nature, perhaps because I was too excited and happy today. I didn't turn my head away immediately like usual. This time our gazes seemed to commune. Neither looked away. I looked at her silently and seriously. Actually, I really like Su Ching Yue's eyes, especially the tear mole dotting under her right eye. The corners of her eyes tilted up slightly. In that moment, the brilliant meteor shower dazzled the whole sky, but it all became a background for her. I froze. Panic rose in my heart, because I seemed to see a brilliant twinkling meteor falling into Su Ching Yue's affectionate eyes. The next day was Saturday Christmas. It was also the preliminary round of the first Star Moon Cup singing selection contest. At exactly 6 p.m., the opera stage live stream was in full swing. Su Ching Yue stood at the frontmost spot on the second floor. Her gaze swept over the contestants below, without any emotion. This competition was organized very formally. The stage was bright and spacious. The lights, the participating contestants were all ordinary people, facing such a big stage, and the cold, scrutinizing eyes of the judges. Singing live, it was hard to avoid nervousness. It was very difficult to show one's true ability. At 8 p.m., the competition was halfway through. Whether judges or audience, everyone was getting a bit aesthetically fatigued. The next second, the spotlight shone on the center of the stage, reflecting a silver streak of light, falling into Su Ching Yue's eyes. The woman's gaze, which had been wandering, finally focused in that moment. Her heart beat wildly against her ribs. She awaited her prince. Below the stage, the MC calmly introduced. Number 99, Gu Xingcheng, the live stream camera. In the frame, the boy wore a simple white suit. He looked humble and introverted, seemingly a bit afraid to look straight at the camera. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream room paused for a few seconds, then began screenshotting frantically,
When the first second of music played, I slowly raised the microphone, closing my eyes, singing in the middle of the vast stage. In an instant, the surroundings became incredibly quiet. Only the boy's clear, deep voice echoed in the air, washing and purifying the soul. As soon as I sang, all eyes and spotlights focused on me. I was definitely very nervous. Otherwise, I wouldn't have closed my eyes. My fingertips curled slightly, sweating a little. But when I closed my eyes, it was pitch black before me. Su Qingyue's image kept appearing in my mind. Thinking of her, I seemed to stop being nervous. My clear, powerful voice blended with the accompaniment, enveloping the softest parts of the listeners' hearts. I had practiced this song countless times. The details were fine, but something seemed missing. My mentor said, it was because I didn't fully understand the song, it lacked a bit of soul, so I couldn't express the free and unrestrained emotion the original singer intended. I had been a bit discouraged, until that spectacular and breathtaking meteor shower last night. I don't know if it was because the wish succeeded. My mood underwent an earth-shattering change. I bathed in the brilliant lights. In this moment, I seemed to truly understand what it means to enjoy the stage. I looked up, slowly opened my eyes, saw the expressionless screen, countless audience members raising phones, cameras from all sides, the lenses all turned into shooting stars, sweeping across the night sky. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. Time stopped too. But there was still one person. I unexpectedly caught Su Qingyue's burning hot gaze, becoming more and more confident. Countless people stared up from below the stage. Even holding their breath, the camera zoomed in on my face. Tens of thousands of people in the livestream room, only then discovered teardrop-shaped diamonds pasted under my eyes, like teardrops reflecting scattered light. I immersed myself more and more in the song, enjoying the stage. Emotions became fuller. The spread was extremely powerful. The number of people in the official livestream room kept rising. On the second floor of the theater, Su Qingyue's gaze was etched on me. A faint curve appeared at the corner of her lips. This moment, I really did it, shining like a diamond just as I sang, radiating glory. The stage ended. I slowly put down the microphone, heart pounding. It felt like I was walking on cotton. A sense of relief rose like I just finished an 800-meter run. The singing slowly stopped, but everyone was still immersed in the starry sky from just now, taking a long time to come back to reality. In the villa, outside the livestream screen, the woman's gaze rested on the lens. Her gaze on the center of the stage grew colder, revealing complex, elusive emotions. Yang Yuting pursed her red lips tight, her long, slender white fingers, subconsciously curled up, gripping the luxury watch in her hand. She remembered that in the past life, she opposed my career, did not approve of me singing or struggling in the entertainment industry. She secretly suppressed me. It was just a matter of one word from her. In my world, having her was enough. Her friends would also mock me. Don't know your own limits. Delusional. Over time. Standing on stage, I seemed to lack confidence more and more. My career went downhill. I even tended towards depression. We had a cold war over this, but every time I was the one who humbled myself to coax her. In the past life, I obviously liked her so much. Loved her to death like that. How could I leave so easily in this life? The image of the sparkling boy was etched into her mind. Yang Yuting felt like a volcano about to erupt. Could lose control at any moment. This feeling of being out of control, this unprecedented loss of emotional control made her very uncomfortable. After the stage ended, steps walking down the stage, my legs were a bit weak. I actually finished singing. Everything felt like a dream. The competition results for the round would be out later, but now I seem to have some confidence in my heart. Opening my phone, countless messages in the dorm group chat popped up frantically. Xingcheng, you're amazing, so good. My heart felt warm. Seriously replying, I started rewatching the live stream, observing my every gesture from just now. Eyes gradually widening, disbelief added to the depths of my eyes. Was that boy on stage really me? Through the screen, I seemed to see another side of myself. Even I felt amazed and astonished. Moreover, I didn't know how I could, on stage, accurately catch Su Qingyue's gaze from the vast sea of people. After rewatching the video repeatedly, I flusteredly put away my phone. Unconsciously looking up to the second floor, scanning every face, I looked until my eyes were tired. Still couldn't find Su Qingyue's figure. Strange, she was clearly there just now. Gu Xingcheng. A familiar voice rang out from behind, accompanied by a faint floral scent spreading around me. I immediately turned around, eyes curving into crescents. It seems no matter if I find her or not, Su Qingyue will always silently be by my side. Unexpectedly caught off guard, a bouquet of black roses was presented before me. High-end, beautiful, surrounded by this rich fragrance. It was like romance itself rushed towards me without hesitation. I was stunned. Su Qingyue held the flowers with both hands. Congratulations, the stage was perfect. My breath hitched for a moment. Couldn't tell if it was joy or surprise, nor if it was because of her recognition, or because of this bouquet. My mind suddenly went blank. I said blankly, "Why did you suddenly prepare flowers?" Su Qingyue stared at me, then unnaturally shifted her gaze. Her tone was a bit absent-minded. The flower shop had a sale, so I just bought them. After speaking, she lazily added, "Look, they all have them." I followed her gaze. Many other contestants nearby were surrounded by people. Some were parents, some were partners, some were friends, all giving bouquets of fresh flowers to cheer. The old flower seller nearby, probably about to laugh until he can't breathe. I hesitated to accept the flowers. I always feel like I don't deserve such surprise happiness. Su Qingyue spoke slowly. Don't like them? I came to my senses. My mouth was faster than my brain, blurring out. I like them, how could I not? I accepted the exquisite bouquet, repeating softly once again. Su Qingyue, I really like them. I bowed my head slightly, noticing an English card in the bouquet, suddenly stunned. It could be romantically translated as "Let me protect you." The moment I saw this English line, my heart skipped a beat. This must have come with the bouquet, right? Yes, definitely, Su Qingyue herself said. She bought it because the flower shop had a sale. Surely she wouldn't think that much, right? I slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help fantasizing. What if she prepared it specially? Or what if she chose the card herself? I hugged the flowers contentedly. I felt this bouquet Su Qingyue gave me was the most beautiful in the hall. The most beautiful. I took out my phone to take a picture, to photograph this bouquet and the card on it, wanting to record these good things forever, just like the meteor shower last night. So when I'm old, I can slowly reminisce, deep in such thoughts. Suddenly, Su Qingyue walked up to me. Let me take it for you. I subconsciously said, okay, regretting a bit after saying it. I like photographing things, photographing scenery, but I don't like photographing myself. Before I could get ready, Su Qingyue stepped back, raising the phone to aim at me. Seeing her extremely serious and patient look, I was dazed, smiling stiffly at the camera. Su Qingyue gazed intently at the phone screen. The handsome face of the boy in the photo, her gaze was tightly drawn, couldn't help thinking. So handsome. Su Qingyue took a total of 10 photos, almost finding the best angle in every one. The photos had a very strong atmosphere. I looked at each of my photos, nodding very satisfied. Su Qingyue, you're really too good. You took them so beautifully. Hearing the praise, Su Qingyue pretended to be cool with an arrogantly raising her chin. After watching the performances of the last few contestants, the preliminary round for this region officially ended. The competition results would take a while. I put on my white down jacket, finished wrapping my scarf, returning with Su Qingyue on Christmas night. Neon lights shone in brilliant colors. Shops big and small around were still playing Christmas theme music. The sky was dotted with twinkling stars. My mood became happy and relaxed along with it. Couldn't help saying it again. Thank you, Su Qingyue. Turning back to say lazily, thank you for what? I smiled at her. For your flowers, of course. Thank you, Su Qingyue, for going to the contest with me, giving me flowers, and taking pictures for me. Even more thankful she appeared in my life, walking along the road. Suddenly, Su Qingyue frowned slightly, vigilantly standing in front of me. I was confused, only to see under the cold streetlight not far away a figure in a white dress standing there. Yang Yuting was staring at us with icy eyes. Her fingertips subconsciously tightened. Completely unexpected that I would let another woman accompany me to the competition. Wasn't I pursuing her? So why act ambiguous with another woman while pursuing her? Yang Yuting stood motionless, face darkening, waiting for me to actively come over and coax her, but I stood behind Su Qingyue, not stepping out for a long time, just like that day. Even if she said if I dared to go with Su Qingyue, then never come back, I didn't turn back at all. Yang Yuting's expression got worse and worse. Su Qingyue stood between the two. Her eyes held added vigilance and disgust. Something wrong? Yang Yuting gripped the bag in her hand tightly, completely ignoring her, voice turning cold. Gu Xingcheng, come here. This was the first time she humbled herself, actively running to find me outside of school. I should have been secretly happy. Clearly before, in the past life. She only needed to say come here, only needed to wave. I would obediently appear before her, but now I had absolutely no intention of going over. I calmly refused. I've said it many times. I don't want to see you anymore as soon as I finish speaking. The expression Yang Yuting was trying to maintain nearly collapsed, but she still carried that cold, arrogant aura. Asking through gritted teeth, then why give me a scarf? I was confused. Scarf? When did I give you a scarf? Boom, like a lightning strike. Yang Yuting stepped back in disbelief. Every word seemed squeezed out from between her teeth. Didn't you give me this scarf? I looked at the somewhat rough red scarf on her neck, crooked and uneven, clearly hand-knitted by someone, completely clashing with the expensive luxury items on her. I suddenly felt this person was ridiculous. Deep affection that comes too late is cheaper than trash. Clearly in the past life after I gave Yang Yuting a scarf, I never saw her wear it, nor did I hear a single compliment from her. I was even anxious and uneasy inside, thinking did she not like it? Did she feel it was too cheap? She just likes people pampering and coaxing her, actively pursuing, taking everything for granted. Those bitter pains can never be erased. I lowered my eyes, calmly said, no, Yang Yuting, you are not worthy of someone else's sincere love. My voice through the cold wind seemed coated in frost, extremely sharp and piercing, stabbing hard into Yang Yuting's bleeding heart. Yang Yuting was stunned, her perfect, tidy expression nearly shattered into dust, constantly muttering inside impossible. However, Su Qingyue beside me was in a happy mood, feeling warmer and more comfortable all over. She turned to look at me. If you don't want to see her, you go back first. You'll come over later. I hesitated a moment, nodded and smiled. Okay, then he'll wait for you at the subway station. I took a detour, while turning back to look at Su Qingyue worriedly.
The figure gradually disappeared into the thick night. Su Qingyue turned around, facing Yang Yuting. The inherent gentleness in her eyes vanished completely. A storm was brewing in the depths of her eyes. Eyesore. Both felt the other was an extreme eyesore. Seeing Yang Yuting lift her foot to follow, Su Qingyue blocked her way immediately. Yang Yuting raised her chin, finally looking straight at Su Qingyue. Her tone had no warmth, like looking at a dead object, just a secret admirer. On what basis and qualification do you have to appear in front of him? She laughed coldly, questioning word by word. What does it have to do with you? Su Qingyue looked calm, reaching up to show the scarf on her neck. Just based on the fact that this scarf of mine was hand-knitted by Xing Cheng. Yang Yuting stared at her beige scarf. Her grip tightened until it turned white. She tried to maintain a dignified expression. Impossible. What I said was just out of anger. Besides, who knows if this damn green tea's words are true or false? Yang Yuting ruthlessly exposed her bloody scar. So what? You like him, secretly love him. But he has only ever seen you as a younger sister. He basically want like you. Well, I don't even need to do anything. He will actively come to curry favor with me. Yang Yuting looked at her mockingly, revealing a pitying expression. Su Qingyue, you are truly pitiful. Saying that, Yang Yuting left with a dark face, directly throwing the gift box into the trash can. Under strict demands from childhood to adulthood, she was always a master of disguise, someone with extremely stable emotions. This was the first time her mood fluctuated so violently. Also the first time feelings of helplessness and panic arose. Yang Yuting originally thought she had the upper hand, but until she passed the end of a store, she realized just how much she had lost composure. Red bloodshot veins appeared in Su Qingyue's eyes.
Standing stiffly on the spot, feeling at a disadvantage for the first time. He only sees you as a younger sister. He basically won't like you. Every word killed the heart. A feeling of helplessness spread to her limbs in an instant. There was a time. She had heard it before. Back in the first year of high school, a boy asked me, "Hey, what's the relationship between you and Su Qingyue? It feels like you two were very close when school started." My voice was calm. "Consider her a childhood friend I grew up with." The boy leaned in close. "Do you really not have any thoughts like that about her?" I very lightly said, "Huh?" The boy was both surprised and happy. "That's great. Su Qingyue, she's totally my type. Can you help me give her a love letter?" "Xing Cheng, I'm counting on you." Su Qingyue was right behind. Her heart felt gripped by a large hand, intense pain, making it hard to breathe. Secret love is endurance, suppression. The gaze is careful scrutiny. It's the panic of one person. Her secret love was giving without calculation, asking for no return. So basically, there's nothing pitiful about it. Su Qingyue exhaled, walking towards the subway station. Her shadow stretched long by the streetlights, lonely and solitary. This road seemed very, very long, but she was willing to spend her whole life walking it. When I got back to the dorm, I was tossed in the air by roommates, frantically, forcedly loved. A bit awkward from the praise, I hurriedly ran to shower. When I came out, the WeChat group chat had exploded with over 99 messages, startling me. Chen Shishi sent, "Oh my god, brother Gu, you actually hid it from us and secretly joined the competition." Zhang Qing asked, "What competition?" "I am Ultraman." Chen Shishi replied, "The school forum exploded. This damn dead phone. Little brother, take us with you next time." We cheer extremely enthusiastically. Guarantee you'll be the one with the most screams in the hall at Su Qingyue. Fine, fine, fine. You eat alone. Went to watch by yourself without inviting us, right? I froze a bit. Scrolling through messages again and again, waves of warmth rose in my heart. I couldn't help curving my lips, replying seriously. "If I'm lucky enough to get into the second round, I'll definitely invite everyone to go." Finished replying. I looked at the bouquet Su Qingyue gave me, mood unconsciously becoming better. Gucci beside me squinted slightly. "This bouquet was given by Su Qingyue, right?" Hit the nail on the head. I lowered my head slightly, looking honest, shyly bowing my head. After hearing my words, Li Yu's eyes flashed with a look that saw through everything. "He prepared this on purpose, didn't he? Flower shop discount my foot. Bought it on a whim? Whim my ass. He definitely bought them specially for you." And Yi Cheng laughed. "He loves you so much." I pursed my lips, looking at the card that read, "Let me protect you." My ears suddenly burned hot. The next second, Yi Cheng's eyes lit up, suddenly leaning close to my face. "Right, Xing Cheng. Do you know that when you walked in just now, there was something different about you?" I suddenly had a bad feeling. I looked up blankly. "Different how?" And Yi Cheng raised his eyebrows. "Your whole body reeks of the sour stench of love." He didn't say who was staring at the roses and giggling foolishly. I bristled. "Is it really that obvious?" The December weather is getting colder. My breath condensed into a layer of white mist. I haven't seen Su Qingyue at school these past few days. An indescribable feeling rose in my heart. New Year's holiday, December 31st. Su Qingyue and I went home together, an hour and a half on the high-speed train. When we left the station, it was nearly 6 p.m. On the way, Su Qingyue had her hands in her down jacket pockets, her chin buried in her scarf, voice gentle. "You're coming over tonight too, right? My mom isn't home." I pushed my suitcase with one hand. I tilted my head to look at her, then silently turned back. That always felt a bit weird to hear, like two people sneaking around doing 18-plus stuff. In the past, I was always alone every New Year's Eve, so I would run next door to Su Qingyue's house to watch TV together, celebrating year after year with her. It seemed to have become a habitual agreement. I nodded. Of course, I'm coming. We walked side by side. There was almost no one around. I took out my earphones and asked if she wanted to listen to music. In this moment, I suddenly wanted to listen to music with Su Qingyue. I don't even know why I had such an impulsive thought. Su Qingyue took one earbud and put it in her ear. I played a song from my playlist, a Korean song I've listened to over and over again. Angel. When the intro of the song played, a strong sense of destiny washed over me. We seemed separated from the surrounding world. At this moment, it was just the two of us. My gaze unconsciously fell on Su Qingyue. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyue looked up at me at that exact moment. Our eyes met. We were standing very close. It felt like her warm breath was wrapping around me. I could even count Su Qingyue's distinct eyelashes. In this moment, my eyes were glued to her. I couldn't look away no matter what. The next second, a small snowflake slowly drifted down from the sky, landing on Su Qingyue's forehead, on her hair. Everything looked like a scene from a slow-motion movie. I looked up at the sky filled with falling snow and laughed excitedly. Su Qingyue, look, it's snowing. This is the first snow of this winter. I reached out my hand. Snowflakes fell on my glove, eventually melting little by little. Su Qingyue looked up at me. Infected by my smile and gaze, she couldn't help but curl her lips. She saw a snowflake, quietly drifting down onto my high nose bridge, melting away, and something inside her heart seemed to burn hot as well. Melting together, first snow symbolizes first love. I love you. The music played exactly that line. My heart suddenly thumped as if revealing something. I took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panicked fluttering in my chest, not knowing if it was because of this first snow or the romantic music or for some other reason. The snow fell heavier and heavier. By 9 p.m., the ground was covered in a white blanket of snow. My half-sister, Jiang Qian, was incredibly excited. She spent an hour on her essay, only to write just the title, insisting on dragging me outside to play in the snow. She blinked pleadingly. "Brother, hey brother, come out and play with me for a bit. I'm bored to death." I put down my pen and organized my exam papers. "Last time you only got 38 points in math. Will Mom agree to let you go out and play?" Jiang Qian is in 4th grade now, with poor grades. She's naughty, dislikes homework, and often gets parents summoned to school. But so what? Mom still likes her, spoils her, treats her like a treasure. My eyes dimmed briefly. I used to admire that, used to be jealous, but now I'm long numb to it. Jiang Qian nodded vigorously. She agreed Mom is packing. I still have to go to my grandparents' house later. Same as usual, staying for 2 days. I hummed softly. That is Jiang Qian's biological grandfather. Her grandmother and I have no blood relation. Almost every New Year's holiday, they leave me home alone. I said nothing more and looked out the window. The snow is falling thick, hard to walk in. Let's go out and play for a bit. I also wanted to play in the snow. Jiang Qian was calculating something in her mind. She asked excitedly, "Can you call Sister Qingyue to come play too? Last time I almost beat her," I thought to myself. So this kid just wanted to play with Su Qingyue, and that almost beat her was probably still far off the mark. It's amazing to say. Su Qingyue has always been a perfect goddess in Jiang Qian's heart. I don't know what kind of love potion she fed her. I glared at her, then lowered my head and texted Su Qingyue, "Want to come out and play in the snow?" Almost immediately after sending, she replied, "Okay." Jiang Qian immediately ran around excitedly, jumping for joy, running downstairs. I slowly changed my shoes and went down. Su Qingyue was already waiting in the snow. Pure white snow fell on her shoulders, suddenly giving off a very moving feeling, a very romantic atmosphere. Jiang Qian rushed into the snow, happily sitting on the ground making a small snowman. The snow hadn't accumulated much, just a thin layer, definitely not enough to build a big snowman. Less than 10 minutes later, Jiang Qian molded an ugly little turtle, raising her arms high, face full of pride. "Look at this." I squatted on the ground, hands busy molding snow as I glanced over. Jiang Qian happily held up the turtle, but her hand suddenly shook. The molded snow instantly shattered, leaving only fragments of the turtle's corpse. She froze for a few seconds, blankly looking at the remains on the ground, then burst into tears. "Wah, my turtle is broken." Seeing her cry more and more miserably, I just laughed more happily. Suddenly, a fairy-like figure stood in front of me, blocking my view. Su Qingyue squatted in front of me. Hiding something behind her back, she spoke gently. "Gu Xingcheng, give me your hand." I immediately stopped what I was doing, obediently holding out my cupped hands. The next second, a small, lifelike snow bunny sat in the palm of my hand. The moment our fingertips touched, a scorching warmth transmitted through. My breath hitched slightly, staring at the small snow bunny in my palm. My eyes couldn't help showing some astonishment. The snow bunny was molded exquisitely and cutely. One look and you could tell how much effort went into it. Yet Su Qingyue still looked lazy, as if she had just randomly molded this bunny. My heart skipped a beat, and a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Could she really be a genius? Beside us, Jiang Qian recovered from the pain of the broken turtle, sneakily making a few snowballs while Su Qingyue wasn't looking, suddenly swinging her arm to throw them at her, bombarding madly. One snowball even hit my forehead. Before I could react, my forehead felt freezing cold. Immediately after, Su Qingyue casually grabbed handfuls of snow, throwing them precisely at Jiang Qian's face, fast, accurate, and hard. In no time, she beat her until she had no strength to fight back, completely unable to resist. After an easy, one-sided crushing, Jiang Qian humbly begged for mercy. Sister Qingyue, boo-hoo, I was wrong. Su Qingyue chuckled, tapping her forehead. Wrong where? Jiang Qian hurriedly covered her forehead, voice like a mosquito. I shouldn't have sneak-attacked you. Su Qingyue glanced at her. You shouldn't have thrown it at my brother. Jiang Qian laughed and cried, thinking seriously for a moment, then whispering in Su Qingyue's ear, Can't bully your future husband, right? Su Qingyue froze, looking at her with cold eyes. After a long while, Su Qingyue reached out and rubbed Jiang Qian's hair, neither admitting nor denying it. Jiang Qian then followed our parents to her grandparents' house for New Year's Eve. In an instant, only Su Qingyue and I were left on the snowfield. It was very cold, my nose tip turning red. I breathed out, turning my head to ask, It's too cold, shall we go back? I didn't know what Su Qingyue was doing squatting on the snow. A moment later, she stood up. I was just about to go see. When Su Qingyue pulled me back, a snowflake landed on Su Qingyue's eyelashes. She looked up, eyes deep. Let's go back. I didn't think much of it, hurriedly wrapping my arms around myself and walking back, just wanting to get back and soak in a comfortable hot bath. Su Qingyue followed behind me, unable to resist looking back at the empty patch of ground. Beneath the gentle moonlight, she had secretly hidden a secret in the romantic first snow. The writing said sky, with a heart drawn in the middle, GQC. After I got home and soaked in hot water, I intentionally groomed myself a bit, because I was going to Su Qingyue's house for New Year's Eve. Wait, no. I didn't do this for Su Qingyue. Absolutely not. I dried my hair and slowly calmed down, busying myself in the kitchen for a while to make a cute little Oreo cake. I remembered Su Qingyue really likes Oreo-flavored things. After finishing everything, I carried the cake to Su Qingyue's house, prepared to spend New Year's Eve just between the two of us. Around 10 p.m., the New Year's Eve programs on major TV channels had started. I leaned back on the soft gray sofa, lazily yawning, just like I was at my own home. Even more comfortable than my own home. Su Qingyue sat beside me, quietly watching TV with me. We weren't sitting too close. Even another person could fit between us. At the same time. On the TV screen, an idol group was performing a new song on stage. Brilliant lights, boundless glory. It seemed to be the new girl group that debuted from this year's survival show. 10 members in total, all types of female idols. Fans below waved light sticks frantically, screaming and roaring. The next second, at the climax of the music, the 10 female idols suddenly took off their outer jackets, showing off their sexy figures to the camera, while performing incredibly alluring moves. Su Qingyue doesn't care about the entertainment industry, nor is she very interested in celebrities. She just tilted her head slightly to look at me, but I seemed to be watching very intently, not moving a muscle, not even blinking. Su Qingyue secretly gritted her teeth. Pondering for a moment, she reached out, cut a small piece of Oreo cake and held it in front of me, breaking my concentration. I immediately snapped out of it. Taking the cake, my eyes no longer glued to the TV. I lowered my eyes to focus on eating. Su Qingyue was finally satisfied. The girl group's performance ended quickly. I have to admit, the figures of those 10 idols were indeed great, but I barely paid attention to them. Su Qingyue's superior figure kept appearing in my mind, especially since she was sitting right next to me. The more I thought, the worse it got. I lowered my head to eat cake silently, hiding the ripples in my heart. The New Year's Eve show was a bit boring. 11 p.m. I was drowsy, my consciousness gradually blurring. My head slowly drooped to the right. Su Qingyue tilted her head, looking at my sleepy state. Her body reacted faster than her brain, inching closer bit by bit, almost sticking to me, but always keeping a tiny distance, until my head rested on her left shoulder. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Only my steady, gentle breathing constantly amplified in her ears. Su Qingyue turned down the TV volume. The room slowly fell into silence. The New Year's Eve program held no appeal for her. She tilted her head slightly, staring at the boy beside her, eyes deep and unfathomable. I leaned quietly against her, very well behaved. Her heart pounded. On TV, the New Year's performances changed one after another. I suddenly startled awake. Something seemed to be pressing against me. I turned to look. Su Qingyue was sitting right there. We didn't seem to be sitting this close before. I reflexively scooted to the side, breathing erratic. My mind was a mess. I dreamt of images from my past life with Su Qingyue again. So embarrassing. Su Qingyue surely didn't dream of it, otherwise it'd be too shameful. Su Qingyue closed her eyes. Her head leaned towards me, breathing steady, seemingly asleep. When she closed her eyes, her coldness softened a bit, looking somewhat gentle and pitiful. My body unconsciously moved back to the previous position, pressing close to her, actively using my shoulder to catch Su Qingyue's head as it tilted down. Only when Su Qingyue's hot breath hit me, a numbing sensation spread through my body and I suddenly sobered up. My whole body burned, but I didn't dare move. Absolutely didn't dare move. I stared at the TV with a determined gaze, upright and serious, looking like I was swearing an oath to the party, but I couldn't process a single thing. From the TV show. My mind was in turmoil. Of course, I also didn't notice Su Qingyue's lips slowly curving up in the darkness, until the sound of crackling fireworks resonated outside. Su Qingyue opened her eyes and sat up straight. Gu Xingcheng. I tilted my head to look at her. The TV countdown had entered its final stage. All guests on stage shouted in unison, 3, 2, 1. At the same time, Su Qingyue's melodious voice rang in my ear. Happy New Year. I curled my lips and smiled. Happy New Year. Warm. The atmosphere in the small house was warm and ambiguous. Winter seemed capable of being very warm too. Hearing noise outside, I leaned out the windowsill, excitedly pointing at the fireworks in the sky. Su Qingyue. Look. She stood right beside me, curling her lips, voice melodious. I see it. The fireworks were dazzlingly bright, almost lighting up the night like day. Crackling sounds filled the sky, and my heart beat wildly along with them. I want to spend every year after this with Su Qingyue. In the villa, the air was heavy, devoid of the lively New Year's atmosphere others had. The woman in front of the vanity had a gloomy expression. Yang Yuting had already investigated thoroughly. That scarf was not given by me, but clearly in the past life, it wasn't like this. Before, she clearly didn't need to do anything. Just stand there, and I would walk towards her with stars in my eyes, offering all kinds of carefully prepared gifts. It was I who had a change of heart first, said I would try to pursue her, said I only liked her. In an instant, something seemed to have spiraled completely out of control, which she still refused to admit, refused to face. In her panic, she suddenly remembered. I seemed to really like Snow. In the memories of the past life, we once had a cold war about entering showbiz. She didn't want me fooling around outside, just wanted me to revolve around her alone. The Cold War didn't last long. It was still me who bowed my head first, actively running to find her, with expectant eyes inviting her to go skiing in Switzerland. But she refused without hesitation. Not going. The Yang family is in its most crucial year. I can't go. Moreover, she wanted to teach me a lesson, using excessive actions time and again, cold rejections time and again to ensure I would never leave. Would love her unconditionally forever, even each time she rejected me. Seeing the loneliness and sadness in my eyes, she would feel incredibly happy and thrilled, because she was valued and cared for by me. In love, she assumed she was always in the dominant position, but she didn't expect that after refusing. I actually went to Switzerland alone. Since then, disappointment seemed to accumulate more and more in my eyes. Yang Yuting stared at a snowflake. With stubbornness and certainty, she was sure. In my heart, I was still waiting. Right. As long as she made a small move, I would be like in the past life, following her with eyes for only her. The regret about skiing in the past life can just be made up for in this life. The short New Year holiday passed quickly. As finals week arrived, university students instantly behaved, feeling a sense of collapse like an impending disaster. Li Yu screamed in the dorm, "Damn advanced math. Damn it, I don't even understand the questions," begging the teacher to pass me. If she passes me, she's my goddess. And Yi Cheng was frantically grinding through the philosophy outline. Going insane, he gritted his teeth. I only skipped 2 classes this semester, and got caught both times. Who is as broken as me? Skipping class feels good in the moment, but finals are a crematorium. I've always reviewed seriously, finished exams and started packing, dragging my suitcase, walking side by side with Su Qingyue out the school gate. Just as I was about to take out my earphones, suddenly an exquisite, expensive ticket fell from my backpack pocket. I froze for a moment, picked it up, and looked closer. FVIP couple tickets booking out the whole Zermatt ski resort in Switzerland. I moved my gaze downwards, signed with 3 simple letters. YYT. I was too familiar with her initials. Countless times I had secretly, with bitterness and expectation, written her name stroke by stroke seriously. But now I only felt immense horror, my scalp tingling. Sensing something, I looked towards the roadside not far away. Just as a black luxury car was parked there, the window slowly rolled down, revealing a delicate, small face. Yang Yuting stared at me. The moment our eyes met, I instinctively leaned closer to Su Qingyue. I vaguely remembered the past life when I actively bowed my head, wanting to go skiing in Switzerland with Yang Yuting, but she refused. Inexplicably, the past life's bitterness seemed to transcend time and transmit to the present me. Disappointment and grievance spread endlessly, gradually extinguishing the flame of passion I had willingly ignited. Were those my emotions in the past life? I stood frozen in place. Su Qingyue stared at the ticket in my hand beside me. Her fingers slowly tightened. The moment she saw me and Yang Yuting looking at each other, her heart felt stuck in her throat. Couldn't help but call my name. Gu Xingcheng. She hesitated, deliberating for a long time before saying, I was just planning to ask you to go skiing, just to a normal ski resort in the country, not as grand as Zermatt in Switzerland, and definitely can't book out the whole resort. A deep sense of inferiority almost completely drowned Su Qingyue. In the discreet luxury car not far away, several girls also sitting in Yang Yuting's car were all staring at my every word and action. Say, will Gu Xingcheng agree? Why do I feel uncertain? Hell, definitely agree. Guaranteed agree. At this moment, a relatively sober girl spoke up carefully. But he not only blocked us, but intentionally cut ties. Last time in elective class, he clearly rejected Sister Yuting. Is it really okay for us to keep pestering like this? As soon as she finished, the girl next to her scoffed. What the hell do you know? Didn't he really want to go skiing before? No matter how much he plays hard to get. This time, Sister Yuting invited him first. If he really doesn't come, he'll chop my head off for you to use as a football. Hearing this, Yang Yuting's expression softened a lot. They glanced over, only to see the cold wind blowing my bangs. I held the ticket, seeming to chuckle softly. A glimmer of light flashed in Yang Yuting's eyes, lips curving up unconsciously. But the next second, I tore the ticket in half without hesitation, folded it, and tore it again, until the complete ticket turned into confetti. Then I threw it into the roadside trash can, movement seamless, without lingering. The group in the car was completely stunned, slowly widening their eyes. I turned and walked away without looking back, lips curling into a mocking smile. If it were me in the past life, seeing this ski ticket from Yang Yuting, I would probably be very happy, but not now. I admit I was moved. But later I will achieve it myself with my own ability. A broken mirror cannot be fixed, just like a torn ticket, cannot return to its original pristine state. The cold wind picked up, dark clouds covering the gray sky. A light sleet began to fall. One umbrella, enough for 2 people. I opened the large black umbrella, covering both of us. Su Qingyue's gaze slowly swept past that trash can. Suddenly I tugged her sleeve gently. Su Qingyue turned to look at me. What is it? Walking beside her, I mustered my courage. Go skiing with me this winter break. I lowered my head, looking at my shoulder, seriously saying word by word, Su Qingyue, I want to be with you. Is that okay? Rain pattered on the umbrella. The sound grew louder, so loud Su Qingyue couldn't distinguish between the rain and her heartbeat. Every word I said struck hard against her heart. Su Qingyue's gaze fell into mine. How could she refuse in this rain? She heard her own voice. Then it's a date for winter break. Let's go skiing together. I nodded expectantly. Su Qingyue took in all my reactions. Her lips couldn't help but slowly curve up. She couldn't help but exclaim, the weather is really nice today. The harmonious figures of a boy and girl slowly disappeared around the corner. However, the atmosphere in the luxury car had dropped to freezing. Yang Yuting's blood almost congealed. Her face was on the verge of total collapse. What I tore didn't seem to be a ticket, but her heart. Yang Yuting's clear, cold eyes were now tinged with obsession and some confusion. How could I reject her? Why tear it up? An overwhelming panic crashed down on her, hitting her in the face. Recently, she often dreamt of fragments of the past life. Was it this painful for me back then when she rejected me? The other girls were also stunned, especially one of them. 2 minutes ago, she had even declared, if I didn't come, she'd chop her head off for football. What a slap in the face. Damn humiliating slap. Her cheeks burned with pain. She dazed for over 10 seconds, reacting only after a long while, hurriedly clutching her head. Did I see that right? Gu Xingcheng. This time he's for real. Not playing hard to get, pushing and pulling. He's really not pursuing anymore. Another girl beside her couldn't take it anymore. Was his rejection not clear enough? Someone saw Yang Yuting's bad expression and hurriedly smoothed things over. Sigh. Men chasing our sister Yuting line up from here to France. If he doesn't like her, fine. Who does Gu Xingcheng think he is? Words not yet finished. Suddenly, Yang Yuting coldly uttered a few words. No, he likes me. Her voice stubborn. Cold eyes piercing her face. 7 years of the past life. Regardless of mockery or coldness, I followed every step, following her. Yang Yuting didn't know the later developments of the past life, but she was certain. I wouldn't marry anyone but her. Could never leave her. Wouldn't leave in the past life or this life. Thinking of this, Yang Yuting tried to look confident, but her expression was terrifying, stubbornly repeating, he likes me, not knowing if she was telling others or telling herself. The sober girl really couldn't stand her state anymore, couldn't help but speak up to advise, but liking someone isn't forever. I used to like skateboarding, liked it like crazy, you all know that, but now I don't like it anymore, implying that I also don't like her anymore. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuting's fingertips trembled slightly, but she remained cold. Calm to the point of denial. No, you guys don't understand Gu Xingcheng. He won't give up easily. The girls stood in silence, looking at each other, all seeing surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Since when did Yang Yuting become like this? Does she even know she's deluding herself? Sleet hit Yang Yuting's face through the car window. She was stunned for a long time, then silently rolled up the window, her face looking extremely unsightly. The old driver in the front had been listening to the drama for a while. Carefully asked, Miss, back to the old mansion now? The next second, Yang Yuting stared at him coldly, squeezing 3 words through her teeth. You tell me? The driver fell silent. Yes, miss. Oh God, save this wage slave. Money is hard to earn, rice is hard to swallow. The driver was sweating bullets, driving silently. Winter break officially began. Not long after, I received good news. I passed the singing preliminary round and got the prize money, and qualified for the second round. The moment I received the official message, it felt like I was hit by a surprise gift box. Habitually sending the good news to Su Qingyue. The next second, a WeChat nudge. Su Qingyue nudged my head, saying, well done, it'll go with you for the second round. I paused. Reading the message over and over, somehow feeling that nudge, was like Su Ching Yue actually reaching out to pat my head. So doting, so spoiling. I held the phone, heart beating fast. February 2nd is Chen Shishi's birthday. Everyone planned to leave for a trip on that day. 2 days and 1 night in total, to celebrate her birthday too. In the group chat, Chen Shishi cried dramatically. "Bros and sisses, I'm so touched I could die, I love you guys." Immediately someone replied, "Don't love me, gross." Su Ching Yue replied, "This birthday suits you quite well." "That silly Chen Shishi tagged me, brother Gu. Look at her, she's openly bullying me. You have to stand up for me." Other girls also tagged me saying only I can handle Su Ching Yue. I looked at the messages on my phone. A subtle feeling rose in my heart. How could I possibly handle Su Ching Yue? Finally, I casually sent a comforting sticker about going skiing. The team building trip has a total of 8 people. The rest either had internships or family emergencies. They all expressed regret, crying their eyes out in the group chat. I had long begun to look forward to the trip, searching for guides online, booking entrance tickets. That's the skiing trip I've always dreamed of. And it's skiing with Su Ching Yue too. All day long, my mind was filled with Su Ching Yue skiing. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and silently buried my face in my pillow. What kind of love potion did that damn Su Ching Yue secretly feed me? February 2nd. Just off the high-speed train, everywhere were posters of the ancient city, and the big words, "Welcome to Luo City." The travel atmosphere instantly filled the air. Finally waited for this day. As soon as we arrived at the station, a group of people screamed in excitement. The first thing when traveling is to go to the hotel to drop off luggage. I shared a room with Zhang Qing's younger brother, Zhang Chen, knowing in advance that a 3rd grader was coming along. I specially prepared a box of Lego. Zhang Chen was immediately won over. On the way, the boy practically stuck to me. His mouth kept calling brother, and Su Ching Yue's gaze slowly fell on the two of us. After a long while, she looked away. Chen Shishi jokingly said, "Oh my, octopus sister, if only you were as cute as your brother. If you were a boy, I would definitely marry you." Zhang Qing looked at her through gritted teeth. "It's your birthday today. I won't argue with you." The first stop of the trip was the ancient city. On the street, nearly 1 in 3 people was wearing hanfu. It felt like truly stepping into history. A thick cultural atmosphere washed over us. After everyone finished eating the local hot pot, we went to the reserved hanfu shop to change our looks. Su Ching Yue chose a hanfu embroidered with small golden koi fish. When the makeup artist was applying makeup for her, she specifically emphasized not to do the internet hot girl makeup style. "Light makeup is fine." The lady made an okay gesture. She pursed her lips, checking herself in the mirror repeatedly, seeming to see a different side of herself. Zhang Chun changed into a blue hanfu. The boy, full of excitement, shook his head. Chen Shishi was the first to jump out, a magnificent empress outfit proudly puffing out her chest. "This empress has arrived." She laughed loudly. I pointed into the distance and quietly said, "Empresses are all over the streets already." Chen Shishi turned around. Sure enough, a bunch of women had all chosen the magnificent empress costumes. I wore a red ancient general outfit. The cuffs were embroidered with auspicious golden clouds. My whole body looked like a blazing fire, even more like a brilliant sun, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A high, straight nose bridge, truly spirited and dashing. A young general in brocade robes on a fine horse. Under the scorching gaze of Su Ching Yue, even my breathing slowly paused. Beside me, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "Wow," and clapped his hands, saying Sister Ching Yue and Brother Xing Cheng are wearing couple outfits. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the meaningful gazes of the girls slowly swept over. A string of question marks appeared on my forehead. I looked over at Su Ching Yue, staring at my own clothes, yet I couldn't refute it. At a glance, they really did look like couple outfits. I was also wearing a brocade pouch at my waist, identical to the small koi fish on her clothes. I was flustered the whole way, intentionally walking at the back of the group, secretly picking up my phone, aiming the camera at Su Ching Yue. I don't know why I wanted to capture this beautiful look of hers, to set as the wallpaper for my WeChat chat with her. I took a deep breath, outwardly calm and composed, but actually, even my hands were trembling slightly. I secretly opened the first photo. As a result of my shaking hand, it was very blurry, not capturing even 1/10 of her beauty. Entering the scenic area, I quietly followed behind her, pretending to be calm. While the girls were laughing and playing, I found the right moment, raised my phone from the side and snapped several photos in succession, but at the very moment I pressed the shutter. I don't know if it was an illusion. I felt like Su Ching Yue seemed to inadvertently look back at me, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, somehow carrying an illusion of seduction and pampering. It must be an illusion. I had a guilty conscience. Immediately put the phone away. My heart was pounding in my chest, seeing Su Ching Yue's still cold appearance. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to myself that I probably wasn't discovered. There were really a lot of tourists around. I opened the photo album only to find an old man had accidentally entered the frame, completely blocking Su Ching Yue. Didn't catch a single strand of her hair. I continued scrolling back, gradually getting absorbed and looking. There was one that could reluctantly serve as a chat wallpaper. The girl's graceful figure. She was wearing red, her lips curving up slightly. Suddenly, the phone was gently pulled away. The screen stopped right at that photo. Let me see how you shot it. I don't know when. Su Qingyue had stood in front of me without me noticing. She looked down at the sneaky photo and let out a soft laugh. It's okay, just a bit blurry. Oh no, I'm busted. My ears instantly turned red. After a long while, I lowered my head. Good heavens, sneakily taking photos and getting caught by the subject. Now I'm so embarrassed I want to crawl into a hole, I mumbled. I was capturing the moment. Candid photos are the most natural. I unconsciously touched my nose pretending to be calm. It's absolutely not sneaking a photo, okay? Su Qingyue's eyes held a hint of helplessness as she chuckled. Going along with me. I know it wasn't, not exposing me. Who told me to be so cute even when lying? The whole group arrived at the scenic area's famous check-in spot. Zhang Chen actively raised his hand, wanting to take a photo for me and Su Qingyue. You two are wearing matching colors. You definitely have to take a picture together today. I hurriedly stood under the city wall. Su Qingyue slowly followed, sticking behind me like a little tail. Suddenly, Zhang Chen put his hands on his hips and boldly commanded us to hold hands. Hurry up. Little couples should hold hands. Gu Xingcheng had given the boy so many Legos and snacks. He had to return the favor properly. I was about to make a V sign. Zhang Chen winked at me. Adoptive father, you understand. A look that said, I'm helping you. I didn't want to understand at all. At this moment, the hand hanging by my side felt a wave of warmth. It was Su Qingyue's hand gently touching mine. My hand slipped through her fingers, gently holding her hand. My lips curved up slightly. The two of us just interlaced our fingers like that. Su Qingyue's fingertips pressed tightly against mine. Zhang Chen took photos for us from different angles with the phone, taking pictures of us. Suddenly, Su Qingyue tilted her head slightly. Her breath was warm. Gu Xingcheng? Hearing my name? My conditioned reflex kicked in, and I immediately turned my head, looking down at her. The two looked at each other right as the shutter was pressed. Su Qingyue gave a lazy smile. Nothing. At this moment, Zhang Chen waved at us. Done taking photos. The boy proudly lifted his chin, looking smug at the girls behind. What do you think, sisters? Am I good? The girls all nodded, giving the boy a thumbs up. This assist was done very well. In the photo, glittering lanterns gently radiated a layer of warm light. A man and a woman stood before the ancient city wall, both wearing red hanfu. Their gazes met, 10 fingers interlaced, creating an ancient painting that stirred the heart. A girl said sourly. No wonder I'm so full. Turns out there's a pile of dog food here. They aren't even together yet. Nothing is official. Already so sweet. After they get together, who can stand it? Won't they be glued to each other every day? Another person immediately chimed in. I bet Brother Gu and Sister Qingyue will definitely become a couple this year. If not, I'll take a dump at the school gate for everyone to see. After laughing heartily, they found an enthusiastic passerby to help take a group photo. Chen Shishi was the main character today, naturally, standing in the center. As soon as the photo was taken, a girl already posted it on her moments, even deliberately changing the location. Writing a status to show off, landed in Luo City, a beautiful trip. When we started strolling the market, everyone was excited to wander around, now gathering together. Su Qingyue and I walked together. When I saw the ring toss game, my eyes were deeply attracted, couldn't walk away at all. Especially the guy playing ring toss right now was extremely good, hitting a pile of souvenirs in one go. The boss was about to grind his teeth to dust. Seeing others succeed made me want to try even more. More importantly, I took a glance and liked the folding fan furthest away. Su Qingyue. I want to play this. Su Qingyue followed behind me like a little tail. I did what I said. Paying for 10 rings and standing at the starting line, I painfully realized that the folding fan was really very far away. But I didn't want anything else, just that one. At this time, Chen Shishi and 2 other girls also happened to pass by, standing by watching, all cheering for me. I took a deep breath, threw the ring toward that folding fan. The result was no exception. The first few ended miserably. The 7th one missed by just a tiny bit. My heart felt shattered. The boss, however, looked visibly happy, smiling broadly at me. He loved this kind of tourist the most. Bad at it but loves to play. Can't hit anything even if they try to death. I gave up. Decisively threw one at random. Unexpectedly, the next second, the silver ring landed firmly around the boss's neck. I couldn't believe it. Eyes wide open, the smile on the boss's face instantly froze. Chen Shishi immediately shouted in excitement. Damn, Brother Gu is amazing. Managed to hit the hidden item. This time the boss's face looked even sourer, silently taking the silver ring off. I thought to myself, no need for such praise. When I wanted to throw a ring again, Su Qingyue came to my side. Want the fan? It'll help you. I gently shook my head. I want to do it myself if I don't hit it. I can only say I'm not fated to have this fan. Bowed to throw the ring. Result. The next one still missed. Chen Shishi held her forehead inside, advising me to throw at the ceramic cup nearby. or a scent pouch or something. At least I wouldn't leave empty-handed. I pursed my lips, still throwing the ring toward the farthest fan. Before I could even react, someone shouted, "You're awesome!" The golden ring had landed accurately. The boss was also very happy, handing the folding fan to me. "Congratulations, handsome guy. This is the hardest one to hit." I was a bit in disbelief, holding the fan and smiling. Perhaps I really do have some luck on me. Su Qingyue walked beside me, her gaze falling on my face. Her voice was pleasant. "You like a fan that much?" Treating it like a treasure. I hummed a yes, attracted at first sight. The next second, this folding fan was unexpectedly shoved into Su Qingyue's hands. Before she could react, she saw my ears were slightly red. In the gentle breeze, hearing my low voice, "For you." After speaking, I pretended to be calm, looking left and right. Su Qingyue stood dazed on the spot, looking at my back, heart pounding. After I finished walking around, I went archery with Su Qingyue. The rules were very simple. Hitting the bullseye gives the highest points. Points decrease further out. There are 10 arrows in total. The final total score can be exchanged for gifts of different levels. Passers-by in front, girls holding their foreheads and sighing, exhausting themselves just to exchange for a few small trinkets. Su Qingyue paid and then stepped forward, drawing the bowstring tight, aiming at the bullseye, eyes slightly narrowed, sharp as a hawk. I stood aside watching, silently cheering for her. I saw her raise her hand, knocking the arrow on the string, aiming at the target. The arrow quickly tore through the air. 8th ring. Everyone around widened their eyes, but Su Qingyue frowned slightly, her gaze falling on the bow. "Haven't played in a long time. Hands are a bit stiff. Also, this bow has some issues." She repeated the motion of drawing the bow, each arrow quickly pinned onto the target. 9th ring, 10th ring, 10th ring, 10th ring. The more I watched, the wider my eyes got. "Help me, Su Qingyue. She truly has talent beyond ordinary people." Chen Shishi and Zhang Chen beside were both astonished. A proud smile blossomed on my lips. "Su Qingyue, you're really amazing. Since when did you know how to do this?" Su Qingyue tilted her head, looking at me beaming. She coughed lightly and said absent-mindedly, "Played it before during a team building with the racing team. Actually not that amazing." But my eyes were full of her. At this time, the boss beside us also smiled, but inside he was gradually collapsing. "Damn it! Is this girl here to wreck my shop? I'm losing money, losing money." There was still one last arrow. Su Qingyue wasn't in a hurry to shoot. She looked up and asked if I wanted to try. I pursed my lips and gently shook my head. "I don't know how. This game relies on points to exchange for gifts. The 10th ring is 10 points. If I miss, wouldn't we lose these 10 points?" Su Qingyue smiled. "It'll teach you." Maybe the sunlight was too blinding. The girl's stunning red color suddenly struck my eyes, making me nod as if bewitched. I took the bow, turning around. Su Qingyue grabbed my hand. The distance between us became infinitely close. My whole body suddenly stiffened. Even my breath was quietly held. "Help! My brain seems about to freeze again." Su Qingyue, her melodious voice lingered in my ear. "Gu Xingcheng, don't be nervous, relax a bit." I felt like I was about to get drunk on her. Even my voice was trembling. I slowly drew the bow, aiming at the bullseye. I don't know why my heart beat faster and faster. No mind for archery at all. All attention was focused on the girl behind me. My hands and back were unusually hot. Hot, too hot, my ears flushed with a layer of red. The next second, the arrow in my hand flew out quickly, accurately hitting the bullseye. Chen Shishi shouted with a face full of excitement. "Damn, Sister Qingyue is so awesome, can you teach me? I can only get ring 5 at most." Su Qingyue looked up, laughing, telling her to get lost. Chen Shishi pouted, annoying. "I'll draw circles to curse you." The boss beside was also silently drawing circles. "I give up. This couple shooting arrows, it's fine if they're good, but they also serve me dog food to eat." Only when Su Qingyue kept her distance to exchange prizes did I gasp for air, my chest heaving violently. Zhang Chen innocently raised the phone, looking for praise. "Brother Cheng, look, quickly. I just captured the scene of you two shooting arrows together. I really thank you." I took the phone, looking down at the photo, staring with a head full of question marks. This. What is this? Why did I look like I was drugged at that moment? Suddenly, Su Qingyue walked over. I immediately turned off the phone, guiltily looking up. "What's wrong?" Su Qingyue stood in front of me, shoving the lantern handle into my palm, her tone serious. "A return gift for the folding fan, Gu Qingcheng. Hope the koi fish will bring you luck." It was a koi lantern she had exchanged for, a handheld lantern. On the lotus lamp was a red carp, traditional craftsmanship, vivid as real life. I came back to my senses, dazedly carrying the koi lantern, facing Su Qingyue's clear, cool eyes. A complex, inexplicable emotion rose up. The tourist area was incredibly lively, but in my eyes, only the person in front of me remained. At that moment, I suddenly realized, actually, my heart was the real bullseye, and Su Qingyue had accurately hit me long ago. In the evening, we ate local specialty hot pot and secretly ordered a super big cake, hiding it from Chen Shishi, wishing her a happy birthday on February 2nd, the moment Su Qingyue brought the cake out from behind. Chen Shishi was immediately moved to tears. The kid next door was crying from craving it too. The birthday gift I gave was a pair of sunglasses, and Su Qingyue gave her a pink gaming chair. sent straight to her home. Chen Shushi wailed, so touching. I love you guys. The tourist spot was even more beautiful at night. I lay on the bridge enjoying the night breeze. I really liked it. Really liked this kind of trip. After strolling through another spot, the whole group returned to the hotel exhausted. WeChat step count was at least tens of thousands. I just finished drying my hair and came out. Found Jiang Chen lying on the bed watching TV. The TV was showing an idol drama. The male and female leads went on a date after confirming their relationship. The male lead went archery, caught plushies, coaxing the female lead to be happy. Finally, the two listened to music together under the snow, fingers interlaced, staring affectionately at each other. My face was full of question marks. Why does this drama plot look a bit familiar? Jiang Chen quietly complained while drinking yogurt. Idol dramas nowadays are so cliché. I feel like the main couple likes each other inexplicably and get together inexplicably. Not even as sweet as you and Sister Qingyue. My ears turned slightly red. I retorted in a low voice. What's sweet about me and her? Jiang Chen said boldly. It is sweet. Those affectionate looks, eyes full of each other. Even a passing dog would have to ship you two. If you don't believe it, look at the photos. I was rarely silent. Returned to my bed, opened the photos in the group chat, scrolled to the photo of me and Su Qingyue holding hands in front of the ancient city. The photo where our eyes met. My breath hitched slightly. The photo? Why did the way I look at Su Qingyue resemble a pervert? I silently saved the photo, setting it as the chat wallpaper. I couldn't help but scroll through the history, slowly scrolling up, looking back at every bit of us. Too much, scrolling endlessly. Clearly a very beautiful chat history. Clearly something that would make one feel very warm. But as I scrolled, my eyes inexplicably heated up. Why is she so good? Everyone says she is cold, but clearly she is the gentlest and most thoughtful person. Every time I receive a message from Su Qingyue, I can't help but be happy. Su Qingyue also almost always replies instantly. I turned off the phone. The seed that had already taken root and sprouted in my heart had unknowingly grown into a giant tree. Luo City Ski Resort is one of the most famous ski resorts in the country. Early next morning, everyone finished putting on ski gear, taking the cable car up the snowy mountain, excitedly rushing into the embrace of snow. Skiing was what I looked forward to the most, standing on the snowy peak looking down. I seemed to become much smaller myself. I wore a dark gray suit, wearing protective goggles. There were 2 wolf ears on the helmet, highlighting my broad shoulders and slim waist. The next second, my head was patted twice gently. I immediately turned to glare at the culprit. Why did you pat me? Su Qingyue stood right behind me, wearing a high ponytail, wearing protective goggles, a white ski suit, adding a bit of arrogance to her calm aura. Her lips quirked up slightly. Her melodious voice slowly echoed in my ear. Saw you looked handsome, couldn't help but want to pat. I pursed my lips, not willing to show weakness, reached out and gently patted Su Qingyue's helmet. Then you're cute too. The girls nearby were dying of jealousy, frantically patting each other's heads, mocking tone. You're cute too. Su Qingyue immediately glared at them. The gentleness in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a fierce and disgusted look. Get lost. Completely opposite to just now. The girls obediently begged for mercy and went to ski. At first, everyone scattered to play. Jiang Chen followed Jiang Qing to the safer and flatter children's area. While I was still figuring out how to ski, Su Qingyue had already rushed down first, testing it out for them. A girl shouted from the top. Sister Qingyue, slow down, don't fall. But Su Qingyue seemed to be very athletically gifted. She practices motorcycle racing. Her core strength is extremely powerful. Clearly, she was also skiing for the first time, but she moved freely on the ski slope, free and unrestrained, immediately attracting the attention of many guys around, even catching the attention of some girls. I mimicked her, learning movements from Chen Shishi and the others, imagining I would be as cool and handsome as Su Qingyue. I learned with decent form, slowly and carefully moving the skis. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. As soon as I moved, my whole body lost control, falling backward, landing on my butt in the snow. After Su Qingyue finished skiing and returned, Chen Shishi suddenly hugged her. You're so amazing, give me a hug quickly, let me get some of that talent. Su Qingyue chuckled softly. Sure, have some luck, everyone gets a share. Not long after, another girl pulled Chen Shishi away directly. Excited, my turn, I want some of that aura too. After all the girls had gotten their luck, absorbed the aura, only I was left. I stood still, quietly watching the girls laughing and talking happily. Suddenly a slender figure rushed into view. Su Qingyue walked up to me, spreading her arms slightly, her voice melodious. Gu Xingchen, come get some luck. I was stunned for a few seconds, asked softly. Su Qingyue received the answer, stepped forward and hugged me, her small face buried in my chest. My brain froze for 2 seconds. I actively wrapped my arms around her body. I thought I was just like the other girls, just hugging for a few seconds. But when I wanted to let go, Su Qingyue was still holding me tightly, still not letting go. I held my breath, feeling her soft body, my voice warm and gentle. Su Qingyue, you're really amazing. You can do everything well. As soon as I finished speaking, Su Qingyue's eyes became gentle. She hummed softly. Her voice, good woman. Hot breath exhaled against my chest. My chest burned. My heart almost wanted to jump out of my chest.
All signs pointed to one thing. I'm probably really done for. I just buried my head, obediently staying in her embrace. Su Qingyue's lashes lowered slightly, deeply feeling my heartbeat. White, her small face flushed with a layer of pale pink. I don't know how long passed before Su Qingyue pulled away. Done hugging, she looked natural, leisurely turning around, expression calm and composed, actually trying to hide her blushing cheeks. Just to openly hug you, I hugged everyone else. The two distanced themselves. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingyue suddenly reached her hand out to me. "I'll take you skiing with me." My breath paused for a moment. In my past life, when I went skiing alone, I fell and severely sprained my leg. I was still a bit scared now. But if Su Qingyue is here, I seem to be wrapped in a thick sense of security. Even the slight fear and anxiety vanished completely. I reached out and took her hand. My heart beat inexplicably fast. Su Qingyue and I faced each other holding hands, slowly skiing down from the peak, coordinating perfectly in harmony, like a pair of butterflies dancing across this snowy land. Not far away, Zhang Chen held up the phone taking photos and videos of the two of us. On the screen, one white and one gray, the romantic tension was too thick. So compatible, the boy wanted to push their heads together and make them kiss madly. Zhang Chen immersed in shipping them, grinning widely. Result: lost balance and fell hard onto the snow. "Wah!" the boy shouted aggrievedly. Zhang Qing helplessly picked him up. "I told you, don't use your phone while skiing." Cold wind blew against my face. I held Su Qingyue's hand tightly, looking down at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingyue slowly sped up. Looking at me, she said softly, "Relax a bit. Are you used to this speed?" I nodded. A strange light flashed in my eyes. "Yeah, it's fine. If only we could stay in this moment forever. It wouldn't seem so bad." I was no longer tense or afraid, gradually getting excited. Two figures glided through the howling cold wind, gliding across this vast white snowfield, leaving a perfect trail. This winter seemed especially romantic. Finally, the group gathered in a circle, taking check-in photos at the ski resort, ending a journey of free, unrestrained, and passionate youth. Everyone returned. While sitting on the high-speed train, as if suddenly pulled back to normalcy, reality created a huge withdrawal reaction, creating a deep sense of loss. The girls cried miserably, wailing, "I feel like I just got here. Why do I have to go back? I don't want to press 1 to return to the first day. Boo-hoo, it was so fun. Sisters, let's continue next time." I sat silently, just smiling and nodding, expressing agreement with their words. Suddenly, Su Qingyue tilted her head, calling my name, "Gu Xingcheng." I tilted my head to look at her. The high-speed train ran steadily and quickly on the tracks. Su Qingyue tentatively touched my index finger lightly. "Go watch the sea with me during summer break, okay? In a high-end villa. Sister Ting, here are the photos you needed." Yang Yuting hadn't slept well for over 10 days straight. The dark circles under her eyes were getting worse. She tried to keep a calm face, zooming in on the photo. In the white, snowy ski resort, a man and a woman skid down hand in hand. Their postures intimate, the atmosphere romantic within the resort. Wearing matching hanfu, they stroll through the Lantern Festival, smiling at each other, looking exactly like a couple deeply in love. Yang Yuting suddenly snaps the pen in her hand. Feeling like she's fallen into an ice cave, she stares at her phone. The person on the screen, jealousy almost completely drowns her. How is this possible? Yang Yuting feels her blood running cold. She mutters to herself in disbelief. How could he go skiing with another girl? The soaring confidence in her heart comes crashing down. Yang Yuting weakly falls back. There seems to be a voice echoing from far away in her head, telling her to bow her head, telling her to go beg, telling her she absolutely must not regret it. Two girls beside her are quick to catch her. They can't help but speak the words they've buried for a long time. "Sister Yuting, I think Gu Xingcheng really won't come back. He's doing very well now." "That's right, I feel the same way. Especially since Song Xinyue used to mock him to his face every day. If it were me, I would have run away long ago. Sister Yuting, if you really like him, you have to say it." The next second, Yang Yuting suddenly turns her head, staring coldly at her friend. "I like him? Obviously he likes me. He's the one who chased me relentlessly." Yang Yuting forcefully pushes her friend away and strides forward, but her back looks lonely and shattered, as if she could collapse completely at any second. Tet arrives. Other people's homes are lively and cozy, but I spend the entire Lunar New Year at home alone. I finished showering and drying my hair, ignoring everything for half a day. My phone is on silent. The February weather is chilling. It's past 11 p.m., and suddenly, it starts pouring rain. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounds on the door unexpectedly. I walk over, looking confused. Through the peephole, I see Chen Shishi standing at the door calling, "Brother Gu, Sister Yue is drunk. Hurry and help her." I immediately open the door. My expression is a bit tense. Drunk? 4 or 5 familiar girls are standing at my door, with looks saying, "What do we do, and help me?" Seeing me is like seeing a life-saving straw. In the middle of the group, Su Qingyue hangs her head low. She's wearing a black puffer jacket. She's almost leaning entirely on Zhang Qing, seemingly drunk. Zhang Qing supports her arm and says seriously, "Su Qingyue suddenly got completely wasted. We unanimously decided to hand her over to you." I nod. I take a step forward. There's a faint smell of alcohol in the air. It's not too strong or pungent, but rather faint, and even a bit fragrant. My eyes look confused. Is she really drunk? The girls nod frantically.
Of course she's drunk. The kind of drunk where she's unconscious. You can do whatever you want to her. Before I can react, Su Qingyue is suddenly pushed forward by Zhang Qing. She slams into the wall with a thud, wobbling and about to fall. My nerves snap tight. Almost reflexively, I step up to catch her. Her body weight falls onto me. Her mouth is still panting slightly. I just managed to prop her up straight. But the next second, the girls have already scurried away, running fast while shouting, "We have urgent business. Going first, Brother Gu. We're counting on you." I stand there stunned. Freezing for 2 seconds, I hurriedly say, "No, don't go yet." As soon as I speak, the girls run even faster, like they're about to take flight. I really have urgent business. My house seems to be on fire. Running away, running away. I really have stuff to do too. I just remembered my dog hasn't eaten. I have to feed it dog food or it will starve to death. Brother Gu, sorry to trouble you. Their figures disappear quickly. I stand there blankly, full of disbelief. Why are these people like this? I look down at the girl on me, my heart suddenly softening. I start to feel heartache. No one stayed to help her. I sigh. Aunt Chin is still on the night shift. It's winter and raining. I can't leave a drunk like her alone at night. Whatever. My fingertips tremble slightly. I quickly take the key from her pocket to open the door. I pick up Su Qingyue, place her on the sofa, and close the door. I turn on the lights and change into slippers. I even squat down to change Su Qingyue's shoes, muttering softly, "Su Qingyue, I really owe you one." But I owe her willingly. The memory of the hot spring slowly surfaces in my mind. That night, after getting drunk, I started acting up, clinging to Su Qingyue and demanding to sleep with her. Indeed, a hug for a hug. The boomerang finally came back to me. I pant. I familiarly go into the kitchen and make a glass of honey lemon water. Water for her hangover. I see Su Qingyue swaying back and forth, lying on the sofa. I pull her upright and sit beside her. As I finish, Su Qingyue looks up blankly. There's a bit of confusion and helplessness in her eyes, like a pitiful puppy abandoned by its owner in the rain, wagging its tail at me, sincere but confused, humbly begging for adoption online. I've never seen such a Su Qingyue. A strange feeling rises in my heart. It's unbelievable. The person before me is Su Qingyue herself. She's so cute. I suddenly remember what strategist Li Yu said. When you feel a woman is very cool, very fierce, suddenly becomes cute, it means you're done for, really done for. Right then, Su Qingyue's eyes redden slightly. Her tone is somewhat aggrieved and hazy. Can I have it? I don't hesitate at all, reflexively agreeing, sure. After all, I really have no way to deal with her. I go to the kitchen, grab a spoon, and scoop some honey water. Leaning down to feed it to her mouth, my voice unconsciously becomes gentle. Good girl, open your mouth. Like coaxing a kindergartner, I'm wearing pajamas. The top buttons aren't done up. My abs are revealed as I lean over to feed her water. The grievance in Su Qingyue's eyes disappears instantly. Her gaze lingers on me for 2 seconds. Her ears get hotter and hotter. Su Qingyue immediately looks down, obediently opening her mouth. I coax her to drink water spoonful by spoonful. I can't help but curl my lips into a smile. Drunk Su Qingyue is really well behaved, extremely innocent, extremely cute. Who on earth thinks she looks fierce? After feeding her a glass of honey water, I even use a towel to wipe her, wiping the raindrops from her face, meticulously and gently. I watch her ears and neck turn red, becoming even more certain. She's definitely drunk. Only drunk people get red faces and ears. I try waving my index finger in front of her eyes, pointing at myself, pursing my lips. I ask softly, Su Qingyue, who am I? I only see Su Qingyue tilt her head, eyes half closed, looking lazy. After a long time, she still says nothing. I think, forget it. Right now, Su Qingyue probably doesn't even know who she is, so how could she recognize me? Wait, doesn't that mean I can do whatever? Do what? 2 tiny figures suddenly appear in my head. Devil Xingcheng laughs wickedly. Strip her naked, quick. While she's unconscious, touch everything you should touch. She won't know anyway. Angel Xingcheng beside him, eyes wide, face pale. But that's wrong, don't be a pervert. I'm startled by my own wicked thoughts. My earlobes turn pink. I silently clench my fists and shake my head vigorously. Since when did I crave Su Qingyue like this? I painfully rub my temples, starting to undress her directly. The AC is on in the house, blowing out warm air. I help her take off her puffer jacket, thinking tuck her under the covers later, so she won't catch a cold. At this moment, Su Qingyue drowsily lowers her head, like sleep-talking. Hug me. My fingertips tighten slightly, hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds. I spread my arms and gently hug her. I lower my eyes, not daring to look at her, just carefully burying my face in her shoulder. Even I don't understand why I'm doing this, just greedily hugging her. Su Qingyue is drunk. I'm just fulfilling this small request of hers. Surely it doesn't count as molesting her. The girl vaguely murmurs 2 words. Leaning on her shoulder, I finally hear what she's saying clearly. Turns out it wasn't hug me, it was baby. I suddenly look up, immediately letting go. I feel incredibly flustered and embarrassed inside, guiltily touching my nose. She didn't want to hug me after all. She was just blabbering while out of it. It's all just my wishful thinking. I pat my face. Reason slowly returns. I pick up Su Qingyue, preparing to take her to the bedroom, planning to dump this unconscious drunkard on the bed, then run away immediately, opening the door. Su Qingyue's bedroom is clean and tidy. The only out-of-place spot is perhaps the bedside table. It's filled with small toys I used to give Su-Ching Yue. Colorful, not matching the room at all. I just placed her on the bed. Suddenly in the room, my knee slams into the bed frame, my legs go weak, my body suddenly tilts, losing control and falling forward, unable to react in time. The next second, I'm in an incredibly domineering pose, completely pressing Su-Ching Yue beneath me. We both sink deep into the large, soft bed. My heart feels like it's about to explode. My face gently touches Su-Ching Yue's lips, a warm and soft sensation, like being struck by instant electricity, spreading to my limbs. My whole body feels numb and wild, stimulating every nerve. In other words, Su-Ching Yue kissed my cheek. I bounce up like a spring, covering my right cheek with my hand. My face instantly flushes red. Late at night, the world is covered in a hazy layer of moonlight. The room instantly falls into silence. Only the sound of steady breathing echoes loudly in my ears. Su-Ching Yue seems to be fast asleep. No reaction at all. Her eyes are shut tight, eyelashes casting a small shadow. I quickly tuck her in. Turning off the light, I sprint back to my place as if fleeing. Along the way, I can clearly feel my emotions, like a fawn running wildly in my heart. A feeling I didn't even have when facing young Yu-Ting. I rush into my bathroom, turning on the faucet with a swoosh, dousing myself with cold water. The freezing water shocks my skin and stimulates every nerve in my brain. In that moment, I can no longer deceive myself. Because I've been deeply hurt by someone before, been coldly abandoned by someone, so I always shrink back and hide, never daring to face it, not daring to admit it. But subconsciously, I knew very early on that I liked Su-Ching Yue. On the big, soft bed, Su-Ching Yue suddenly opens her eyes. There's no trace of drunkenness in her eyes. She gently touches her lips with her hand. The corners of her mouth curl up. Good night, Xingcheng. But tonight, I'm very uneasy. Very uneasy. I curl up under the blanket, clutching the white cotton fabric tight. I don't know if it's because the AC is too high or because of that accidental kiss on the cheek. My whole body is burning up. Even a cold shower couldn't wash it away. Liking someone is uncontrollable. So when did I start liking Su-Ching Yue? I quietly pull up the blanket. It's like a slow-motion movie playing in my head. Countless clear images rush into my mind, but soon I look down in disappointment. Faint regret spreads in my chest. I don't dare to confess. Su-Ching Yue and Yang Yu-Ting are not the same. I wasn't close to Yang Yu-Ting to begin with, so I gathered all my courage to approach her, to express my feelings. But Su-Ching Yue is different. What if Su-Ching Yue only sees me as a younger brother, doesn't like me? After finding out about my secret crush, she might drift further away, avoid me, ignore me. Then what should I do? I don't want to lose Su-Ching Yue. I want to be by Su-Ching Yue's side forever. I'm afraid of losing her. That's why I'm cowardly. I think of the vague memories from my past life again. I don't know what happened back then. That led to me marrying Su-Ching Yue. It's like temporary amnesia. So even now, I'm still uncertain. The guys in the dorm chat group are all night owls. During winter break, they sleep past 2 a.m. at the earliest. I crawl up and make a video call. The three of them pick up immediately. Hearing I have a crush, Gucci speaks up immediately. Don't be coy with me. The person you like is Su-Ching Yue, right? And Yicheng. Grinning. The CPI ship is finally getting together? No, I haven't even said it yet. Why does everyone guess it so easily? My voice is weak. Strategists, what do I do now? Li Yu is a typical radical enthusiast. His eyes blaze. What do you mean, what? Just go for it, Xingcheng. Rush in, pin her down, and force a kiss. I don't believe she'll refuse. Just charge. I clutch the blanket. A small flame ignites in my heart. Actually, I just pinned her down and got a kiss on the cheek. But Gucci, the conservative, shakes his head decisively, thinking for a moment. I don't think that works. First, the three of us have never met Su-Ching Yue directly. We only know her through Xingcheng's stories. We can't rush in blindly. Gucci's voice is worried. What if she's like the stony-faced young Yu-Ting, stringing people along? If we're too proactive, she won't cherish it. So what should we do? Although all divination results show, Su-Ching Yue is my destined soulmate, but he's afraid of a miscalculation. That would ruin Xingcheng's life. Hearing this, Li Yu is somewhat convinced. Hearing these words, the small flame in my heart is instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. Suddenly, An Yicheng asks, Xingcheng, when is your second round competition? I look up and answer. February 14th, right on Valentine's Day, and Yicheng's thin lips slowly curl up. I have a good idea. Not only can we test her feelings, but it can also help you retreat safely. Who knows, it might even increase the flirtatious tension. Everyone leans into the screen, pricking up their ears. Hearing An Yicheng chuckle, that is, go eat after the competition. You pretend to be drunk to seduce her. February 14th, Valentine's Day, also the day of my second round competition. That night, all the guys from the dorm came, along with Su-Ching Yue. Many girls from the group also came to cheer for me, saying they wanted to be my fan club, under the dazzling stage lights. Contestants go on stage one by one to perform. After many selection rounds, contestants in the second round have some talent. 7:30 p.m. Front row of the theater. Chen Shishi cranes her neck, looking around. Where is Brother Gu? Where is our Brother Gu? What is he wearing to perform? Little Zhangchen yawns, also looking around. Where's Brother Xingcheng? When will he come out? I can't wait anymore. So excited, right in the middle. Su Qingyue wears a black dress with a lazy expression. Until I appear on stage in a suit, her eyes slowly focus. The corners of her lips curl up slowly. Her voice unconsciously becomes gentle. Hes here, but Su Qingyue has no idea. A few rows behind her, Gucci and Anya Recap are silently observing her, gaze full of scrutiny. Gucci squints. This girl's smile is reaching her ears. Tisk tisk, look at her demeanor. And Yi Chang nods meaningfully. This girl's current performance isn't bad. When other handsome guys came out, she didn't even bother looking up. As soon as Xingcheng appeared, her eyes were glued to him. Plus points, plus points. Liu looks like his ship has sailed. She really likes him too much. At the same time, the MC starts introducing calmly. Number 82, Gu Xingcheng, performing dangerously. Hundreds of thousands have entered the live stream room. Comments are dazzlingly dense. Xingcheng, my internet god, you're finally here. Ah, this is the treasure I bet on, brother Gu. I followed you from your TikTok shorts. Really top tier. The stage lights suddenly go dark. A moment later, white light slowly shines on me. A group of girls are completely stunned, eyes wide. Damn, is this the Gu Xingcheng who hangs out with us? Someone whispers. Our sister Yue is so lucky. Su Qingyue's pupils are black and bottomless. Her throat suddenly goes dry. The moment the piano intro plays, everyone unconsciously looks at the stage. I slowly open my eyes, humming into the mic. A voice to kneel for, clear and warm. A voice like heaven, striking straight into the heart. The audience feels incredibly joyful. Healing climax, flames erupt on the stage background. I grip the mic, starting to enjoy the stage. Almost at that exact moment, I look up straight at Su Qingyue, eyes meeting hers. In that moment, the world seems to contain only the two of us looking at each other. Until the final note of the song ends, the entire audience is still immersed in that world. The 10 serious judges in the front row finally nod. They look at each other, seeing the spark of recognition in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen excitedly raises his phone. Brother Xingcheng is awesome. Su Qingyue just feels her whole body heating up. Her eyes are full of the boy on stage. Suddenly, Chen Shishi hurriedly slaps her shoulder a few times, bringing her back to reality. Sister Yue? Su Qingyue interrupted unexpectedly, frowned slightly, putting a finger to her lips to hush her, signaling for silence. Don't make a fuss. But Chen Shishi's voice reaches her ears. With some concern, no, Su Qingyue, you have a nosebleed. Su Qingyue touches her nose. Indeed, feeling something warm, contrasting sharply with her white skin, extremely striking and glaring. Su Qingyue is rarely silent. The girls nearby stare blankly. It's the boss Su Qingyue, the aloof Su Qingyue. How just looking from afar causes a nosebleed. The girls look at each other. 2 seconds later, they all burst out laughing. They can't laugh loudly, so they have to stifle it, until their stomachs hurt, faces completely distorted. Shh, gently comforting Sister Yue. You, ha ha ha. Go wash up in the bathroom quickly, Brother Gu is coming soon. If he sees this, Sister Yue, you know, we usually wouldn't laugh at you, unless we can't help it. Su Qingyue gets up to go to the bathroom, shooting a sharp glare, scaring them into silence instantly, sneaking behind her back, mocking Su Qingyue. Li Yu's eyes go wide. Damn, she's got a nosebleed. Did Xingcheng's singing excite her that much? At the same time, song finished. I slowly walk off the stage. I wasn't even this nervous while performing. Now my heart is pounding. This was my best performance. I look into the distance, seeing Chen Shishi and Jiang Chen excitedly waving at me. I smile brightly at them, but Su Qingyue isn't there. My mood drops suddenly. Strange, where is she? Since when? I don't know. Every action of Su Qingyue can control all my emotions. After the day Su Qingyue got drunk, we haven't seen each other for over a week. I kept thinking, it would be great if I could see her everywhere, all the time. The next second, a familiar figure suddenly appears in my sight. Not far away, Su Qingyue stands in the corner, leaning against the wall, overflowing with youthful vibes, and an indescribably deadly charm. I wave at her with a half smile. Her downturned lips instantly curl up, walking lightly towards me. The light in the corner is dim. The audience is focused on the stage. No one notices the two of them. I move to her side, carefully, asking how I look today. I'm wearing an eye-catching suit, making me look a bit more mature. Su Qingyue stares at me, voice pleasant to the ear. Do you want the truth? Fists clenching at my sides, suddenly nervous. I want the truth. Hearing that, Su Qingyue slowly curls her lips, responding seriously. Super amazing! The me of today probably doesn't know. The moment I stood on stage singing, everyone was all ears, eyes unblinking. Just then, Su Qingyue lowers her head slightly, helping me adjust the red rose on my chest. Seeming casual and absent-minded, her fingers are slender, my ears gradually turn red, eyes darting around unnaturally. I suddenly want to run away, be a cowardly deserter, since dreaming of scenes from my past life with Su Qingyue. Or rather, since confirming my feelings, I seem afraid to look straight into Su Qingyue's eyes, afraid I won't be able to resist pouncing on her, even more afraid that once my feelings are fully exposed, she'll never pay attention to me again. I zone out thinking about it. The next second, Su Qingyue softly calls my name, seductive voice and hot breath against my ear. Ah, a small gift, she adds casually. Just bought some random stuff. I snap back, looking down at her. At her feet is a huge white bag, probably fits several of my heads. I'm dumbfounded. This is a small gift? It's clearly a huge pile. Su Qingyue picks up the bag, flipping it a few times, lazily raising her eyelids. Just some food. There was a sale. I accidentally bought too much. All things I like to eat. I'm completely stunned. So much. I can't eat it all by myself. Looking at my cute, bewildered face, Su Qingyue's eyes sparkle with amusement, really wanting to pinch my cheek. This time, Su Qingyue really isn't lying. She really did buy too much by mistake. Originally just wanted to bring me 2 or 3 small cakes, but 2 days ago when I went downstairs to take out the trash, Su Qingyue saw through the window that it'd gotten thinner, so she just piled delicious food into her basket while thinking. By the time she realized it, she'd already paid. I look at this huge pile of sweets, feeling overwhelmed by the favor. Su Qingyue used to buy me snacks often, but I feel it's different now, because I like her, so every feeling becomes different. Su Qingyue raises an eyebrow casually, half smiling, staring at me. Don't you like it? I shake my head hurriedly, blurting out defensively, I like it, of course I like it, I mumble. But Su Qingyue, do you see me as a pig? Su Qingyue's narrow eyes squint slightly. Pig? After a long while, she chuckles. Gu Xingcheng, you really don't realize? Looking at her. My reaction slows down considerably. Realize what? Su Qingyue sighs helplessly, speaking half jokingly.
I don't see you as a pig. Her voice. Clearly I. Suddenly pausing. See you as a prince. The woman lowers her voice on purpose. Her voice is both gentle and sexy. Every word pierces the softest part of my heart. Since I was very young, I knew I wasn't a prince in a fairy tale. I'm just the tiniest speck of dust. Very ordinary, very mediocre. Definitely not the shining male lead. How could an ordinary person like me be truly seen as a prince? I don't know if she's joking, unable to squeeze out a word for a long time, just whispering a universal response, thank you. The next second, a black gift box suddenly catches my eye, exquisite and high-end. Su Qingyue gently shakes the box in front of me. Her tone is matter-of-fact. How could our prince not have a watch? She opens the box. Inside is a watch. Very beautiful, very high-end. Turns out this is the small gift she really prepared. My heart skips a beat, now having a real hallucination. Am I the male lead in a romance novel? Damn, I'm so full of myself. I really didn't wear a watch today. Accepting the gift box, then put it on for me. I carefully glance at Su Qingyue, asking tentatively, can you? Su Qingyue's black eyes light up, brows curving, lips curling up. Of course, she takes out the watch, reaching forward naturally. The distance between us suddenly shrinks. The faint scent of the girl, and hot breath hitting my face. Looking from afar, it looks like I'm holding her tight. It's very quiet around us. Very quiet. Quiet enough to hear my own heartbeat clearly. Suddenly a burst of footsteps sounds. My ears perk up immediately, acting guilty, whispering urgently, someone's coming. Su Qingyue looks up at me, speaking boldly, smiling. What are you afraid of? We're not doing anything shady. I lean over, using my tall body to shield Su Qingyue in the corner. The footsteps get clearer. The distance between us keeps shortening. My gaze slowly moves down, finally landing precisely on her lips, wanting to kiss. The next second, 2 girls walk by arm in arm. One girl peeks out. Damn, where's the bathroom? I clearly remember it being here. The person beside her pulls her back. The bathroom is the other way. You have no sense of direction. Don't go over there. Hurry up. Let's go. Can't you see that couple kissing over there? After saying that, the 2 girls immediately ran off. Their voices weren't very loud, but I heard them clearly. A huge question mark appeared over my head. Where was anyone kissing? I snapped back to reality. Suddenly, I realized the situation wasn't exactly innocent either. Like right now, I practically had Su Qingyue pinned in the corner, if you looked from a distance. It really looked like a wall slam kiss, the extremely domineering kind. My breathing became erratic as I looked down. I saw Su Qingyue looking very serious, her expression completely righteous. A sense of defeat and loss suddenly welled up in my heart. Turns out, with this kind of interaction and this close proximity, from beginning to end, I was the only one with a racing heart. Did Su Qingyue really have no reaction at all? She stepped back, her voice pleasant to the ear. It's on. I didn't notice her unusual behavior. I was still immersed in joy. I also have a small gift for Su Qingyue, but I have to wait until we get home to give it to her. After the competition ended, the group went out for BBQ. They said since we gathered, we had to drink. Not going home until we're drunk. The weather in February was freezing. I was wearing a thick white down jacket. I formally introduced my roommates to the girls. My roommates. And Yi Cheng and Li Yu are both extroverts, typical social butterflies. They mingled very quickly. Gu Qi, on the other hand, is introverted. He just lowered his head and ate silently. The waiter quickly brought out a tray of beer. My 3 bros immediately signaled me. I nodded solemnly. A small flame of determination ignited in my eyes. I haven't forgotten the main mission for today.
drink a little, pretend to be drunk, then frantically test the waters with Suqing Yue, seduce Suqing Yue. As the saying goes, alcohol makes the coward brave. Xing Cheng, fighting. This place is an outdoor self-service BBQ joint. Everyone gathered in a circle, feeling the cold night breeze blowing in. The grill and charcoal were ready. Suqing Yue controlled the fire skillfully, that familiar focused gaze. She looked so reliable, so charming. I stared at her exquisite little face. Suddenly I felt a bit hungry. I couldn't help but secretly swallow my saliva. Not long after, Suqing Yue brushed a layer of sweet and spicy sauce onto the meat skewer. She stuffed it into my hand, her tone casual. Lamb skewer, taste it. I lowered my head to take a bite, immediately smiling at her. It's delicious. My clear eyes only held her reflection. Suqing Yue, you're amazing. Suqing Yue smiled and said, just came naturally. That one praise got her excited. She started frantically grilling food for me, and her technique was actually really good. Everything she grilled smelled meaty and delicious, crispy outside and tender inside. Every inch of meat radiated extreme allure, making everyone drool. Chen Shishi looked at the charcoal-burnt lamb skewer in her hand, then glanced at the perfect skewer in Suqing Yue's hand. Smelling the aroma, she leaned closer and whined. Sister Yue, you're so good. I want to eat what you grilled too. Suqing Yue didn't stop her movements. She gave her a cool glance and said coldly, don't you have hands? Her voice was cold and hard, completely opposite to the gentle tone she used with me. Chen Shishi let out an oh. So it doesn't come naturally when it's her turn, huh? Discrimination, isn't it? Wasted her affection after all. The girls looked at each other, silently communicating. Funny, really. Sister Yu turns out to be a top-tier simp. There are so many of us sisters. In her eyes, we probably don't compare to a single strand of Brother Gus' hair. The suspense is finally over. Hearts broken. Let's just wish her success. A bunch of angry singles raised their bottles, gulping down drinks like crazy. Jiang Chen was the only child at the party. The boy could only eagerly drink Coke. Everyone got along easily, started playing Number Bomb, Werewolf, and other mini-games. Whoever loses has to drink or buy a meal. Filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere was really great, very easy to blend in. Even Gu Qi, the introvert, was completely partying hard. I felt a bit dizzy, getting close to tipsy. One more drink and I'd be really drunk. But somehow it was always my turn to lose and drink. When they got excited, they kept making me drink. Even An Yicheng next to me, who has the best tolerance, was drunk. Gu Qi frowned, having a bad feeling, and hurriedly grabbed my arm. Xing Cheng, are you drunk? You can't get drunk. Stay sober. I was dazed for a moment, then slowly turned my head. I looked at him seriously. I'm not drunk. Gu Qi was skeptical. He held up 4 fingers. Xing Cheng, how many is this? My eyes lit up, my tone incredibly confident. I know, it's a rabbit. As soon as I spoke, Gu Qi's face froze. We're done for. This guy isn't acting well, nor is he pretending. Damn it, he's actually drunk. He hurriedly tugged at Anya Cheng's shirt. A bit worried, he whispered. What do we do? Change of plans. Xing Cheng seems really drunk. Anya Cheng didn't rush. He burped. I know you're anxious. But don't rush. Listen to me. Gu Qi seriously leaned in. The next second, and Yi Cheng's voice suddenly boomed as he slammed the table. Everyone listen to me. The bigger the fish, the bigger the bones. The bigger the bones, the less meat. The less meat, the smaller the fish. So the bigger the fish, the smaller the fish. Got it? The girls thought about it for a moment, then one by one said, he makes sense. Hey, really smart. Jiang Chen's forehead was covered in question marks. Why have all you adults turned stupid? Gu Qi thought to himself. It's really over. This guy is wasted too. He turned back to look. Li Yu was holding a bottle, singing loudly with the girls. The wind is howling. The horses are neighing. Everyone's down. No one is reliable. If he had known, he would have checked his fortune before going out. Chen Shishi finished singing confidently and sat back down, saying drunkenly, Brother Gu, you don't know. Every time Sister Yue sees you, the corners of her mouth twitch like crazy. She wasn't finished yet. Suqing Yue immediately covered her mouth with her hand, blocking everything she was about to say. But I still heard a bit, dazedly getting closer. What did she say? Suqing Yue kept Chen Shishi's mouth covered tightly and said nonchalantly, Nothing. She's drunk and talking nonsense. Don't mind her, I said. Oh. Near 11 p.m., the gathering was coming to an end. I groggily leaned on Suqing Yue, wanting another sip. But she stopped me with her hand. Don't drink anymore. You're drunk. Hearing that, I obediently pulled my hand back. Seriously said, Okay, I'm very quiet when I'm drunk, completely different from that crazy bunch singing and dancing over there. Suqing Yue's heart melted. Everyone started getting up to pack their things. See you when school starts? The girls waved while signaling okay to her, reassuring her. Everyone went their separate ways. The lively atmosphere immediately dissipated. The way home for the two of us was very quiet. I walked beside Suqing Yue, trying to muster all my courage, slowly reaching my hand towards her, suddenly realized. Suqing Yue seemed to look up at me. The corners of her lips curved up slightly. I immediately pulled my hand back in fear, pretending nothing happened, looking left and right. Until we passed a street, I gathered my courage again. carefully used my index finger to poke Su Qingyue's hand, but she seemed to have no reaction. I lowered my head in discouragement, then my fighting spirit flared up again, reached out to poke her. The next second, Su Qingyue suddenly grabbed my hand and chuckled softly. Be good, stop messing around. Her hand was slender and soft, fingers interlaced. I suddenly stopped walking, stood frozen on the spot. I wasn't messing around, I was seriously testing the waters. I clearly got my wish to hold her hand, but why is there a bitter feeling in my chest? Being drunk. I suddenly felt a bit aggrieved, but I didn't even understand why I felt that way. So confusing. Su Qingyue looked up at me. She coaxed softly, "What's wrong?" At this moment, everything was quiet. Streetlights emitted a warm, gentle glow, stretching our shadows endlessly. I still stood there, stammering, "I don't want to walk. I didn't want to be apart from her if I went home. I'd be alone in the house again, cold and empty. Plus, once home, I wouldn't be with Su Qingyue anymore. So I wanted to walk slower, just a little bit slower. Even a few more seconds with her would be good. I squatted in front of her. Get on. I'll carry you." Su Qingyue was stunned for a moment. After a while, she finally reacted and leaned onto my back, her arms gently wrapped around my neck. My back is broad and warm, also safe and reliable. I carried her and walked slowly forward. Internally, I was fighting a fierce battle with my morals. I'm truly despicable, because I don't just want to use being drunk to seduce her. I also have bad intentions towards her. I even crave her body. In the hazy night, I softly called her name over and over again. Su Qingyue. She patiently responded to me. Hearing her answer, I pressed my lips together, my heart bubbling with joy. In the dark corridor, following the sound of footsteps, the warm orange light overhead slowly turned on, gently draping over the two of us. We're home. Too fast. Why does time fly so fast? A long, long time later, I reluctantly let go. Su Qingyue stood firmly on the ground. She squeezed my hand lightly, softly said, "Good night, little boy." I hurriedly called her back. Wait a minute. I quickly unzipped my backpack. Su Qingyue, I have a small gift I want to give you. I squatted on the ground rummaging for ages, finally found a red rose in the bag. It's a hand-crocheted red rose. Every stitch on the bright red petals was knitted exquisitely, like a meticulously sculpted work of art. I curled my lips into a slight smile, raising the red rose in front of her like offering a treasure. I even dubbed it myself, "Ta-da for you." I learned from a video blogger and knitted for a long time. I made many roses, but they were ugly. This is the most beautiful one. The moment I held up the rose, Su Qingyue suddenly froze on the spot. I even thought maybe she drank too much too. All of this felt like a beautiful, hazy, ethereal dream, like stepping on a soft cloud. Just a moment of inattention and one would fall into the abyss. I waved the red rose in my hand, calling her thoughts back. Su Qingyue pinched her finger hard, realizing that everything before her eyes was real. She reached out to take it, but the next second I suddenly pulled my hand back, not wanting to give it to her anymore. Su Qingyue laughed in confusion, tilting her head to look at me, coaxing and tricking. "Didn't you say it was for me?" I gripped the rose stem tightly, not even daring to look her in the eye. Tone carrying a bit of nervousness, "Take this flower. Then you are mine." The words held an ambiguous, inexplicable attachment. Valentine's Day, an eternal red rose shows that only the other person is in your heart, hoping for a passionate and grand love with them. And Yicheng taught me to say this. My eyes avoided hers. I dared not look at her. Su Qingyue gently called my name. Gu Xingcheng. I squatted down, looking straight at her. Su Qingyue took the rose. Her voice was seductive yet serious. "I was yours to begin with." I took a few seconds to react. My brain suddenly short-circuited. Not long after, my ears started burning. I think I just got flirted back. Crap, where are my wingmen? My strategists aren't here. What do I do next? What in the world do I do? I frantically thought of a countermeasure. After a long while, I pretended to rummage through my bag. Su Qingyue asked what I was looking for. I paused for 2 seconds, looked up pitifully. Su Qingyue. "I don't think I brought my house keys." Hearing that, Su Qingyue helped me search the bag, even checked my pockets thoroughly. Really wasn't there. I squatted on the ground muttering, "What do I do? I can't sleep on the street. It's so cold outside. I'm scared." Su Qingyue was about to say something. The next second, I gently tugged at her hem, like a helpless little animal, my eyes seemingly holding only her. "Su Qingyue, can you let me stay for a night?" As soon as I said it, boom. Su Qingyue's rationality exploded into pieces. I got my wish and entered Su Qingyue's house, like returning to my happy nest. My whole demeanor brightened visibly. Su Qingyue's house even had my dedicated fluffy slippers. I groggily changed my shoes, secretly praising myself. So smart. The house key was actually hidden in my sleeve long ago. Wait, that way I can rightfully stay with Su Qingyue all night. But thinking it over, I felt a bit guilty and apologetic. I'm being really bad, doing whatever it takes because I like her. Not good at all, but little did I know. Su Qingyue had already seen all my emotions. My eyes kept shifting. Su Qingyue coaxed me all the way, took me into the bedroom, didn't forget to pour me a cup of honey water to soothe me. Su Qingyue placed the woolen rose carefully into the arms of a small teddy bear, patting the little bear's head. I watched her place the rose, while holding the honey water, feeling sweet inside. Carefully asked, "Su Qingyue, am I sleeping here tonight?" Su Qingyue picked up the remote and turned on the heater. Softly asked. Later she would go to her mom's room,
And here I thought Su Qingyue would sleep with me in this bed. Then couldn't I hold her all night? That would be great. I smiled slightly. Su Qingyue took off her down jacket, grabbed her pajamas, and went to the bathroom, telling me to sit nicely on the bed. Don't move around. This time she didn't forget to lock the bathroom door, to prevent a certain drunkard from crawling over to peek at her. Turned on the shower in the bathroom. Not sure if it was because of the cold or the slight intoxication. Through the mirror, Su Qingyue could clearly see her face was already flushed, deadly red, near 11 p.m. The air conditioner blew waves of warm air. I couldn't help but take off my white down jacket, still wearing my competition suit underneath. Su Qingyue walked out. I pouted. I want a shower too. Su Qingyue snorted softly. Drunk like this and you want to shower? What if you drown? I weakly protested. I am not drunk. Su Qingyue sat beside me, patiently coaxing me. You're not drunk. I lowered my head, stubbornly muttering to myself. I want to shower. I have to sleep later. Su Qingyue, sleeping in your bed, I must be clean. More than 10 minutes passed. I finished showering and walked out wrapped in a towel, my eyes a bit hazy. Su Qingyue, I can't find the hairdryer. Su Qingyue looked up. The next second, she was completely stunned. I was only wrapped in a towel, revealing a toned upper body and abs. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson. A long while later, she finally found her voice. You're not wearing clothes? I nodded seriously. Clothes are dirty. The more confident I acted, the more Su Qingyue felt like a pervert. How was she a good person anyway? After a moment of silence, go get the hairdryer for me. Su Qingyue held the dryer, her voice slightly hoarse. Let me dry it for you. I visibly cheered up, obediently getting closer. Thank you. Su Qingyue held the dryer in one hand, the other hand stroked my hair, tone lazy and casual, fingers threading through my hair, gently stroking the top of my head. The next second, I suddenly turned around, facing Su Qingyue, hugging her tightly. Su Qingyue's breath hitched. I leaned into her ear and whispered, voice even more seductive due to the alcohol. I used your towel. I even used your body wash. Su Qingyue turned off the dryer in time, hearing my words clearly. I lowered my head, nuzzling her neck. So now, am yours too. The room suddenly fell into silence. The ambiguous atmosphere quietly wrapped around us. Not knowing these words of mine were like a blazing fire that completely ignited Su Qingyue's rationality. She took a deep breath, feeling that I was drunk to the point of being incoherent. Couldn't even distinguish numbers, but I seemed to still retain a shred of reason. So, did I like her a little? Realizing this, Su Qingyue's heart beat faster and faster. It was late, almost past 12 a.m. I happily lay in Su Qingyue's blanket. I was actually very sleepy, but I tried to keep my eyes open, trying to stay awake. Finally, Su Qingyue finished her shower and came out. You sleep out here. Call me if you need anything. As soon as she finished speaking, my expression changed. I stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Surprised tone. Didn't you want to sleep with me? Su Qingyue looked confused. When did she say that? Don't make things up. Seeing Su Qingyue about to leave, my heart sank bit by bit. My face grew paler. Turns out she never intended to sleep with me. I looked at her pleadingly. I don't want to sleep alone. Su Qingyue, you can't go. As I spoke, I suddenly seemed to think of something bad. Curled up in the blanket, not saying anything to keep Su Qingyue anymore. The bedroom suddenly fell silent. Su Qingyue asked through the blanket, what's wrong? I pulled the blanket over my head, curling into a ball. Not saying a word, but the next second, Su Qingyue seemed to sigh. Her melodious voice came through the blanket. All right, I won't go. As soon as she said that, I threw off the blanket. Overjoyed. Really? Su Qingyue nodded. Ill sleep on the floor, she said. She turned to get a mat and blanket from the closet, spread it on the empty space beside the bed. My voice was sad. Why don't you want to sleep with me? I won't touch you, I swear. Su Qingyue threw a pillow onto the mattress, voice indifferent. I just like sleeping on the floor. I hesitated, wanting to speak but stopped, sadly said, oh. Su Qingyue saw my sad mood, silently pursed her lips, turned off the lights. The room plunged into darkness. Su Qingyue lay on the prepared mattress, gently coaxed, good night. I ignored her. Su Qingyue thought I didn't hear, repeated, Prince, good night, but I still ignored her. Su Qingyue's expression stiffened slightly. A hint of panic flashed through, remembering the last time I got drunk at the hot spring. The next morning I pretended not to know her. Su Qingyue sighed. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep with me. She was afraid that if she slept with me, her animal instincts would take over. Suddenly, thud, in the silence. A loud noise echoed in the dark night. Seemed like something fell. Before Su Qingyue could react, I quickly rolled to her side, intimately hugging her through the blanket. My voice carried grievance. I want to sleep with you. The floor around was pitch black. Su Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. The next second, my hands accurately cupped her face, lowered my head close to hers, quickly kissed her right cheek. Su Qingyue froze for half a beat, hurriedly sat up and turned on the light. This isn't a dream. I actually kissed her cheek while drunk. Yet the culprit blinked innocently, an arrogant expression, seemingly written all over. So what if I kissed you? Su Qingyue pinched my cheek, deliberately teasing, do you like me? Her eyelashes fluttered down, brows furrowed.
Thinking seriously, I like you. I like Suching Yue. Like very much, very much. This is a little secret. But the hateful Suching Yue doesn't want to sleep with me. I suddenly don't like her anymore, I said angrily. Was about to say I don't like her, but feared she'd be sad, afraid she'd be heartbroken. Hesitated a moment. I raised my slender finger, carefully. Signaled a little bit of like. Afraid she'd get too arrogant, so just a little bit. As soon as I said it. An explosion rang in Suching Yue's head, her heart pierced by my lightning strike. Repeating this sentence in her mind, those previous bitter feelings vanished into thin air, but I was already very sleepy. Didn't care about like or not like anymore, just buried my head into her blanket, voice low, shh, I want to sleep. But Suching Yue was still stunned. By the time she snapped out of it, I was already asleep, lying obediently beside her. The woman's lips slowly curled up, voice gentle, I like you too. Very much, I like you very much. Suching Yue fell into chaos, her head filled with the cheek kiss and a little bit of like. Unrequited love hides in the darkness, love that cannot see the light. Liking her cautiously, bit by bit, walking alone on a dark, cold road, not knowing how long to walk, just knowing I must persist, until a warm ray of light just flashed, illuminating the path ahead. Clearly, having waited for so many years, she could persist. But now, after being actively kissed on the cheek, she seemingly really couldn't wait any longer. Suching Yue wasn't sleepy at all. She opened her phone, created a new group chat, sent a WeChat red envelope, do me a favor. Some girls in the group had already drunkenly fallen asleep. Some were still awake. Seeing the red envelope, sleepy eyes shot open, completely awake. Oh my, Sister Yue, you really shouldn't. We're all sisters. If you need anything, we'll help. Why send a red envelope? Right, does our relationship need to be measured by money? This is truly an insult to me, but the two girls who just spoke those touching words immediately snatched the red envelope, fearful it would be gone in a second. Next, the group exploded. Such a big red envelope. Speak. What is it? To make a special small group. Leave it to me. Late at night, Suching Yue was unusually calm. She just typed on the screen, but seemed to use all her strength. I'm preparing to confess to Guxing Cheng, suffusing the bedroom. When I groggily opened my eyes, a room both strange and familiar appeared before my eyes, startling me. Isn't this Suching Yue's room? I seemed to realize something, expression changing, sat up abruptly. In an instant, the chaotic memories of last night flooded my brain. Clear images appeared in my mind, not just the tight hug in the bathroom, but also the kiss on the cheek on the mattress. I took advantage of being drunk to kiss Suching Yue. My eyes suddenly widened. The next second, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. The woman leaned halfway against the doorframe, wearing light-colored pajamas, lazy tone. Awake? I bought lunch. Come eat some later. I spaced out for 2 seconds. Forcefully pulled the blanket to cover myself. No way, sister. Is lunch the issue right now? It's about how ambiguously intimate we were last night, and she's still in the mood to eat? Eat what? Suching Yue seemed to chuckle softly. Through the blanket, her melodious voice drifted over. Don't worry. You slept on the floor last night. We're still innocent. I braced myself under the blanket, finally slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom, constantly comforting myself inside. Anyway, at least I got to kiss her. Didn't lose out this time. Bathroom. Suching Yue had prepared a disposable toothbrush and face towel for me. I brushed my teeth while frowning, thinking of a strategy, planning to pretend I remembered nothing. After washing my face, I took a deep breath, feigning a relaxed demeanor. Sat at the dining table, flashing a bright smile at her. Good morning. Suching Yue sat opposite me, snorted softly, her eyes constantly scanning my face, indifferently said, It's noon. I said, Oh, lunch, bought from my favorite siumai shop. Suching Yue sat across from me, picking up a siumai with chopsticks. Just a casual action was enough to stir the heart. I ate siumai while sneaking glances at her. My gaze slowly landed on Suching Yue's right cheek, suddenly felt guilty. Did I kiss there last night? My ears burned red, immediately lowered my head. I suddenly felt like I lost out big time. If I knew, I would have kissed her lips. Suching Yue seemed to sense something, asked absent-mindedly, By the way, last night. But before she finished, like I had a radar, I immediately interrupted her, speaking very fast and loud. I don't remember anything about last night. After saying it, I realized my reaction was too dramatic. Guilty, without being charged. I coughed lightly, lowered my head to eat strategically. Suching Yue's lips curled up, a half smile. She slowly leaned in, resting her chin on one hand. Really don't remember anything? I took another sip of mung bean soup, nodded. I have total amnesia after getting drunk. Thank you for taking care of me. I tried to stay calm, but the hand holding the spoon was trembling slightly, mercilessly betraying me. Suching Yue. Her gaze landed accurately on my fingertips, let out a low chuckle. I felt I'd be exposed any second. Decided to attack first, testing the waters. I didn't do anything excessive last night, did I? My face full of sincerity and innocence. Suching Yue dipped the siumai in vinegar while staring at me. You want to know? I nodded stubbornly. Anyway, no matter what she says, we'll just turn hostile and deny it. I was just drunk and stupid. But the next second, Suching Yue took out her phone. I happen to have a recording. Do you want to listen? My eyes widened slowly. I looked shocked. No way, why is she being such a dog? What kind of decent person records things every day? I finished the last sip of soup and stood up in a hurry. Enough. I found my house keys. I have to go home immediately. I just wanted to escape quickly. If I stayed any longer, my heart wouldn't be able to take it. Suddenly, Su Qingyue grabbed my wrist from behind, Gu Xingcheng, following her movement. I met her dark eyes and spoke blankly. The distance between us was very close. This time, Su Qingyue dropped her lazy look. Her tone carried a hint of seriousness. My race is next week. Will you come? I reacted. I gave her a bright smile. Of course I'll come. Su Qingyue has gone with me so many times. Of course I am more than willing to cheer for her. I also hope she can stand on the podium and shine brightly. Hearing that, Su Qingyue tiptoed and rubbed my head. Her eyes were serious. Okay, you definitely have to come. I sprinted back to the empty house. I quickly rolled into the bedroom and hurriedly opened my phone. The dorm group chat had completely exploded. Over 99 plus messages. I was tagged countless times. Gucci asked, Xingcheng, how did it go? Is your situation okay? And Yicheng tagged me. You brat, sleeping so soundly. Li Yu tagged me. I'm so anxious. Clearly, I'm not the male lead. Why am I so anxious? And Yicheng, you beast, you didn't actually eat the goddess, did you? I sat cross-legged on the bed and briefly described last night's events. Li Yu exploded as soon as he heard. He sent a voice message. Damn, you're that wild when you're drunk? In the bedroom. I put down the phone and stared at the white ceiling. My mind was filled with Su Qingyue's face. I am very determined that I like her. I like her so much that I can't hold back or pretend anymore. Every second, every minute, I want to be close to her. Every second, every minute, I want to hug her. This emotion is like a vine spreading wildly, wrapping tightly around my heart. The room fell into silence. I don't know how long passed. I finally took a deep breath. I picked up the phone again to text. Guys, tell me, if I confess to her, will it be successful? Su Qingyue is participating in a national public motorcycle race. The value of this race is higher than the ones she participated in before. It is also the official starting point of her career. She seems to have enough confidence and ability, but the closer the race day got, the worse I slept at night. I kept having terrifying nightmares, like falling into an abyss. I haven't had a good sleep for 3 or 4 days straight. My roommates comforted me one by one, saying I was too stressed, worrying for nothing. I always felt uneasy inside, so I invited them to go mountain climbing. Chengshuan Temple on Baiwu Mountain is very effective for praying for love and peace. Each time you can only pray for 2 people, and if you are sincere, it will come true. The 4 of us arrived at the foot of the mountain. We walked step by step deep into the forest. Birds singing and murmuring water echoed in our ears. The mood was quite happy. But the next second, a loud thunderclap rang out. All the climbers stopped in their tracks. Expressions changed suddenly, as if someone pressed pause, and Yicheng was terrified. He looked up at the sky. No way. Oh God, it's not what I think it is it? Just as he finished speaking, heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. Li Yu looked miserable. Damn it, the weather forecast clearly said it would be sunny. They specially chose today to climb the mountain, because today was not only forecast to be sunny, but it was also an auspicious day. The result turned out like this, and Yicheng was furious. He pointed his finger at the sky and cursed. What the hell? Why are you suddenly raining so hard? Do you have a problem with me? Gucci sighed. If I knew, I would have done a divination before going out. But luckily, we all brought umbrellas. The passers-by around us didn't bring umbrellas. They cursed while walking back in the rain. Most people chose to go down the mountain. Li Yu and the others seemed not to want to climb anymore either, but because of me, they didn't say it. I stood there, pursing my lips. I said softly, the rain is too heavy. You guys go back first. No need to go with me anymore. Thank you guys. Gucci looked up. He asked worriedly, do you really still want to climb? We can go another day. I shook my head, speaking stubbornly. I want to climb up. I've been having nightmares constantly these past few days. I can't remember what I dreamed of, but it seems to be related to Su Qingyue. I always have a bad premonition. Deep in my mind, there seems to be a voice, telling me I must do something. That's why I came to Baiwu Mountain, to pray for a peace amulet for her. Tomorrow is Su Qingyue's race. My roommates hesitated for a while, before leaving. They told me to stay safe and not to push myself. I hummed softly. I climbed up alone with my umbrella. Even with the umbrella, my pant legs, shoes, and shoulders were soaked. 1,314 steps as I climbed. I thought about Su Qingyue, remembering her covered in injuries when she was young, her cold beauty in high school, her brilliance and dazzle on the racetrack, her doting and warmth while skiing. Every side of her has occupied my heart. Thinking endlessly, I don't know how long passed. When I reached the summit, the storm finally eased a bit. The surrounding wishing trees were full of red silk wooden cards. There were also wind chimes making clear sounds in the rain. I panted heavily. With reverence and sincerity, I bowed at every shrine. Finally, in the temple, I prayed for a peace amulet for both myself and Su Qingyue, wishing her a life of peace and smoothness. The moment I clutched the amulet, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The panic and anxiety of the past few days seemed to gradually fade away. That evening, it didn't rain in the capital. There were 2 knocks on Su Qingyue's door. Opening it, she saw a large, soaked puppy. Standing right in front of her door, I held up the peace amulet in front of her, curving my eyes for you. Su Qingyue paused slightly. She couldn't describe what she felt inside. Thank you. She took the amulet. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. Tomorrow's race, you definitely have to come. My eyes were clear and clean, filled with her reflection. Then you also have to promise me you'll be safe. I lowered my head, speaking a bit shyly. No matter what rank you get, I feel you are the best. As soon as those sincere words were spoken, Su Qingyue nodded. She couldn't help it and rubbed my head again. Okay, I promise you I will definitely be safe. I held out my pinky. Then let's pinky promise, just like when we were kids. Su Qingyue didn't find it childish. Instead, she hooked my pinky very seriously, gently coaxing me into the promise. I was satisfied. Break the promise and you're a puppy. The moment our thumbs pressed together, we seemed to have invisibly signed a contract. The day of the race, I changed into a light brown coat. The race venue was noisy and chaotic. Just as it was about to start, a group sat in the stands, staring nervously at the track. I don't know if it was an illusion. I felt that this group of girls was acting a bit strange today. Even Zhang Chen, the third grader, was staring at me with an expectant look. Not good. Very not good. At the same time, the electronic screen on the track switched to images of the racers, immediately causing a wave of screams. Look quickly, our sister Yue is so cool. I looked up at the big screen. The woman in the black and red racing suit. Her figure was extremely striking. The beauty mark under her right eye was captivating. In that moment, she seemed like a female lead walking right out of a manhwa. My heart instantly filled with honey, my love for her. The guys nearby lit up, exclaiming in excitement, "Check out racer number 1. How can she be so beautiful and cool?" On the track, the racers were ready. The atmosphere in the stands rose feverishly. Chen Shishi hurriedly clutched her heart. "Help. I'm so nervous." Zhang Qing was silent for a moment. Patting her shoulder, she said, "It's okay. We have to believe in Sister Yue." I lowered my eyes, murmuring softly, "Yeah, Su Qingyue, she can definitely do it." I don't know if I was comforting others or comforting myself. I kept repeating it. She'll definitely be okay. Su Qingyue will definitely be safe and smooth. After all, she's a future world-class racer. A gunshot rang out. The race officially began. The racers launched out like lightning. I looked at the silhouette of racer number 1 on the screen, red and black intertwined. The racing suit looked like a burning flame, rushing madly, making people's blood boil. At the curve, her bike almost hugged the ground. Her knee almost grazed the asphalt, gliding smoothly. Full of danger, my heart suddenly tightened. I didn't dare breathe loudly. My heart leapt to my throat. Every curve was terrifying to watch. When the camera switched to a close-up of bike number 6, I suddenly froze. My face went pale. In a flash, I seemed to return to that terrifying nightmare. Chen Shishi looked at me. Seeing I wasn't okay, she asked hurriedly, "Brother Gu, what's wrong? If you're stressed, just close your eyes. It's okay." Those were words of comfort, but Chen Shishi's legs were shaking too. I snapped back, clutching the amulet in my hand. "I'm fine. Just haven't slept well lately. Su Qingyue promised last night. She'll definitely be safe. If she breaks her promise, she'll become a puppy." Hearing that, Chen Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. She looked back up at the race. "Come on," screaming. The final lap was the most dramatic phase. All the spectators were hyped up, screaming madly. At the curve, racer number 6 caught up, almost neck and neck with Su Qingyue, sticking close together, almost about to crash. The struggle was incredibly fierce. All the spectators looked tense. Chen Shishi was so tense her forehead was sweating. But the next second, a thud suddenly rang in her ears. She turned to look. Her expression changed abruptly. I had collapsed straight to the ground. "Damn, Gu Xingcheng, what's wrong? Don't scare me!" The girl screamed in panic. Quick, quick, quick! Brother Gu passed out." The race was still ongoing. Number 1, Su Qingyue, and racer number 6 were almost tied. The competition was fierce and ruthless. On the screen, racer number 6 on the inner curve was infinitely close to the ground. Suddenly, he lost control and slid outward. Racer number 6 completely lost control, crashing straight toward the outer lane. Su Qingyue was riding alongside him. Bang! A piercing crash sound suddenly rang out. The two drew a blinding arc on the track, spinning and tumbling endlessly, sparks flying everywhere. Thrown off the track together, Su Qingyue crashed. Crashing is indeed a fatal blow in a race. The whole venue suddenly paused. Dead silence. In that moment, the whole world was distorting, turning into a bottomless abyss, swallowing the body bit by bit, surrounded by coldness and despair, completely unable to move, unable to speak. Only heart-piercing pain remained. "Clearly, you promised you would be safe. Why did you lie?" I jolted awake, opening my eyes abruptly, screaming, "No!" I sat up abruptly from the sofa, face pale, a thin layer of sweat on my forehead. My heart hurt so much. Su Qingyue's anxious, urgent voice rang out. "Gu Xingcheng, are you okay?" I slowly came back to reality. Around me was an unfamiliar lounge. Su Qingyue was sitting right beside me, safe and sound. She was still wearing the red and black racing suit. The only difference was, there was something extra around her neck. A gold medal. I reflexively grabbed Su Qingyue's hand, asked, "Are you okay?" Su Qingyue held my hand. Shaking the shiny gold medal nearby, she said, "Gu Xingcheng, I won the championship." Standing on the podium, she had kept thinking that I would definitely see her. But after receiving the trophy, she got news I had fainted. She practically ran here like crazy. In that moment, She was about to go mad. The on-site doctor couldn't find anything wrong, just said I'd be fine after some rest. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. When I fainted, I seemed to be in great pain. Very sad. No matter how she called, I wouldn't wake up. I stared at the trophy for a long time, holding her hand tighter. I whispered, I want to watch the replay. Su Qingyue hummed softly, holding her phone sideways in front of me, scrubbing the progress bar. I stared unblinkingly at the screen during the critical moment of the final lap. Racer number 6 beside Su Qingyue lost control and flew off the track. Luckily, Su Qingyue was just a tiny bit faster, so she wasn't affected. She rushed straight across the finish line. Then she stood on the podium, graceful figure, lifting the championship trophy. The whole crowd cheered, boiling with excitement. The replay ended. My lips were pale. Number 6 crashed. Su Qingyue's voice was calm. He really almost hit me. Later, the medical staff found out he used banned drugs. He'll probably be banned for 3 to 5 years. Hearing that, my nose stung even more, like eating the sourest tangerine in the world. So the nightmares of these past few days, those horrific scenes just now were all memories from my past life. Whenever I recalled those memories, I would always faint uncontrollably. In the past life, Su Qingyue had a crash in this race and was seriously injured. It was also the first failure of her career. But in this life, not only is she safe and sound, she even won the championship. Both of us kept our promise. I came to watch Su Qingyue race, and Su Qingyue was safe and successful. No one broke the pinky promise from last night. I kept telling myself, be happy, don't cry. It's clearly a perfect, happy ending. But I couldn't help feeling heartache. Heartache for the Su Qingyue of the past life, heartache because she was injured. I will be sad. I bowed my head, eyes red. The next second, Su Qingyue took off the gold medal. She put it around my neck. She pinched my cheek. Be good. The gold medal is for you. Don't cry, okay? I was trying to hold back tears, but after Su Qingyue's coaxing, they finally fell uncontrollably. Suddenly, the lounge door burst open. Chen Shishi, Zhang Qing, a group of girls squeezed in, eyes wide with shock, staring at me, wiping my tears. Chen Shishi blurted out, Damn, Sister Yue, why are you bullying Brother Gu? Zhang Qing slapped her butt hard, lowering her voice. Shut up, idiot. Can't you see she's comforting him? Chen Shishi instantly understood. She placed the black backpack she was holding on the chair nearby. This is Brother Gus' bag. We'll leave first. Good luck. The group hurried away again, not forgetting to close the door. They went to a nearby open space and squatted down, playing cards, while whispering anxiously. Do you think Sister Yue's confession will succeed today? Will our Brother Gu say yes? It's not like. He rejected her just now, right? If the two of them fail, I will never believe in love again. In the quiet lounge, Su Qingyue lifted the bag and placed it beside me, casually asking, It's a bit heavy. What's in it? I immediately hugged the backpack tight, looking aggrieved. I just didn't want to tell her. Su Qingyue didn't ask more, sitting beside me. Gu Xingcheng, is there anything you can tell me? She wanted to share my burden, any emotion at all. I looked at her carefully, my voice trembling. I just had a dream. I was still organizing my words, thinking about how to express it. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyue understood immediately. She gently coaxed. Was it a nightmare? Dreaming I crashed? Or that I was crashed to death? I immediately covered her mouth. Anxious tone. Don't say it. It's bad luck. It seems she guessed right. Su Qingyue brushed my hand away, taking out the peace amulet, her tone serious. Don't be afraid. Aren't I here, alive and well? When you fainted earlier, I specially had someone contact your roommates. Your roommates said you've been having nightmares lately, sleeping badly. They also said you guys climbed Baiwu Mountain yesterday. You hit a storm halfway. Everyone else turned back. Only you gritted your teeth and kept climbing. 1,314 steps. You prayed for this peace amulet for me. Su Qingyue held up the amulet, her eyes reddening, staring at me unblinkingly. Just now, I really almost got hit. So when I got off the bike, I thought, did this protect me? As soon as she finished speaking, my just stabilized emotions surged wildly again. Not caring about anything anymore, I hugged Su Qingyue's waist tight, burying my face in her neck. But that dream was real. It was her past life. Those real pains all struck my heart. It hurt so much. Su Qingyue, I was so scared. Scared you'd crash. Scared something would happen to you. I really don't want you to be sad. Su Qingyue, I think. My voice got smaller. The last sentence wasn't clear. Su Qingyue patted my back gently, like comforting a child. Think what? She was still thinking how to comfort me. Unexpectedly, the next second, I suddenly looked up. I like you. If I don't confess, it'll explode. In the silent lounge, I suddenly regretted it. My imagined confession should be very romantic, surrounded by beautiful flowers, everything dreamy and beautiful. Not like this. I must look very ugly right now, and like a lunatic too, hugging Su Qingyue tightly without letting go. Thinking of this, I wanted to cry even more, and the confession speech. Last night I stayed up preparing poetic words, basically incredibly romantic and beautiful, but now my mind is blank. The memorized confession lines are all gone. I could only repeat, like Su Qingyue. Really like her. Su Qingyue froze on the spot. No reaction for a long time. I don't know how long passed. She finally heard her own voice. I immediately covered her mouth. No, shut up. Let me speak first. I hurriedly unzipped the backpack, taking out a motorcycle helmet made of Lego, red and black, the size of a normal racing helmet. It even had the letters S, S, Y. I spent a long time building it. I gathered my courage. This is my confession gift to you. Congratulations on a successful race, under the dim light. Su Qingyue looked up, staring at me. Her eyes glinted strangely, but as soon as she opened her mouth, I quickly covered her mouth again. Don't rush. I still have. Probably due to stress and panic. Even my hands are shaking now. Taking treasures out of the backpack, a fountain pen, a diamond bracelet, an honor medal. Su Qingyue opened her mouth. I once again. Wait. The last one. I took out a pink love letter. Trembling fingers shoved it into Su Qingyue's hand, ears red enough to bleed. Su Qingyue. But this time, it was Su Qingyue who interrupted me, resting her head on my chest, complaining yet dotingly said, Gu Xingcheng, stop stealing my lines. Hearing that, I froze while hugging her. Heaven knows how nervous I am right now. Afraid Su Qingyue won't agree. I'm afraid my feelings won't be returned. Su Qingyue hugged me tight. I like you. Longer than you've liked me. Gu Xingcheng. Today is the confession I've planned for a long time, on the romantic mountain. She has many gifts for me, and the most romantic and passionate confession. I planned to reveal it when we got there, but I didn't expect you to say those words one step ahead of me. She also didn't expect me to suddenly faint. She expected even less, that her prince was even braver than her. Su Qingyue held on tight, as if she had obtained the whole world. After hearing these words, I rubbed my eyes hard. Su Qingyue said she likes me too. She really agreed. I looked down blankly, asking softly, Did you also plan to confess to me today? Why is it such a coincidence? Su Qingyue smiled and pinched my cheek. Because we are telepathic, since long ago. When I was little, I really liked and wanted those gold medals. Pointing at the photo, telling her, Sister Qingyue, if you win a medal in the future, you must let me wear it, okay? For so many years, she always remembered. So she thought long ago, she'd confessed to me when she won a gold medal. Sunset on the mountain peak dyed the sky. I led Su Qingyue step by step up to the flat summit. In front was a bunch of high-end yellow balloons, immediately catching my attention. This was the first confession gift. Su Qingyue had changed into a JK skirt uniform. I pointed at the distant balloons in surprise. Are those all confession gifts? Su Qingyue hummed softly. Gu Xingcheng, open the gift. Open it bit by bit, along with my heart. I squatted down, eagerly opening the yellow gift box. I saw her pick up a black envelope from under the fresh flowers. At Su Qingyue's signal, I slowly opened it. Gu Xingcheng. You never seem very confident, always feeling you are very ordinary, very mediocre. But in my eyes, you are always unique, brighter than the sun. My nose stung. Su Qingyue led me to the next gift, walking and saying, no rush to take these. I'll have someone bring them to your house. When I saw the end of the love letter, my hands shook slightly opening the gift, a jar of paper stars. Compared to the exquisite love letter before, this envelope was very old. It was even just a piece of rough scratch paper. The handwriting was a bit childish and ugly, but every stroke was written very carefully. Xingcheng, thank you for giving me paper stars. Actually, the paper star I gave you yesterday hid a secret inside. It said I like you, but you never found out, and I didn't dare tell you. That was written for me by young Su Qingyue. My heart felt squeezed by a hand, unable to breathe. So she has liked me for that long? But the taste of unrequited love is really bitter. So bitter. I held back tears. Clearly I was happy, but more than that, I felt heartache. Heartache for her. The last love letter had only 3 words. I love you. Opening the box was empty. The next second, a melodious voice rang out beside me. This gift is me. Su Qingyue cupped my face, tiptoeing. Gu Xingcheng, I want to be your girlfriend. Will you agree to be with me? In my eyes, only one person's reflection remained. So I am not humble dust. So I am also worthy of being secretly loved. I nodded vigorously. I also like her to death. Really like her. Wanting to be close to my girlfriend, I buried my head in her neck, hugging her tight. We must be together. As soon as I spoke, Su Qingyue wrapped her arms around my waist, comforting and coaxing me. Yeah, together forever. Together for a lifetime. For all lifetimes, never apart. Her silent love of many years finally saw the light. However, behind a tree nearby, several heads peeked out sneakily. Zhang Chen's eyes shone like stars. He couldn't help clapping. Brother Xingcheng and sister Qingyue are really together. The girls fought for space behind the tree, watching secretly, exclaiming constantly, I told you it would work. Those two really match. I saw early on that they liked each other. Our world-weary girl, the cool great demon king Su Qingyue, finally got hitched. Confetti. My romance brain is acting up again watching this. If they don't get married, it won't end well. I want to sit at the main table. On the other side, Su Qingyue wasn't oblivious to these idiots. She kept patting my back gently. Only after comforting me did she take my hand. Let's go home, boyfriend. She waved, signaling the girls to help move the gifts. The girls grinned broadly. You promised. Success means treating us to spicy crayfish. Zhang Chen held balloons, drooling. I want to eat too. Right now, Su Qingyue's heart and eyes were filled only with her boyfriend. She just nodded faintly at their words. Eat, eat. The gluttonous girls heard there was crayfish to eat. They immediately cheered up, moving stuff.
Congratulations, Brother Gu and Sister Yue must be together for 100 years.
Chen Shishi's eyes were filled with emotion as she shouted loudly, "You must be happy, Brother Gu. Sister Yue, if she bullies you, remember to tell us, okay?" Suqing Yue glared at her. The other party immediately shrank back and ran off with the group. I looked down. I didn't forget to report the confession results to the strategists who were anxiously waiting. I gave a brief summary, and the dorm group chat immediately exploded. Gucci, scattering flowers. This is truly mutual love. And Yi Chang, I told you she was your destined soulmate. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Li Yu, heh, in this life one should love someone like that. In this life one should love someone like that. In this life one should love someone like that. After replying to the messages, I put my phone down. Looking at the pile of balloons and roses in front of me, I felt troubled. After thinking it over carefully, I decided to give the balloons and roses to passersby, thinking that it would spread happiness and good vibes. Suqing Yue naturally listened to me. All the way, she dragged a bunch of balloons while I held the roses. Shoulder to shoulder, we walked back. When passing a park, there happened to be a lot of children, especially the little girls who received cute balloons and beautiful roses. They were so happy they jumped up and down, speaking sweetly. "Thank you, brother and sister. Wishing you eternal joy and eternal happiness." We also met a female cleaner on the street. When she received a red rose, her eyes were filled with disbelief. After a simple explanation, her eyes became slightly moist. "Thank you." The sky gradually darkened. The balloons and roses were quickly given away. We received so many smiles and blessings from different strangers. The night wind blew, and the corners of my lips curved into a gentle smile. Suddenly, Suqing Yue stood in front of me and asked, "Boyfriend, can you carry me home?" My body reacted faster than my brain. I turned around. I squatted in front of her, and the girl wrapped her arms around my neck. We walked along the quiet, small path. The streetlights emitted a gentle, lingering light, elongating our shadows. Only the sound of our strong heartbeats remained. It wasn't until we reached the dark corridor that I put Suqing Yue down. With dark, deep eyes, I lowered my head and lifted her face. My voice was husky and seductive as I said word by word, "I want to kiss you." Suqing Yue's nasal voice trembled slightly. The next second, warm lips pressed against mine. The string of tension in my head suddenly snapped. Suqing Yue subconsciously wrapped her arms around my shoulders and neck. She even looked up to respond to me. I felt my whole body becoming very strange. I don't know how much time passed. I reluctantly gave her lips a light peck. Only then did I gradually pull away. This first kiss. We just pressed our lips together, feeling each other's softness. There were no other excessive actions. Lying in bed, I recalled that first kiss just now. It soothed my barren heart. The night was late. The moonlight outside the window was gentle and lingering, scattering on the ground. I curled up in the blanket, holding my phone. Suqing Yue sent, "Good night, boyfriend." I happily replied, "Good night, girlfriend." Seeing the message, Suqing Yue smiled. She quickly posted a public announcement of our relationship on her moments. It was a very simple red heart. The attached photo was secretly taken by Chen Shishi hiding in the bushes. On the gentle, romantic mountaintop, two people hugged each other tightly. Suqing Yue even changed her moment's cover photo, as if she wanted to tell the whole world that I am her boyfriend. A few days later, the news of our romance was like a fire, gradually burning up in the banquet hall of the upper class. Yang Yuting wore an evening gown holding a glass of red wine. Her expression was calm, always maintaining a perfect look of aloofness. Only the faint dark circles under her eyes made her look a bit haggard and pale. The girl next to her paused for a moment, clearly surprised by her state. "Sister Ting, have you not been resting well lately? You look very weak." Yang Yuting sat in the middle of the sofa, her face suddenly darkening. She had been very busy during this period. So busy she had almost no time for basic rest. It wasn't that she hadn't tried calling me from strange numbers, but I seemed to have changed my phone number. No matter how she called, she couldn't get through. A voice kept playing in her head, telling her to bow her head quickly, telling her not to regret it, telling her to actively go find him. But her pride and precious time did not allow it. She kept comforting herself that she was definitely still in my heart. Suddenly, a girl held up her phone. "Gu Xingcheng has actually fallen in love as soon as the words were spoken." Yang Yuting looked up blankly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Immediately after, she coldly forced a few words through her teeth. "Gu Xingcheng is in love?" Yang Yuting tried to appear calm, but the wine glass in her hand unexpectedly fell to the floor. An unlucky waiter immediately came to clean up the floor, screaming curses internally. That girl nodded, wanting to spill all the news she knew. "That's right, Gu Xingcheng and Suqing Yue are together. It happened just a few days ago. They even posted it publicly on Moments. Every word weighed 1,000 pounds, striking her heart like hail, completely destroying the defenses in Yang Yuting's heart. All her reason and composure shattered in this instant. She sat helplessly on the VIP sofa, mumbling, "How is that possible? Gu Xingcheng, how could he turn around and choose someone else? How could he abandon me?" The girl immediately contacted others. Very quickly, she obtained a screenshot of Suqing Yue's moments, but before she could zoom in to take a closer look, Yang Yuting snatched it away violently. The photo captured a romantic and warm moment, a man and a woman hugging tightly, surrounded by balloons and roses. Undoubtedly a confession scene. The romantic photo was like a sharp blade, showing no mercy, cutting into Yang Yuting's eyes. She stared until her eyes turned red. Her fingertips gripping the phone turned white. The truth was about to come out. Actually, there were clues everywhere. It all happened step by step. But back then, she was confident and certain. She didn't deign to bow her head at all. She was even testing me. All of this was something that never happened in the past life. Everything is different from the past life. Why did it go off track? Why did I suddenly stop chasing her in this life? Yang Yuting, her mind was a mess, numb. Whoosh! She stood up. No, I have to go find him. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Yang Yuting blankly, then at each other, eyes full of shock and astonishment. Impossible. This lavish party was very important to the Yang family. How could she just leave like that? Another clear-headed girl beside her frowned deeply. She couldn't help but speak up to remind her, Sister Ting, he already has a girlfriend. If you go find him now. Aren't you knowingly acting as the other woman? Yang Yuting's face was ice cold, her reason fading away. So what if he has a girlfriend? It's just dating. Can't they break up? As long as she took the initiative to go find him, as long as she bowed her head a little to hold him back, they will definitely break up. A girl suddenly stood up to block her. Sister Ting, wake up! Madam Yang won't let you go. Yang Yuting mercilessly swatted the girl's hand away. A crazy fire burned in her eyes. Get lost. Don't stop me. I have to find him. Everyone felt that Yang Yuting had gone mad. She was completely deceiving herself. Wasn't Gu Xingcheng's rejection clear enough? The girls thought of Madam Yang's warning. They exchanged glances once more and immediately rushed up to stop her. Crying miserably, Sister Ting, please don't go. What kind of man can't you get? If Gu Xingcheng is gone, let him go. Stop deceiving yourself. Wake up, I beg you, my dear lady. No matter how they pulled, Yang Yuting remained red-eyed. She shook off their hands violently, her tone extremely cold. Get lost, all of you. She's deceiving herself? Impossible. In the dreams of the past life, I held a sincere heart, chasing after her for 7 years, a full 7 years. This was just a small part she dreamt of. Perhaps in the past life, I followed her for over 10 years, maybe even a lifetime. Yang Yuting's expression fluctuated between dark and light. She ran quickly out of the banquet hall, determined to find me. At worst, she would lower her stance a bit, to get me back by her side. She would never intentionally treat me like before again. Just doing that would be enough. Yang Yuting walked fast. While comforting herself, she rushed out of the hall, walking faster and faster. Suddenly, she stiffened and stopped. More than 10 expressionless bodyguards surrounded her, and Madame Yang stood in front of her, wearing a formal and exquisite dark red qipao. Her aura was noble, her eyes devoid of any warmth, like she was examining a tool. Why do you want to leave early? It wasn't the concern and worry of a normal mother for her daughter. Her tone was full of thorns and mockery. Yang Yuting clenched her fists, her voice small. I have personal business. The next second, a fiery slap struck her face hard. A crisp slapping sound rang out. Her foster mother sneered, her face full of ridicule. Losing your soul over a man like this. Look at what a state you're in now, Yang Yuting. Head in the clouds all day like a crazy person. Before, you were always arrogant and cold, never showing emotion. Useless thing. Raising you was truly in vain. The harsh words were like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe, completely extinguishing the fire of anger in her heart. A long time later. Yang Yuting finally came to her senses. She moved her lips. I understand. Her body was like a robot, turning back to the party. Just like her 20 years of life, cold and numb. In early March, the weather gradually warmed up. It was hard waiting for the start of the school term. Yang Yuting finally had time to find me again. It wasn't until she spent effort asking people to find me that she suddenly realized they had no common ground, and it wasn't that easy to run into each other. Before, she always felt meeting me was very easy, whether in high school or when just starting university. Those 2 or 3 months, it seemed she could see me any time. I was like a small animal quietly following behind her, impossible to shake off no matter what. She just had to turn her head to see me. But now, unless she deliberately checked the schedule, she couldn't get close. The girl beside me looked embarrassed, awkwardly saying, Sister Ting, Madam Yang won't let us help you find him. I really don't dare. Last time someone snitched, and I got a call warning me. Besides, Gu Xingcheng already has a girlfriend. There's no shortage of guys chasing you in this school. Why don't you check them out? The girl started changing the subject, screaming 10,000 times in her heart. That young couple is so sweet together, sticking together all day. Is this Yang Yuting crazy? Why does she insist on ruining it for them? She secretly looked up to observe Yang Yuting's reaction. The other party didn't care, face expressionless, tone stubborn. So what if Gu Xingcheng is with Su Qingyue now? They are childhood friends. If they liked each other, they would have been together long ago. Why wait until now? Looking like she was talking to someone else but actually comforting herself. Yang Yuting spoke with increasing confidence and certainty, because his sincerity was never meant for Su Qingyue. A relationship without love definitely won't last long. Sooner or later, they will break up, do you understand? The girl really wanted to give her a sarcastic thumbs up. Yang Yuting didn't give up, heading towards the boys' dorm alone, wanting to try her luck.
It was past 9 p.m. The dim streetlights turned on, endlessly stretching her lonely, solitary shadow. Suddenly, she stopped in front of the main gate of the dormitory. I was wearing gray pajamas, seeming to wait for something, my eyes full of anticipation. Yang Yuting's eyes revealed shock and joy. She hurriedly stepped forward to go over, but the very next moment, her whole body suddenly froze. She only saw a beautiful figure step out, running over from another small path. Su Qingyue stuffed a bag of sweets into my arms. Her eyes were smiling. I smiled brightly, sometimes rubbing her head, sometimes pinching her small cheeks, the corners of my mouth raised. Unable to hold back, we talked intimately, while Yang Yuting stood behind a notice board not far away, like a gloomy rat spying. She looked at the scene before her in disbelief. Her eyes suddenly felt hot. Her lip color gradually became pale and weak. Not far away, I held the bag of sweets, sneaking glances left and right. After confirming no one was around, I bent down to kiss Su Qingyue on the cheek. In that moment, Yang Yuting stood frozen. After I quickly stole a kiss on Su Qingyue's cheek, her ears turned slightly red and she immediately covered her face and ran away.
All of this turned into a bone-chilling river of ice, crashing into Yang Yuting's weakest mental state, taking the confidence and certainty she had brainwashed herself with for days, and smashing it in the blink of an eye. She was most familiar with this expression of mine. In the past, I always smiled at her like that. Yang Yuting unconsciously took a step back, legs as heavy as lead. Su Qingyue walked towards her step by step. Her voice was indifferent. I wonder how long someone intends to spy on another's boyfriend. Until when? I didn't spot her. But Su Qingyue had seen her figure long ago. Hearing the words spy on another's boyfriend, Yang Yuting was about to go mad with anger. She suddenly stepped forward, staring at Su Qingyue. It's you. What tricks did you use to trick him into being with you? Stay away from him. Clearly, I'm his person. Clearly, he only likes me, this green tea. Su Qingyue must have used some trick, getting in the way, ruining things, sowing discord. Finishing her words, Su Qingyue also stared at her, her eyes becoming dangerous. She suddenly recalled the confrontation in the snow last time. Back then, Yang Yuting had a high and mighty attitude, coldly mocking her, but now their statuses were completely reversed. Who had the upper hand and who was going mad mindlessly was clear at a glance. Su Qingyue still had a smile on her lips, a light, mocking smile. You told me to stay away from him? Gu Xingcheng is my boyfriend. Are you rushing to nominate yourself as the mistress in front of the main wife? Main wife, mistress! Every word stabbed wildly into Yang Yuting's heart. Her whole body felt drained of strength, but she still tried to say, Gu Xingcheng just wants to make me angry, to provoke me. That's why he's with you on purpose. As long as I bow my head and go find him, do you think you can still be his boyfriend? She spoke word by word, speaking coldly. The person he likes is clearly me. He has chased me for so many years. Su Qingyue, you know this best in your heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingyue suddenly rushed up and grabbed her collar, voice full of violence. So you knew too, knowing he chased you for so many years. But how did you treat him? Saying this, Su Qingyue's eyes were slightly red. How Yang Yuting had treated Gu Xingcheng, how she treated that boy full of anticipation, letting the girls around mock him, degrade him, bullying him, intentionally being cold to him, ignoring him, but giving him hope time and again, stringing him along. Thinking of this, the rims of Su Qingyue's eyes grew redder, gripping Yang Yuting's collar tightly. If only you had been a little more proactive, I wouldn't have had a chance, but you kept giving me this chance. Yang Yuting lost all strength in her body. Her face turned pale in an instant. Su Qingyue added another stab. You don't deserve Gu Xingcheng. He stopped liking you a long time ago. Saying this, Su Qingyue suddenly let go of her and walked away step by step. Her eyes were frighteningly red, constantly comforting herself. It doesn't matter. If these good things others cannot give to Gu Xingcheng, then she will give him double, multiple times more. Yang Yuting collapsed weakly to the ground, her eyes lifeless. The last string in her mind snapped with a pop. Su Qingyue's words kept repeating in her ears. Gu Xingcheng is my boyfriend. If only you had been a little more proactive, I wouldn't have had a chance. But you kept giving me this chance. Thinking of the more than 2 years in this life, and the 7 years of the past life, Yang Yuting's face became paler and paler without a trace of blood. All these years she just had to turn back sooner, just treat me well sooner, just not be so cold to me. How could Su Qingyue have had a chance? Back then, my heart and eyes were all her, only liking her, even staying away from Su Qingyue. I tried to take 99 steps towards her. She just had to take 1 step towards me, but she just stood there motionless. No one will take the initiative forever. Yang Yuting stood frozen for a long time. She finally collapsed, holding her face and mumbling endlessly. I have to go find Gu Xingcheng. I have to explain to him. He's so soft-hearted, he'll definitely agree. On Saturday, I had a date with Su Qingyue. As soon as she arrived, I turned on the automatic clingy mode, shoulder to shoulder with her. I also handed her a small, beautiful bouquet of white eustoma flowers, meaning unchanging love only for you. She took it in surprise, smiling lightly. Looking at her curved eyes, my eyes were full of joy. Su Qingyue naturally held my hand, fingers interlaced. The date spot was Uha Mountain. We took the high-speed train for over 40 minutes. At the foot of the mountain, it was lush and green. Before us lay a landscape painting full of vitality.
Su Qingyu turned back and said, "Before, you climbed Baiwu Mountain for me to pray for a peace amulet. I thought I must climb with you once too. Back then, I fainted." Su Qingyue contacted my roommates, receiving their messages. Xingcheng hasn't slept well these past few days. Yesterday he looked really tired, very exhausted, but he still stubbornly braved the storm to go up there and pray for your amulet. Everyone else was coming down, only he climbed up alone. Thinking of these words, Su Qingyue's heart ached again. She didn't know what kind of mood I was in that day. Step by step, up the stairs, holding an umbrella, slowly climbing. Su Qingyue paused for a moment and added, "Besides, I heard that couples who climb this mountain together stay together forever. The scenery on the mountain is also very beautiful, so she and I admired it together. I held her hand, your hand. Even without climbing the mountain, we can still be together for a long time. I also told her all of Gucci's fortune-telling results, saying that we would be together lifetime after lifetime, never separating." Su Qingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really?" I said with a bit of pride. "That's right. He even calculated that we are a destined match made in heaven." Hearing this, Su Qingyue's lips curved even higher, intentionally dragging out the last syllable. "Really?" I frowned seriously. "It's true. His predictions are very accurate." Su Qingyue pursed her lips to suppress a smile, secretly happy. I hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping. I don't know how long later, I leaned into her ear and whispered, "Su Qingyue, I'm stuck to you now, the kind you can't get rid of no matter what." Hearing this, Su Qingyue completely froze. Her heart felt like it was being teased gently. A numb current ran through her whole body. She slowly turned red all over. On Saturday, the tourist area was very crowded. Most were couples, to pursue the so-called forever. Su Qingyue went to the restroom next to the tourist area. When she came back, she saw me holding up a sugar painting. "Eat this." Su Qingyue's eyes lit up, secretly making a determination. She must also treat me doubly well. When preparing to go up the mountain, I squatted in front of Su Qingyue. "Get on. I'll carry you." Su Qingyue was stunned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "You want to carry me up the mountain?" I hummed softly. "Of course. There's a mission tonight. Can't let you get tired." She blinked blankly. "What mission?" The next second, a wicked smile appeared on my lips. "Teaching you how to kiss tonight, back in the corridor." That was our first kiss. I straightened up, carrying her step by step upwards. That was just touching. Doesn't count as a real kiss. Better to say it early, so she could prepare mentally. The girl on my back was silent, just burying her head in my shoulder without saying anything. So it was a tacit agreement. I was in a pretty good mood. On the way, many strangers looked at the two of us, because carrying someone up a mountain really stood out too much. The stairs up the mountain weren't too steep, so the walk was quite stable. Su Qingyue felt guilty, poking my cheek with her index finger. "Guxing Cheng, are you tired? Put me down." I didn't stop walking, chuckling softly. "Are you underestimating your boyfriend? Don't worry." When we were about to reach the top, I said shamelessly, "Girlfriend, if you love me, can you give me a small reward?" Su Qingyue leaned in and kissed the base of my right ear. Thinking for a moment, she felt it wasn't enough, so she leaned over and kissed it again, asking, "Is the reward okay?" My steps paused slightly. A low grunt came from deep in my chest. The base of my ears turned visibly red. We reached the top and prayed together at the temple. We also hung prayer tablets on the ancient stone fate tree. Each person wrote half a sentence to form a complete one. May there be years to look back on, and deep affection to grow old together. A gentle breeze blew through the prayers among the branches. Wooden tablets and red ribbons fluttered. Under the tree, I held Su Qingyue's hand. A feeling of unprecedented satisfaction and happiness rose in my heart. After playing all afternoon, I was covered in sweat. After dinner, as soon as we got back to the guest house, I went into the bathroom. We booked a large double room at the guest house. The whole room exuded a romantic atmosphere. I closed my eyes. Just thinking about kissing Su Qingyue for real later made my heart pound. Coming out of the bathroom, I wore gray pajamas and moved next to Su Qingyue. Sitting on the soft sofa, my whole body became tense. Su Qingyue smiled and rubbed my head, pointing at the small cake and milk tea on the table. "Eat a little. I'm going to shower. Seems this person wants to fully enjoy tonight." Savoring it carefully, I lowered my head to eat the small cake. My heart was both expectant and nervous. Finally, Su Qingyue came out wearing light-colored pajamas, her collarbone faintly visible. I stood up, opening my arms to pull her into my embrace. The light in the room was slightly dim, warm, and hazy. Su Qingyue was amused by my cute appearance. Her voice was a bit lazy. "Let's watch a movie for a bit. The night is still long. We have to take it slow." I directly found a romantic anime movie, a Japanese movie with slightly more mature themes. The movie started. Holding her was a bit uncomfortable, so I wanted to shift aside. but as soon as I shifted, Su Qingyue moved closer to me, adjusting to a comfortable position. The beige sofa was very soft. We almost sank deep into it. She sat between my legs, her back leaning against my chest. The suddenly intimate position made my heart pound. The main characters in the movie were innocent childhood sweethearts, growing up together, understanding each other best. At first, neither realized they liked the other. After seeing the other interact with the opposite sex, they would feel inexplicably annoyed and unhappy, immediately sensing a crisis after realizing they liked each other. Both sides began to carefully probe, starting from poking fingers, interlacing fingers, then to an ambiguous hug, portrayed very vividly and delicately. My chin rested on the crook of Su Qingyue's neck. I could vaguely smell her fresh scent. She wore pure white pajamas with a loose collar, revealing those two soft white things, offered to me without reservation, making one want to just dive in and take a bite. The shape fit perfectly in my palm. My breathing gradually became hot. Reason was constantly burning up. Night fell. The main characters in the movie were already hugging and kissing deeply. I was teased by Su Qingyue to the point where I couldn't watch anymore, just nodding and whispering, not just liking my ears. I like her. My whole being likes her. Su Qingyue's voice rang in my ear again. Say it again, I like hearing it. This time I didn't speak. Instead, I lifted her face and kissed her lips. One hand held her waist, the other held the back of her neck. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders, slightly lifting her head to accept my kiss. She was kissed until dizzy, a soft moan spilling from her lips. I kissed deeper and deeper. Su Qingyue's whole body heated up, completely going limp on my lap. In my ears were Su Qingyue's soft whimpers, and the faint sounds from the movie. The ambiguity ceaselessly spread everywhere. Everything was magical to the extreme. I don't know how much time passed before I spared her a little. My eyes filled with thick desire. Qingyue, do you like it when I kiss you like this? The room was silent, amplifying our panting. Su Qingyue. Her fair cheeks were flushed. She hummed softly. Her cherry-pink lips glistened with a layer of moisture. Her soft, long hair obediently draped over her chest. I've tasted the sweetest treat in the world, and I'm in such a good mood. I picked Su Qingyue up in a princess carry, carrying her straight to the big bed in the bedroom. I patiently tucked her in and said, I'm going to take another shower. Su Qingyue looked up blankly. She quickly realized something and paused for a moment, suddenly burying the lower half of her face in the blanket. I went into the bathroom. I couldn't help but look up at the unfamiliar reflection of myself in the mirror. My ears were burning red, and my whole body felt like it was soaked in honey. I looked down at myself, then silently turned on the cold water tap. I came out of the bathroom and pulled Su Qingyue into my arms with one hand. Leaning close to her, I said, Good night, Qingyue. Su Qingyue was turning her back to me. She whispered back, Good night. The surroundings around Xingcheng were strangely quiet. It seemed like the whole world had fallen asleep. I slept particularly warmly and peacefully that night. After saying goodbye to Su Qingyue and returning to the dorm, 3 pairs of eyes immediately stared straight at my face. With scrutiny and deliberation, they stared until my scalp went numb. What's up? And Yi Cheng approached, squinting at me. Looks like you two kissed pretty intensely last night, huh? My eyes widened as I whispered, That, you can tell? Gucci beside him couldn't help laughing. Xingcheng, he's tricking you. And Yi Cheng went back to his seat and crossed his legs. Actually, I couldn't tell, but your lewd expression gave it all away. Li Yu, looking purely curious, asked, So how did the kiss actually feel? Was it good? I touched my nose, pretty good. For the next few days, Su Qingyue was preparing for some computer-related competitions. She was busy from dawn till dusk. The number of times we met decreased a bit, but the frequency of video calls increased significantly. We had to video call at least once every 2 days. Su Qingyue really liked looking at me and hearing my voice. Just seeing me made her happy. She even dreamt of us sharing a bed in the middle of the night, dreaming that she took the initiative to sit on me, boldly touching my abs. Xingcheng, I want. But when she woke up, the sense of loss compared to reality was immense. Su Qingyue felt that, ever since that night mountain climbing, she had become a huge pervert. She couldn't focus on questions, couldn't scroll through her phone, even food didn't taste good. Every night she dreamt of sleeping with her boyfriend, only to wake up to an empty bed, nothing there. She felt entirely miserable. She really wanted to hold Xingcheng and sleep together again, but she was afraid her boyfriend would think she was too perverted. So she hadn't said it yet, planning to find a suitable opportunity. At 10:30 p.m., she finally couldn't hold it back anymore. She video called from her bed in the dorm. I had just finished drying my hair. I put on my wireless earphones and pressed answer. Then I heard Su Qingyue's gentle voice. I miss you so much. Just those words. My ears went soft. I nodded slightly and said obediently, Me too. Su Qingyue leaned halfway against her pillow. Her lips curled into a smile, her love unconcealed, showy yet passionate. She spoke frankly. I miss you every single minute. She was wearing wireless earphones, but her roommate still overheard some of what she said. The single dogs in the dorm were jealous and hateful. They took turns teasing. Women in love are scary. Her voice even got gentler. Why is someone so clingy to their boyfriend? Aren't you afraid of being annoying? Su Qingyue laughed and told them to get lost. I also vaguely heard her roommate's words. I hesitated a moment, then called her name, Su Qingyue.
Su Qingyue looked at me intently through the screen. I rested on the desk, smiling gently. I like you clinging to me. I don't find it annoying at all, because I want to cling to you too. It wasn't until nearly 11 p.m. when lights went out that we reluctantly said goodnight. At the end of March, the spring atmosphere grew stronger. In the campus courtyard, rose petals drifted gently in the wind. I collected all the class competition essays. After placing them on the teacher's desk, it was already dinner time. There was almost no one in this lecture building. But I hadn't gone very far. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind me. My wrist was grabbed tightly. I turned and looked up, unexpectedly facing a woman with cold, pale eyes, wearing a pristine white dress, her skin cold and pale. It was young Yuting. But the young Yuting right now was completely different from before. Before, she was always perfect and elegant, distant and unreachable. Now, her eyes were bloodshot with dark circles underneath. Her lips were pale too. Yang Yuting grabbed my hand agitatedly. Her voice revealed intense pleading. Gu Xingqing, I finally have the chance to talk to you alone. I froze for a moment. I hadn't seen her in a long time. I had almost forgotten this person. After removing that filter, I suddenly realized Yang Yuting actually wasn't that beautiful, nor was she that attractive to me. My wrist was being held very tightly. I frowned slightly. Let me go. Yang Yuting was a step faster and grabbed both my hands, dragging me forcefully into a small classroom nearby. With a slam, Yang Yuting shut the door. Her tone was a bit urgent. Gu Xingqing, didn't you like me before? I agree to be with you. Really. She locked my hands tight, staring at me seriously. She had lowered herself this much to find me. I was so soft-hearted, I would definitely agree. Definitely go back to how it was, but I found it absurd and ridiculous. This person really wasn't thinking straight, blinded by arrogance. I said coldly, Yang Yuting, I've said it many times, I stopped liking you a long time ago. Stop bothering me. It's truly disgusting. Yang Yuting seemed to deliberately pretend not to understand my words, her red eyes inching closer to me. Stop messing around. Gu Xingqing, be my boyfriend. She even tried to force a smile, wanting to appear a bit gentler, but she looked a bit terrifying instead. I stared seriously into her eyes, articulating each word, my tone calm. I like Su Qingyue, only her. She is my girlfriend now. Yang Yuting, there's no chance for us. Give it up. Not liking someone means not liking them. Things that are broken want return to how they were. Mirrors are like that. Human feelings are like that too. My voice was calm but forceful. Every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into Yang Yuting's fragile heart. Yang Yuting, stunned, took a step back. That sentence echoed in her head. I like Su Qingyue. Suddenly feeling a heart-wrenching pain, as if the only ray of warmth in her world had vanished, leaving only icy coldness and darkness. Why? Yang Yuting lowered her head in disbelief, muttering to herself. Hearing others say it was one thing, but hearing it with her own ears, hearing me admit I liked another girl was a different matter. How could I possibly like someone else? I actually liked someone else. Yang Yuting's whole body went rigid, her voice dry. She questioned, Didn't you only like me? I found her absurd, and just as I was about to speak, she suddenly interrupted me. Whatever Su Qingyue can give you, I can give you too. Yang Yuting's usually cold voice became hoarse, her eyes reddened with unwillingness. No matter what she can give you, I can give you something better. Her fingers gripped tighter and tighter, as if trying to grasp a lifeline. Gu Xingqing, come back to me. You can have whatever you want. But my gaze remained incredibly calm. With absolutely no emotion, I said, no, you can't give me public partiality, pure, passionate affection, also respect, understanding, and support. These things Yang Yuting will never understand. Yang Yuting seemed to think of something. She looked up into my eyes again, trying to hold on. You don't like those friends around me, right? They always mock and ridicule you. I swear I won't let them bully you anymore. Can you come back? I promise I suddenly cut her off. Yang Yuting, you are truly hypocritical. Her voice stopped abruptly, staring at me blankly. The classroom was empty. Only my reasoned voice remained. Every time they belittled and mocked me, you clearly heard it. But you pretended not to hear. You never stopped them. It wasn't once or twice, but countless times. I stared into her pale eyes, as if brutally interrogating her soul, because you were enabling them. Actually, you were bullying me too. Or rather, you were the one bullying me the most, relying on the fact that she was everything to me, always bullying me time and time again. But Su Qingyue was never like that. Su Qingyue's friends have always been respectful and enthusiastic toward me. As long as besides Su Qingyue, no one dares to say a bad word about me. Thinking of this, my heart softened. Before, I had never seen the sun, so I thought that darkness was normal. Now that I really have radiant warmth, how could I possibly be willing to go back to the past? Yang Yuting's ears rang. She saw in my beautiful eyes a few degrees more disgust and mockery, completely unlike before when they were full of stars and affection. Yang Yuting's grip on me loosened. Her voice carried bitterness, stammering, Gu Xingqing. I wasn't bullying you. I was just testing if you would ever leave, just ensuring that no matter what happens, you would steadily burn for me. I forcefully pried her hands off, speaking coldly, but no fire burns forever without stopping. Even the hottest heart will grow cold. I will marry Su Qingyue in the future. I will be with her forever. Yang Yuting, stop holding on to unrealistic illusions. I won't turn back. You deserve all of this. It serves you right, in the empty classroom. My voice echoed over and over in Yang Yuting's ears, especially the sentence, I will marry Su Qingyue. Yang Yuting's pupils suddenly contracted. They get married. Why was it so familiar? As if some memory was uncontrollably flooding back. In an instant, a suffocating feeling rose in her viscera. All strength vanished from her body. Yang Yuting felt dizzy. She collapsed wearily onto the empty space beside her, pain driving her mad. Taking advantage of her fall, I opened the classroom door and without looking back, ran to the restroom of another building to wash my hands. Washing every place Yang Yuting had touched me, I tremblingly opened my phone, and the next second, 2 messages appeared before my eyes. Su Qingyue, I just ordered milk tea for you, 10 minutes. Su Qingyue, Pat's head. What are you doing? I miss you so much. I hesitated, afraid she would worry, but thinking it over, I decided not to hide it. I told her roughly what happened. Just as I sent the message, Su Qingyue replied instantly. Her anxiety was visible between the lines. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. In the classroom. Yang Yuting lay on the floor, drained of strength. A fragment of memories from her past life crashed over her like a tidal wave. Things she had never dreamt of before. Events that happened after I had liked her for 7 years. After we got together, she still acted high and mighty, enjoying my initiative, allowing those around her to mock me, even secretly sabotaging my career, convinced that I would never leave. So every time she saw my disappointed, lonely eyes, she felt valued, giving her joy and satisfaction. Until, forced by her mother, she suddenly missed my birthday concert to pick up another man returning from abroad. But I liked her so much, I never got angry at her. When she finally checked her phone, she saw a breakup message. She disdained it, only laughing coldly. How could I actually break up with her? She was extremely confident and certain, guaranteeing I definitely wouldn't leave, that I would definitely bow down first like before. But this time she waited a long time. 6 months later, what she waited for was the hot news of my marriage. Su Qingyue and I officially announced our marriage. Gold medal racer versus top male singer in her past life. The remaining images also flashed by one after another. Yang Yuting's brain was constantly stimulated, every single nerve. There was the scene of her staring at our wedding photo, disbelieving, the scene of her rushing to seek reconciliation, begging miserably, and the scene of her breaking down in a stormy night, regretting for a lifetime. The memories faded. Yang Yuting lay lonely and helpless on the classroom floor. They got married. Suddenly, an unspeakable emotion choked her throat, making it impossible for her to breathe. Even inhaling felt difficult. Before, she always dreamt of the past life, where I chased her for 7 years with a sincere heart. So she naturally assumed I would never leave her. Back then she was smug, fearless because she had support, even remaining high and mighty, drunkenly weaving a magnificent dream. But this remaining memory was like a silver needle dipped in deadly poison, mercilessly piercing through this dream, piercing through all her confident lies. Yang Yuting sat bewildered on the floor, eyes so red they looked ready to bleed. It turns out, whether in the past life or this one, I didn't need her anymore. At the same time, Su Qingyue almost immediately dashed out of the dorm, her eyes full of worry and heartache, fearing I was sad. Chen Shishi didn't know something had happened to me. She complained with a twisted face at the door. I'm in the middle of a ranked match. This is my promotion match. Su Qingyue didn't look back, running down the stairs. On the way, she video called me, confirming I was okay. Only then did she slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after, she rushed to the farthest lecture building. Suddenly seeming to sense something, Su Qingyue looked up alertly. Yang Yuting was standing on the stairs, staring at her with a gloomy, dazed look, revealing sky-high jealousy and hatred. The quiet corridor silently brewed a storm of blood and violence. Su Qingyue, thinking about me saying Yang Yuting grabbed my hand, went mad with rage. She rushed up the stairs, grabbing Yang Yuting tightly. You keep clinging to my boyfriend, you think he's with you? Do you think I'm dead? Try forcing him one more time. But this sentence struck some sensitive nerve in Yang Yuting. Her reason screamed ceaselessly as she decisively reached out, choking Su Qingyue with force. It's clearly you. You stole him from me. Stolen in the past life and this one. If it weren't for Su Qingyue, how could I have left him? Yang Yuting had also been properly trained in martial arts since childhood. She immediately swung a fist at Su Qingyue's face. The opponent didn't seem to care, taking the punch. Decisively acting, she slammed her head against the wall with force. Fast, precise, vicious. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the cracking sound of bone. Yang Yuting's mind was in chaos. Su Qingyue slammed her head into the wall again, her entire body's strength barely contained, each word murderous. Looks like you still won't admit it, still haven't realized your mistake. Always wanting to blame others. Yang Yuting, you pushed him away yourself. It was you. You didn't cherish him. You're cheap.
Half of Su Qingyue's face was hidden in shadow, so angry her fists were trembling, her whole body in a state of tension. These words suddenly ripped open Yang Yuting's bloody scar, brutally exposing the truth, like a sharp blade twisting inside her insides shattering into pieces, suffocatingly painful. Yang Yuting listened, her face pale, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. That's right, it was she who had pushed away that light with her own hands. While Yang Yuting was dazed, the opponent decisively struck her face. Pain quickly spread across her face. Yang Yuting instinctively stepped back, until she stepped on the same stair. She suddenly used all her strength, grabbing Su Qingyue's arm tightly. A loud noise echoed. Both of them rolled down the stairs together, heads hitting the ground hard. Nearing evening class time, 1 or 2 students had arrived early, taking back row seats. A male student walked by hugging books. Just as he was about to go up, 2 people suddenly rolled down. He jumped back, letting out a piercing scream. Oh my God! Walking normally, and 2 girls fall down. When I ran over following the noise, I saw such a disastrous scene. I took a sharp breath. Eyes full of worry and heartache, I rushed over. Yang Yuting also fell on the ground. As I ran towards her location, still holding a shred of hope, she slowly reached her hand towards me, hoping in her heart that since she was injured, I would feel sorry for her. Even just a little bit of pity would do. But in my eyes, there was only one other person. Yang Yuting watched helplessly as I helped Su Qingyue up, hearing with her own ears my trembling voice, anxiously asking Su Qingyue, "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Qingyue leaned on my shoulder, comforting me. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Our silhouettes were so harmonious, so distant, staring at our retreating backs. Yang Yuting's outstretched hand finally dropped to the ground, her eyes red, tears slowly pooling at the bottom. Gu Xingcheng, she tried to open her mouth, hoarsely calling my name over and over. I didn't look back, but held another woman with heartache in that moment. Yang Yuting's mental pillar suddenly collapsed. Her body lying on the ground trembled slightly. Many images from the past suddenly flashed in her mind. Bitter tears slowly welled up, silently falling from the corners of Yang Yuting's eyes. She truly regretted it. Near dusk, the sun set slowly. Su Qingyue sat on a bench on a deserted path, her long lashes lowered slightly, like a child who had done something wrong. I stood in front of her, carefully cupping her face, intently examining the swelling on her forehead, an unspeakable ache, constantly surging in my chest. I pursed my lips, asking softly, "It's swollen. Does it hurt?" Su Qingyue grunted softly, tone indifferent. "It's just a small wound. Doesn't hurt at all." But when I touched it gently, she couldn't help but hiss in pain. I sighed softly, knew she was just acting tough, taking a tissue from my pocket, gently wiping the dust off her forehead, then bending down slightly, tenderly planting a kiss on it. I wondered why she suddenly stopped replying to WeChat earlier. Turned out she was fighting Yang Yuting, and she fought because I was bullied. The more I thought about it, the more upset I felt. Su Qingyue sat on the bench, silent for a while, gently tugging my hand, her voice a bit sad. "Did she just grab your wrist?" I nodded, but I washed it off. Su Qingyue said nothing. Her soft little hand stroked my wrist over and over. I watched her intently. I could feel Su Qingyue's mood wasn't great. Her mouth drooped, eyes cast down. She seemed enveloped in a layer of sadness. I stepped forward and hugged her, comforting Qingyue with a gentle voice. "Don't be sad anymore. Look, the sunset glow today is beautiful." Hearing this, Su Qingyue's eyes flickered, reaching out to hug me, burying herself silently in my arms. She wasn't sad. She just felt sorry for me, always being bothered by others, worried if I felt unsafe. The camphor trees by the road rustled in the wind. The small deserted path had no one else. I held her tight, rubbing her head like comforting a child, thinking seriously, thinking how to cheer her up. A while later, I lowered my head slightly, close to her ear. "Su Qingyue, can I grant you one condition?" Su Qingyue buried in my arms. Her voice immediately became cheerful. "Really? Any condition?" I hugged tighter, nodding firmly, but nothing too excessive. I reserved the right to interpret it. Su Qingyue's eyes deepened. "Can I save it for later?" I felt her mood improve significantly. Smiling, I answered, "Sure, the deadline is 1 month." Su Qingyue thought for a moment. Countless thoughts flashed in her mind, starting to complain. Gu Xingcheng, being bullied. The next second, I suddenly pulled back, asking, "Who bullied you?" Looking like I wanted to go beat them up for her. Su Qingyue chuckled inwardly, but on the outside, very serious. "My roommates bully me. All 3 of them bully me." Hearing that, I sighed in relief, reaching out to pinch her cheek, smiling dotingly. "Your roommates can actually bully you? It's lucky enough if they aren't bullied by you." Su Qingyue sulked. "The 3 of them snore so loudly at night. I haven't slept well for days." She looked up, looking at me with pitiful eyes, like a poor puppy wagging its tail at me. "Really, I just want a good sleep. How could I resist her?" Like this. Seeing the distinct bump on her forehead again, feeling even more heartache. From such high stairs, falling head first, how could it not hurt? My heart softened instantly, gently coaxing. "Then I'll stay out with you tonight. It happens to be Friday. No school tomorrow."
Su Yue pursed her lips where I couldn't see, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. We walked hand in hand around the campus, enjoying the gentle night breeze, strolling leisurely toward the dorms. I walked Su Yue all the way to the girls' dorm. Only then did we temporarily part ways. I ran back to my dorm, packed simply under the questioning of my roommates, briefly recounting what just happened. Li Yu almost coughed up blood from anger after hearing it, going crazy. No way, that Yang girl, does she not understand human language? Truly, belated deep affection is cheaper than grass. I really want to punch her. Gucci's voice was steady. Don't worry, everyone. I did a reading a few days ago. Her future looks pretty bad, very unlucky anyway. Seeing me packing sleepwear, Gucci asked casually, Xing Cheng staying out with his girlfriend again? I folded my pajamas, putting them in a small bag along with my ID card. Her roommates snore loudly. She hasn't slept well lately, so I'm going to stay with her, just purely covering up and talking. And Yicheng sighed. I shouldered my bag and headed out. Bye. Roommates waved at me. When I got downstairs, Su Yue had finished packing and was waiting at the door. I walked over happily. Why so fast? Thinking about being with her for so long made me happy. Su Yue held my hand. We arrived at the hotel, inserted the key card. I was about to say something when it went pitch black. Heh. Su Yue's seductive voice rang in my ear. Gu Xingcheng, I want to kiss you. I've been thinking about it like crazy on the way here. In the dim, ambiguous room, I fell into a gentle trap. I was forcefully pinned against the door by Su Yue. An indescribable emotion permeated the air. She spoke almost right against my neck. Every word carried an intoxicating magic, making the heart beat faster. I was trapped between Su Yue and the door. Before I could speak, my lips were captured. I immediately lifted her chin, counterattacking vigorously. This kiss was even more hurried and intense than the last, like a sudden storm rising on the sea surface. I pried open her lips, impatiently sucking and claiming her sweetness. Su Yue wrapped her arms around my neck, responding passionately. Burying my head in Su Yue's neck, voice choked. Yue, I like you so much. Su Yue became happy. She inserted the key card, turning on the warm lights. Oh right, sleeping well lately? I answered, pretty good. Since dating Su Yue, I've been happy every day. Sleep quality is much better too. Su Yue's sulky voice came from my chest. But I don't sleep well. You're in my dreams. But when I wake up, you're not there. Heart aching, I cupped her face and smiled brightly. That's why I'm here to stay with you tonight. I carried the person in my arms to the bed. Wait a bit, I'll shower first. The kissing made me a bit hot. So hot I needed to cool down. After I finished my cold shower and came out, Su Yue took her pajamas into shower. Don't know how long passed. The young girl changed into a snow-white nightgown. A small towel draped over her shoulder. Long, silky black hair, soaking wet, hung over the towel. My Adam's apple bobbed, standing behind her. I'll dry it for you. Su Yue happily threw herself into my arms, voice gentle. You're so good. I hugged her and went into the bathroom together. Door closed. Plugging in the hairdryer, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch up. The two of us faced the mirror. I stood right behind Su Yue and turned on the switch, patiently drying from the roots to the tips, occasionally smoothing her hair. Through the mirror in front, I could clearly see Su Yue's face, the girl's exquisite features, her deep phoenix eyes. After drying for about 20 minutes, her seaweed-like hair became fluffy and soft. I unplugged it and put it in the cabinet. The next second, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around Su Yue's waist. She was lifted up with one arm, seated firmly on the wash basin. She instinctively clung to my shoulders and let out a surprised cry. What are you doing? Without waiting for her to react, I leaned in close to her face. Doing something legitimate with my girlfriend, of course. As soon as the words fell, I kissed her again. We were now at eye level. This time I kissed very carefully. The palm on her waist felt like it was starting a fire, slowly moving up through the thin layer of her nightgown, but abruptly stopping just as it was about to touch a soft spot. I lowered my head to Su Yue's ear and asked politely, "Can I touch?" She looked up, her voice like a kitten. "You can." My heart pounded wildly in my chest. A long time later, I finally let go, satisfied, and lifted her down. I panted, ears burning red, wanting to merge her into my own body. Su Yue said softly, "Are you feeling a bit uncomfortable now? I can help you." Her voice had a hook to it, incredibly seductive. Su Yue pressed her advantage. Didn't boyfriend say he'd agree to one condition of mine? I'm using it now. I felt like I had dug my own grave. I quietly glared at her, but I also said, it can't be. Too excessive. The final interpretation lies with me. Su Yue hugged me, her tone a bit serious. "Xingcheng, I want to help you." Night fell, the darkness gentle. The curtains in the room blocked out the lingering hazy moonlight. The air was filled with soft panting sounds. Su Yue fell asleep in my arms, the corners of her mouth twitching up. After so many days, she finally got a good night's sleep. March 30th was my birthday, on a Saturday, which happened to be the finals of the music competition. Compared to the tension and anxiety of the preliminary round, I could now clearly feel a bit more confidence and courage. Because I had sung for Su Yue many times, and Su Yue had praised me very, very many times. Being deeply loved by someone makes you fearless. On the night of the finals, stars twinkled. The audience filed into the stadium, both expectant and nervous. Many audience members already had their favorite contestants, while the rest were neutral passers-by. Before, the preliminaries and second round were divided into many areas, so they couldn't compare to this grand final. The stage was spacious and bright. The competition was scored based on judges' scores and online votes, a total of 40 people battling it out. At 6 p.m., the live broadcast of the finals officially began. The host quickly started to hype up the stage. The atmosphere in the stadium gradually heated up. The cheers from the audience below were loud. Especially for some fairly famous bloggers, fans began raising cheer signs. Waves of enthusiastic heat rose from below the stage. In the distant seats, Li Yu shouted happily, "Xingcheng actually made it to the finals. What do we do? I'm so nervous." And Yicheng hurriedly pinched his philtrum. "Stop talking, I'm nervous too. Plus, Xingcheng just drew the second to last number. We have to be nervous until 8 or 9 o'clock. Gucci quietly comforted them. It's okay, it's okay. Trust Xingcheng. I've calculated it. The omens are very good." The three brothers were nervous for a while, then looked forward, stealing glances at Su Qingyue. Just then, a handsome guy wearing hanfu and singing in opera style received countless applause and cheers. The cheering was deafening. Su Qingyue barely looked up, just quietly looking at her phone screen, texting me. Suddenly, Chen Shishi poked her shoulder. Su Qingyue was smiling while texting, but when she looked up, the smile vanished, her expression cold. "What is it?" Chen Shishi looked around and leaned in close to her, then whispered, "We all agreed to remind you." "Remind me what?" Chen Shishi said while throwing a pack of tissues at her. "Don't get a nosebleed later." Su Qingyue rolled her eyes disdainfully. "Get lost." At 8 o'clock, a golden figure appeared on the stage, immediately attracting Su Qingyue's full attention. Number 37, Gu Xingcheng, performing Early Summer. Please give him a round of applause. Millions of people had already tuned into the live stream room. I stood under the stage lights, wearing the tailored suit Su Qingyue had given me earlier, shining brilliantly. This time, the stadium was bigger, the audience vast. I couldn't find my friends at all, nor could I find Su Qingyue. My mind suddenly flashed back to the confession on the mountaintop. What she wrote in the love letter. "Gu Xingcheng, you seem to always lack confidence, always feeling you are very ordinary, very mediocre, but in my eyes, you are always unique, a king shining brighter and more dazzling than the sun." I walked onto the vast stage, every step leisurely and calm. The lights slowly brightened. I picked up the microphone, smiled, and looked straight into the camera. When I started singing, it seemed as if time stood still. The voice was as clear as a spring source, like the first ray of sunlight in the early morning, piercing through clouds and dust, shining into the softest part of people's hearts. For the finals, I didn't choose a song with a powerful melody. Instead, I chose a very quiet song, blending gentleness and strength into one, emotion and technique perfectly combined, weaving an auditory feast. The eyes of the judges below lit up slightly, unable to ignore. The talented young man on stage, Su Qingyue, was watching in a trance. In the million-viewer live stream room, many people fell for him immediately. When the last note ended, I smiled gently. The audience immersed in the music took a long time to recover. Applause and cheers blended together, echoing throughout the stadium. Several girls screamed wildly. The three roommates also shouted loudly. Li Yu was moved to tears. "I think Xingcheng sang the best. It's not just my filter, is it?" And Yi Cheng waved his light stick and said, "Compared to those who sang off key, wrong notes, or cracked their voices, our Xingcheng is much better. Not nervous at all." I walked off the stage. Less than 10 minutes later, the last two contestants also finished their performances. The organizers were continuously counting votes. After waiting a long time, the host finally came on stage to announce the results. The other contestants and I sat in the front row. Seeing my online voting rank was only 18th, and not hearing the host read my name, I didn't feel too sad. After all, this was my best performance, no regrets. I quietly looked at the two messages sent by Su Qingyue. "Baby, you sang the best. Come home with me tonight." My face gradually heated up, involuntarily recalling some ambiguous images. Until the next second, I seemed to hear my name. The host's voice was extremely resonant. "First place, Gu Xingcheng. Congratulations to the champion." The whole arena boiled over. I was stunned, unable to believe my ears. Because my online voting score wasn't actually that high, I didn't expect the judges' scores to be so high. The camera projected my bewildered reaction onto the big screen. The livestream audience was about to scroll away, but seeing this, they hurriedly came back, frantically sending comments and stickers. "So cute. Can my baby debut? I really want to be his fan. I want to pinch his cheeks. They must be very soft. You can't fake this reaction. It looks real. Why is our Shishi only third? Unfair. Is the fan above okay?" Your blogger sang a line like he was venting anger. My ears heard it. If fan votes weren't so high, he wouldn't even make the top 5. At the same time, below the stage, the three roommates were crying tears of joy. The girls screamed loudly. "Brother Gu is so cool." My heart is about to jump out. The prize money for first place was very generous. I was still in a state of shock. Until the interview was over, changed clothes, and on the way to late-night supper, I suddenly came back to my senses, hugged Suching Yue's waist tightly, looked down at her, and asked, "Am I really that amazing?" Suching Yue looked up at her boyfriend with super long reflex arc, stole a kiss, corners of her mouth curling into a smile. Yes, our Gu Xiaocheng won first place. So amazing. The girls followed behind the couple like a horde of zombies, closing their eyes in pain seeing the public display of affection, wishing they could blind themselves. I give up, spreading dog food every day. The group went to the barbecue restaurant next door to celebrate my birthday, and also to celebrate my first place win. The restaurant wafted with the smell of barbecue. Suching Yue mixed a divine dipping sauce according to my taste, and grilled quite a few types of meat I liked, placing piece by piece into my bowl. I smiled and praised her grilling. Under the table, I poked her leg with my index finger. Suching Yue didn't change her expression but responded with a sound, but her hands grilled even more vigorously, as if she wanted to grill everyone present. I looked at the bowl piled high like a small mountain and whispered, "Enough. I can't eat this much, girlfriend. You eat more too." Chen Shishi sitting next to us overheard her. She giggled at Suching Yue. "I can eat it." Suching Yue coldly looked up at Chen Shishi with her expectant and gluttonous face, then put a piece of burnt meat into her bowl. Very generously. "Eat it." Chen Shishi thought, "Am I livestock?" The group started eating barbecue while playing games. Dinner came to an end. Finally, I started sharing the birthday cake. Suching Yue put a yellow cardboard birthday crown on me. After lighting the candles, I slowly closed my eyes, looking solemn. Wishes rang out in my ears. There were the lively voices of the girls, "Happy birthday, brother Gu," the warm, happy voices of my roommates, little Xingcheng, "Happy 19th birthday," and the gentle, heart-fluttering voice of Suching Yue, "Happy birthday, baby." After making a wish, I opened my eyes and blew out the candles. I took the knife to cut the cake. The cake was full of cute little cream animals. Everyone had a corresponding one. My birthday wish was very simple. Hope Suching Yue is happy every day. Hope everyone is happy every day too. At 10 p.m., it poured rain. After everyone parted ways, happily returning to their homes, I opened a large umbrella and held Suching Yue's waist as we walked back. Suching Yue smiled faintly. "Are you really sleeping? At my place tonight?" As soon as she spoke, thunder roared, more violent than before, as if to shatter the sky, startling me. Thinking about the ghost flying backwards gave me the creeps. "Of course it's true. Don't you welcome me?" Suching Yue tried to suppress her frantically rising lips. She kissed my left cheek warmly to welcome me. "Every day I wish I could stuff you into a sack and bring you directly to my house." I rubbed my left cheek. "Why did you sneak attack me? No warning at all. I was still thinking about random stuff. You suddenly rushed over and kissed me. Almost scared me to death." Just finished speaking, Suching Yue suddenly pecked my cheek again, openly stealing a kiss from my boyfriend. "So what?" I pretended to be angry and glared at her. Suching Yue felt I was incredibly cute. Her mood improved even more. We arrived at the apartment complex gate. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, as if discovering some treasure. "Gu Xingcheng." Suching Yue turned around. The smile in her eyes instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by vigilance and disgust. I also stopped, subconsciously turning around, eyes revealing unreadable emotions. Yang Yuting stood in front, holding an umbrella, lips pale, dark circles under her eyes. Her whole spirit seemed exhausted, as if she would collapse the next second. Her demeanor was unrelated to the high mountain flower she used to be, but when she stared at me, her eyes suddenly lit up with a brilliant light. I subconsciously hugged Suching Yue. Suching Yue spoke up in warning. "Did I not beat you enough last time?" Yang Yuting paid no attention to her mockery, hearing nothing. In her heart and eyes, there was only me. She clutched a bag with both hands, hurriedly unzipping it. Her voice sounded as if she was offering her whole heart. Trembling slightly, "Gu Xingcheng, I know today is your birthday. I prepared a lot of birthday gifts for you." Inside the bag were all kinds of gift boxes. A glance revealed they were of significant value. Yang Yuting hugged the backpack as if clutching a life-saving straw, looking up full of hope. But the next second, she froze. There was not a ripple in my eyes. No fluctuation whatsoever. I just quietly watched her perform, as if watching an unrelated person. Yang Yuting's ears rang. Even if she ripped her heart out now, I wouldn't be moved at all. Her voice was humble. "Xingcheng, don't you like it? Didn't you always like these things?" But I just calmly glanced at her, saying nothing, as if watching a strange animal perform. In that moment, Yang Yuting's eyes suddenly became wet, her vision blurring. She thought of her past self and her past life self. It seemed no matter how expectantly and nervously I looked at her, she always appeared ice-cold, devoid of expression and emotion, always silent, always needing me to coax and cherish her. So this is what it feels like to be cut by a knife? The boomerang hit hard, like countless sharp shards pressing into the heart, seeping deep into the marrow. Yang Yuting's face was as pale as paper. Her lips trembled. She persisted. "What do you like? Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you, okay?" I watched her carefully ingratiating herself, bowing and scraping. My gaze was calm as water, without any ripples. Turns out Yang Yuting did not know that March 30th was my birthday. I put my arm around Suching Yue. My voice steady, enunciating each word, very cheap. As soon as I spoke, Yang Yuting stumbled back as if stabbed. "No."
She hurriedly pulled out a watch, whispering, "How can it be cheap? This was 3 million USD at the charity auction." I interrupted her. "I meant you are very cheap." Yang Yuting was clearly stunned, looking up blankly. The last taut string in her mind suddenly snapped. Couldn't take it anymore, eyes completely red. Choking and stuttering as if begging for pity like a child who made a mistake. "Xing Chung, I'm sincere now. Can you forgive me? I won't let anyone bully you anymore. I was really bad before. Now let me chase you instead. Give me one more chance. Gu Xingcheng, I regret it. I've always liked you in my heart." She threw away almost all her pride and disguise, revealing her truest and most humble state to me, craving my acceptance of such a self. Yang Yuting desperately wanted to grasp the only light, reaching out to me. The next second, smack, she was punched hard in the face, defenseless. She fell straight backward. The umbrella was knocked aside. The bag also crashed to the ground. Su Qingyue had rushed in front of her at some point. Not giving her a chance to breathe, she choked her with one hand, the other punching her precisely in the stomach. Fast, accurate, ruthless, as if trying to beat her to death. Yang Yuting was in so much pain her insides felt like they were splitting, her expression distorted from the pain. Su Qingyue's eyes were fierce. Grabbing her collar, she coldly sneered. "Like? If you really liked Gu Xingcheng, you wouldn't have stood by watching him get bullied. You wouldn't touch him against his will. You wouldn't try to butt in and destroy his happiness. And you definitely wouldn't stalk him repeatedly and bother him." Su Qingyue said word for word, exposing the bloody truth. "The only person you've ever liked is yourself. Pretending to be deep? For whom? Selfish. Fake coldness." Su Qingyue stared at Yang Yuting's miserable face, looking down as if at a worthless clown. The storm grew stronger, pounding on the two of them. The rain was so loud, I stood by with the umbrella, unable to hear their conversation, eyes full of worry and heartache. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap exploded, deafeningly loud. Yang Yuting's eyes bulged. A salty metallic taste of blood rose in her throat. Her mind went blank for a moment. She hadn't slept for days, her body exhausted. Since birth, she had been like a programmed machine, working strictly according to instructions. What was her goal? Beliefs? Hobbies? None. Just avoid. Everything was nothing. She only knew everything had to be done perfectly. Just receive instructions and follow them seriously. But then what? After completing these things, what then? Inherit the Yang family. Then what? What should she do? She didn't even have friends. She was lonely, desperately needing a crowd to flatter her. Only then could she feel like a living person. How could she not know those people weren't sincere? Two-faced? One way to her face, another behind her back. She knew it all. But so what? Until I appeared. How could she not like me? Yang Yuting couldn't take it anymore. Lying on the ground, she used all her strength to strangle Su Qingyue. But Su Qingyue seemed to feel nothing, just coldly and ruthlessly lifting her up, then smashing her head against the ground again and again, splashing up bloody water. I don't know how long passed. Yang Yuting had no strength left, collapsing completely on the ground, rain pouring on her face. Yang Yuting watched helplessly as I held the umbrella for Su Qingyue. This scene was like a sharp knife stabbing deep into her eyes. Her body was covered in injuries. Gu Xingcheng, Yang Yuting sobbed with difficulty. Even her soul was struggling in pain, begging me to pity her, to feel heartache for her. I just bowed my head slightly, looking at her indifferently for a few seconds. My gaze was distant and cold, as if looking at a stranger. Tone very calm. "Don't look for me again. From now on, I don't know you." The voice was as light as a feather, but every word weighed 1,000 pounds, nailing into the heart. In my clear eyes, there was no longer the fondness and expectation as before, not even sarcasm or disgust. Yang Yuting's face stiffened. Her heart felt like it was gripped by a giant hand. She was going crazy with anxiety, struggling to kneel up. She screamed hoarsely, "No, don't! Gu Xingcheng, hate me if you want. Don't forget me. Don't look so emotionless. Don't treat me like this." Yang Yuting knelt on the ground, watching me turn around, and hold Su Qingyue's hand as we walked inside, watching their perfectly harmonious figures under the streetlights. She fell to the ground as if drained of all strength, soaked by the dirty water. The heavy rain blurred Yang Yuting's eyes. She repeated her desperate and broken whispers, "Don't forget me." Old sweet memories kept flashing in her mind, forming a stark contrast with this bone-chilling stormy night. The rain battered her face, as if ruthlessly mocking her. The water on the road got deeper. Yang Yuting was gradually submerged, closing her eyes in pain. She seemed to have always hidden in a small, dark, enclosed room, waiting for someone to truly enter. Many people wanted to try opening this door, but only for the treasures inside. And they couldn't last long before revealing their true colors and slowly leaving. I appeared at this moment, summoning the courage to knock on her door, again and again, but she never opened it, countless times testing my sincerity, using coldness to confirm if I really wanted in. Secure in the knowledge she was favored, high and mighty. Then the person knocking got discouraged and turned to leave. When she realized her mistake and rushed out to hold him back, it was too late. She had driven me away with her own hands. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The driver, holding an umbrella, looked shocked, rushing over to help her up. "Oh, miss, I finally found you. Why are you here? Adam is still waiting." Yang Yuting's ears were ringing. She couldn't hear a sound. Her heart was ice cold, her eyes empty and unfocused. Finally, she lowered her head, covering her face in panic and helplessness.
Tears of regret slowly welled up. Yang Yuting sobbed suppressedly, crying her heart out in the storm. After I went home and packed some things, I ran into Su Qingyue's bedroom. But on the way, my mood was a bit bad. Su Qingyue finished showering and changed into light-colored pajamas. Staring for 2 or 3 seconds, my emotional change wasn't actually obvious, but Su Qingyue could always keenly sense it. Like right now, my mood was a bit down. Thinking of this, Su Qingyue got angry, Yang Yuting pretending to be pitiful in the storm and giving so many gifts. But after serious thought, Su Qingyue felt that wasn't it. I wouldn't be sad because of Yang Yuting, but somehow a wave of jealousy still rose up, stimulating every one of Su Qingyue's nerves. She took a deep breath, pretended to be indifferent, walked over and asked softly, "Is the birthday star unhappy?" Suddenly, I opened my arms and hugged her waist, burying my face in her neck. Su Qingyue patted me dotingly. After a long time, my voice carried a hint of heartache. "Did she hit you?" Su Qingyue laughed indifferently, raising her eyebrows slightly, even a bit smugly. "She only hit me once, but I punched her countless times." I listened silently, hugging her tighter. I was just thinking, putting myself in someone else's shoes. Suppose Su Qingyue had a guy who chased her for 2 or 3 years. Suddenly one day, that guy regrets it, begging Su Qingyue to be with him in front of me, the official boyfriend. If that happened, I would feel angry and extremely insecure. So right now, is Su Qingyue also very angry? Sad? I was conflicted for a long time. I looked up and called her name seriously. "Su Qingyue, are you jealous?" Su Qingyue suddenly froze, pausing for a moment. Avoiding the question, she curled her lips into a smile. Why ask this all of a sudden? I bowed my head again, rubbing against her. I decided to make it clear, saying word for word, "Don't worry. I really have no feelings for Yang Yuting anymore. Whether it's like or hate, it's all gone. My world has completely excluded Yang Yuting." Su Qingyue was stunned, suddenly understanding. It turned out I was afraid she would be anxious and jealous. I suddenly stole a kiss on her lips, raising my hand to swear, "Su Qingyue, I'm set on you. From now on, I only like you." My eyes were clear and sincere, giving her a complete sense of security. I wanted to say more, but the next second, the woman suddenly kissed my lips, gentle yet passionate. A while later, Su Qingyue slowly released me, saying sweetly, "I will." I was bewildered. Su Qingyue stared at me. I couldn't help but gently stroke her lipstick-stained lips. She said seriously, "I will get jealous." I looked at her curiously. In that moment, Su Qingyue wanted to speak out all the feelings buried deep in her heart, to tell me all about her bitter experiences. Her eyes were slightly red. She closed them and slowly spoke. "Xingcheng, you don't know." Su Qingyue stopped speaking, only saying in her heart, "You don't know when you used to steal glances at Yang Yuting. I was also stealing glances at you. You don't know when you were silently chasing Yang Yuting. I was also silently loving you in my heart." I frowned and asked, "Why are you talking like that?" Speaking halfway. A moment later, Su Qingyue stood on tiptoes and whispered in my ear, "Xingcheng, you don't know that every time I saw you smile at Yang Yuting, I was insanely jealous." My mind went blank. Suddenly, Su Qingyue hugged me and spun me around, forcefully pushing me onto the large soft bed and leaning over me. She hesitated not a bit, lowering her head to bite my lips. This kiss was even more passionate than the last. Su Qingyue just wanted to kiss even more intimately. Desperately wanting to be closer to me, I reached out and hugged Su Qingyue's waist. I flipped over and pinned her beneath me, responding to her with even more heat. In the bedroom, the curtains filtered the soft, lingering light. The air was filled with a subtle ambiguity, weaving into a net that enveloped the two of us. It was still raining heavily outside. Raindrops ceaselessly tapped against the window, making dull thudding sounds. My whole body became scorching hot. My mind began to drift into a haze. I felt like I was drowning in Su Qingyue's arms. We hadn't been kissing for long, through the thin fabric. Su Qingyue suddenly felt the change in me. Once she realized what it was, her body instantly went limp. Her mind went blank, and her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. Su Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, reluctantly releasing my lips. Creating some distance, her voice became smaller. "Gu Xingcheng, why are you so easily turned on?" I looked at Su Qingyue seriously. A faint smile lit up the depths of my eyes. "Because it's not just my heart that likes you. My body likes you too." The next second, she suddenly grabbed my hand. My heart raced. I only felt something cool on my hand. I leaned in to look. There was a ring on the middle finger of her left hand, sparkling silver. Wearing a ring on the middle finger of the left hand signifies being in a passionate relationship. My eyes lit up immediately. I took it off right away, seriously observing the exquisite and detailed ring. Inside the band, Su Qingyue's initials were engraved. Su Qingyue took out another ring that looked almost identical and put it on my finger. The only difference was that the inner band had my initials engraved. "The name of the ring is named after you." The two rings seemed to silently witness a beautiful love. After I put the ring back on, I touched my ring against Su Qingyue's ring, making a clear, melodious sound. I couldn't help but curl my lips, my voice becoming cheerful. "Is this a birthday present?" Su Qingyue saw my delighted appearance and couldn't help but smile. "That's right, I've prepared it for a long time." Su Qingyue looked into my eyes. "Now I'm giving it to you as your girlfriend." I hugged Su Qingyue tight. "Thank you." I really loved how Su Qingyue smiled happily in my arms. "Move your suitcase to my place tomorrow. Go take a shower first. I've prepared pajamas and a towel for you too." I nodded, turning into the bathroom, admiring her thoughtfulness. Faced with such a woman, how could one not be moved? But when I stepped out after a hot shower, I widened my eyes in disbelief. My ears turned so red they were about to burn. Su Qingyue was lying on the bed wearing pajamas that looked like a bikini. The fabric was pitifully scarce, wrapped in a layer of thin pale pink chiffon, which could be easily lifted, revealing her skin. Pfft. I turned my head away immediately. My cheeks felt hot enough to smoke. Suddenly, I was pulled onto the large bed without any defense. I even bounced twice because the bed was so soft. I struggled to sit up and look to the side. She did this on purpose. It was definitely premeditated. Su Qingyue curled her lips slightly again. Why wouldn't I dare? Is there any part of you I haven't touched? I wanted to retort, but I seemingly couldn't think of a reason. I lowered my head slightly, pursing my lips, mainly because this outfit is really too little. No, you can't even call this an outfit. Suddenly, from beside my ear came Su Qingyue's clear laughter. Extremely seductive. I suddenly looked up, looking at her warily. Su Qingyue smirked with a mischievous grin, reaching out to unbutton my pajamas. To be fair, you should be honest too, okay? Her slender fingers undid my buttons one by one, taking off the black pajamas, revealing my collarbone and sexy abs. You could even faintly see my beautiful V-line. The shape and tone of my muscles were perfect, firm and powerful, overflowing with sex appeal that froze my brain. I said blankly, "What are you doing?" Su Qingyue raised her willow leaf brows. Her eyes were enchanting, looking just like a siren. She even slowly moved closer to me. "What's wrong, don't you like it?" As she said this, Su Qingyue was inexplicably confident. It wasn't exactly narcissism, but when we were at the hot springs, my eyes were practically glowing staring at her chest. And when I was drunk, I kept wanting to touch her thighs. I'd sulk if she didn't let me. She saw it all. When I turned around, I also saw Su Qingyue's entire figure clearly. The thin pink silk fluttered gently. The maiden's curves were half concealed. Her slim, soft waist, her skin was white and flawless. Both innocent and provocative, like flowers just blooming in spring, making one unable to resist wanting to cherish them. It really suited her. Su Qingyue took my hand, slowly moving it onto her waist. The heavy rain outside pounded against the glass. The air was somewhat humid and stifling. I don't know how long passed. Su Qingyue tilted her head slightly with a sly smile, asking how it felt. I was in a dilemma, completely unable to resist her powerful seduction. Su Qingyue stared at me, slowly loosening her grip. She asked seriously, "Then, to be fair, shouldn't it be my turn to touch now?" I suddenly looked up, my hand still on her waist, caught off guard. I was pushed onto the bed by Su Qingyue again. Su Qingyue leaned over and pinned me down. The scenery of her chest was fully revealed. My heart rate went completely out of control. I even forgot to breathe. Right then, her hot breath breathed down on me, against my neck. She whispered in my ear, "Today is your birthday. I can help you." She coaxed me little by little, step by step. It took me a while to react. "I don't need it." Su Qingyue, her other hand touched my abs, moving slowly downward, her voice extremely bewitching. "Really? But your body is saying it likes me too." Hearing this, my whole body was enveloped in numbing hormones. My breathing was completely chaotic. Su Qingyue pressed her advantage, pinching my waist. "If you lie, you'll turn into a piggy." My ears were red as if bleeding. I silently turned my face away, asking haltingly, "So, like last time?" I took a deep breath, wanting to calm down a bit, but my insides were in turmoil. Under Su Qingyue's direct, passionate gaze, I quietly inched to the side. Suddenly, Su Qingyue held my waist tight, staring into my eyes. "But this time we have to change the method. To help you, guaranteeing my birthday boy is satisfied." I had a bad feeling. "What method?" Su Qingyue leaned down and whispered a few words in my ear. The next second, my pupils suddenly contracted, staring at her lips in disbelief. A woman's lips are very sexy. When she kisses, it's very passionate. I instinctively backed away. "Don't you find it gross?" As soon as I spoke, Su Qingyue pulled me into her arms, her eyes tinged with a bewitching allure. I'd be more than happy to. Late at night, quiet and deserted, in the dimly lit room, hot breaths kept spreading. The string of tension in my head snapped with a pop. My whole body trembled slightly. My face grew redder and redder. Moans escaped my lips endlessly, until Su Qingyue sat up straight. When asked if I liked it, I silently pulled the blanket over my face, like a little turtle shrinking into its shell. "I like it so much, Su Qingyue." Her heart seemed to melt. After cleaning up, she finally turned off the lights. The room plunged into darkness. The sound of each other's breathing became even clearer. After wishing each other good night, Su Qingyue still hugged me to sleep as usual. But tonight I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. My mind was full of the images from just now. Late at night, Su Qingyue seemed to be fast asleep. I watched her for a long time, stole a kiss on her left cheek, whispering, "I love you." After saying these words, I was incredibly satisfied. Closing my eyes, it took a long time to drift into sweet dreams. But I didn't know. The moment I fell asleep, Su Qingyue's eyes suddenly opened. The girl hugged me, placing a gentle and sincere kiss on my forehead. "I love you too." The second semester of freshman year passed quickly, not only getting several certificates, participating in quite a few competitions, but also joining many volunteer activities, extremely enriching. Moreover, almost sticking to Su Qingyue anytime, anywhere. They say love has a 3-month rule. The honeymoon phase for couples is limited to 3 months. It won't take long to return to calm. But I seemed to like Su Qingyue even more than before. Su Qingyue was the same. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't see me for a single day. Following the end of the last spring rain, summer quietly arrived. Final exams ended. It was the beach trip I had been looking forward to for a long time. After everyone went skiing in Luo City during winter break, we promised to go to the beach in summer, watching the deep blue sea in summer, enjoying the sea breeze with friends, surely a morning full of youth and passion. After I finished packing at home, I went out with Su Qingyue. I naturally carried Su Qingyue's suitcase. As soon as I saw her, I turned into a stealth kiss addict. Su Qingyue had also evolved to the point where just one look could make her accurately block my mouth with her hand. No kissing on the quiet little path. Camphor leaves fell slowly, landing precisely on top of my head. After being scolded by Su Qingyue, I felt a bit wronged. Why won't you let me kiss her? She silently brushed the leaf off me, pausing a bit. She explained softly, I put on a light layer of makeup today. If you kiss me, you'll kiss foundation and powder, plus it might smudge. She had worked hard to learn makeup, wanting to appear beautiful in front of me. I stared seriously at her face for a long time, before encouraging her that it was very beautiful, but truthfully, I couldn't tell she was wearing makeup. She seemed to look like that normally. Clean white skin, very pink lips, big round eyes, especially cute. Both my hands were carrying suitcases, couldn't kiss her face, a bit disappointed, secretly calculating in my mind. Tonight at the hotel, I definitely have to make up for it. Kiss her until she can't breathe, until she has to whine for mercy. A group gathered at the high-speed train station, the journey very lively. On the high-speed train, the whole group was full of anticipation and excitement. It takes 3 or 4 hours by high-speed train to reach City Q. I was sleepy too. Leaning on Su Qingyue's shoulder. Maybe I was too excited last night. Didn't sleep well, now sleeping very soundly. Su Qingyue really liked the feeling of being needed, curling her lips slightly, gently leaning against my head. More than 3 hours. The group finally got off at the station, caught a taxi to the hotel. Everyone stayed on the same floor. Mine and Su Qingyue's room was the most special, a type very hard to book, a romantic double room, themed in an ocean style. Beside it was a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, where you could see the vast, boundless ocean, mood turning cheerful. I ran over excitedly, jumped on the bed and bounced twice, looking at the scenery outside. Couldn't help but crinkle my beautiful eyes. Su Qingyue, I love this place so much. Su Qingyue blinked, her heart melting little by little again. I always seem to bring high emotional value to those around me. I always say so good. I like it so much. Also often patiently comforting and encouraging friends. Always very sincere when smiling. Su Qingyue's lips also curved into a smile, while unpacking swimsuits and other things, and organizing both our suitcases. She had imagined this scene from a long time ago. She would go watch the sea with me, stay together in an ocean-themed love hotel, and watch the sea with me in front of the panoramic window, while kissing. Su Qingyue finished changing into her swimsuit, came out of the bathroom and started applying sunscreen. Getting tanned is trivial, just afraid of sunburn. I took the sunscreen directly, pumped a few times into my palm. I'll apply it for you. I looked down, suddenly facing her, those burning phoenix eyes. I silently took a small step back, my eyes clear and clean, speaking weakly. I'm just helping you apply sunscreen. What are you thinking? Su Qingyue lunged into my arms, her eyes a bit innocent. I know what bad intentions you could have. I puffed my cheeks and said, don't think nonsense. As soon as I finished, Su Qingyue raised an eyebrow, her tone full of implication. You can take advantage of me, touch wherever you want. My heart, my body, all loyally belong to my boyfriend. I didn't want to pay her much attention, turning my head away. Taking it as tacit agreement, amusement appeared in Su Qingyue's eyes. I continued helping her apply sunscreen on her body. My eyes also fell on her swimsuit. It was a bright yellow swimsuit, accented with a small daisy trim, revealing the girl's slim, soft waist, skin especially white and smooth, truly like white tofu. Wanting to take a bite, I slowly applied sunscreen on Su Qingyue, not missing any spot. First the neck, then the arms, then gradually moving to the waist. I squinted slightly. My palms on her waist were especially hot, rubbing right on the most sensitive spot on her waist, causing a numbing electric current. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Then I continued patiently applying sunscreen on her legs. After applying it all over, Su Qingyue lunged into my arms again, hugging very tight, whispering, boyfriend's sunscreen service, I'm very satisfied, hugging her tight, while softly coaxing, if you're satisfied, give me a tip. Su Qingyue looked up, her voice sweet and soft. What do you want? I couldn't resist bowing my head and kissing her lips. Extremely satisfied. Then went out, took the elevator downstairs, met up with the others. After eating, it was already afternoon. Everyone eagerly ran to the beach. The afternoon sun was brilliant and dazzling, shining straight down on the sea, coating it with a brilliant layer of light. The sea surface rippled, magnificent and splendid. Occasionally the sound of crashing waves could be heard, whooshing sounds like spoiling for affection. Su Qingyue and I interlaced our fingers, strolling on the soft, fine sand, slowly approaching the sea. The sand was smooth and soft, like a golden silk ribbon. Stepping on it was incredibly comfortable. I felt every step was a bit surreal. The deep blue sea, the golden sand, and the company of my beloved were all elements accelerating my heartbeat. Su Qingyue tilted her head and looked up at me. I was only wearing swim trunks, most of my great physique exposed under the sun, my bangs fluttering gently in the wind. My features painted by the sunlight looked even more handsome, adding an air of freedom and unconstraint. The next second, I suddenly turned my head,
meeting her gaze precisely. What's wrong? She quietly withdrew her gaze, turning to face the sea instead, letting the salty sea breeze blow on her face. Guxing Cheng. I really love watching the sea, especially watching it with you. 2 sentences entered my ears. I paused. I love being with you too. I couldn't stop the corners of my lips from curling up. Eyes. My eyes were filled with Su Qingyue's silhouette. The girl braided 2 fishtail braids, even intentionally tied 2 yellow ribbons, braided into her hair, very unique and beautiful. Her whole being was shining. Su Qingyue couldn't help but softly call me Xingcheng. Su Qingyue's hand holding mine tightened, saying word by word, "You are my little son, an existence like a little son." I was silent for a moment, shaking my head decisively. "I'm not," I said seriously. "Su Qingyue, you are the one who is my son." Su Qingyue froze, not expecting my answer. We looked at each other and smiled, just as we spoke a few words. Suddenly Jiang Chen ran over, impatiently pulling us to take a group photo on the beach. "Hurry up, come take a photo. Only you 2 are missing." Su Qingyue held my hand, lazily smiling at the camera, while I leaned close to her, smiling meaningfully. In the photo, a group of people stood on the soft sand, backs to the vast, endless blue sea, looking lively and free. The photo froze at that moment, summer in the sea. Sunlight and waves became the backdrop for the youth of teenagers, painting a vivid oil painting. Everyone started splitting up, waiting for sunset to board the boat together, heading out to sea. Everyone started building sandcastles. My gaze slowly fell on Su Qingyue not far away. She went to buy something nearby, but the next second, a handsome young man approached her, opening his phone, seemingly asking for her WeChat. My eyes fell on Su Qingyue, curling my lips slightly. Su Qingyue had long given me enough security. Sure enough, Su Qingyue held out the ring on her finger, politely shook her head, leaving without hesitation, seemingly not even remembering the guy's face. My heart felt sweet, continuing to bow my head sculpting sand. Not long after, Su Qingyue held 2 sea salt ice creams in one hand, the other hugging a large coconut, intimately leaning close to me. "Honey, come try this new flavor." But the next second, she saw the sand pile I made was a 3D heart, and on the heart, our initials were engraved. I sat on the beach, smiling radiantly, like offering a treasure, eyes sparkling as I asked, "See, did I make it beautiful?" Su Qingyue froze, suddenly stunned in place, suddenly remembering a scene from the past. On New Year's Eve, December 31st last year, she had hidden a secret beneath the first snow in the moonlight, and now I drew it on the beach, offering it without reservation. How could it not be considered fate? I washed my hands with seawater, took the ice cream, salty and sweet, melting in the mouth. My eyes lit up. This is my first time trying this flavor. Extremely novel. You eat quickly too. It's melting. Half a minute later, hearing no answer, I turned my head slightly. Su Qingyue sat on the sand beside me, still staring at that 3D heart, smiling foolishly. Not hearing anything I said, I poked her shoulder with my finger. "Su Qingyue, are you listening to me?" Su Qingyue snapped back to reality, hummed softly, leisurely, took out her phone to take pictures, then brought the coconut to me for a sip. I bowed my head and took the straw. The coconut water tasted very fresh and delicate, especially suitable to enjoy on the beach in the hot summer. On the sea, the sun was about to set below the horizon. The group boarded the yacht at the scheduled time, standing on the second deck of the yacht watching the sunset. With the humming engine and crashing waves, the yacht headed out to sea. A visual feast was gradually unveiled. The deep blue sky was gradually covered, turning into pink-purple. Compared to the intense, brilliant orange-red, the pink-purple glow was even more gentle and dreamy. A passing girl nearby looked at the gentle pink sunset, blurted out poetry. "Sunset clouds scatter like brocade. The silent river is like a ribbon of silk." Countless seagulls immediately surrounded the yacht. They circled in the air. Su Qingyue wore one wireless earbud, put the other earbud in my ear, playing a romantic instrumental track. I tore the bread into a small piece, threw it into the air, immediately snatched by a seagull. I immediately turned back. "Su Qingyue, did you catch that?" Su Qingyue stood beside me, phone capturing this lively moment, completely immersed in my smile. "Yeah, got it." Su Qingyue. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated. She often felt she was very lucky to have met me, very lucky to have my unique affection. Under the cover of the gentle pink-purple twilight, the yacht slowly glided through the sea. Sunset slowly descended. The yacht docked on the other side, coastline. The sky also darkened. Su Qingyue's gaze always followed me, watching my cheerful appearance when I laughed. She herself unconsciously curled her lips. She couldn't help but reach out and feed me a small piece of bread. It wasn't like the ordinary bread used to feed the seagulls. This piece had cream filling, also the kind I liked best. Very soft and sweet. I was still taking pictures of the scenery, reflexively opened my mouth to eat it all, only realizing afterwards. Turning back, "Why did you feed me?" "It's for feeding seagulls." Su Qingyue gently leaned on the railing again, tilting her head slightly, lips curving into a smile, mood especially good. Under the romantic sunset, her bangs gently swayed in the sea breeze. Her phoenix eyes became doting and gentle. "I'm not interested in feeding seagulls. I only like feeding you." After getting off the boat, everyone ate seafood buffet, swearing one by one, saying they must eat their money's worth, raising soft drink glasses. With the clinking sound of glasses touching, cheers rang out. "Bottoms up, happy trip."
long-lasting friendship. Words finished. A group started eating meat like crazy, competing to see who ate more. After eating, everyone walked to digest, heading back to the hotel, posting on moments, even attaching location to show off. Suching Yue also rarely posted a 9-photo update. The center photo was a big group shot. There was also a photo of the 3D sand heart. The remaining 7 were all photos of me. The girls were incredibly jealous, liking and commenting 99 on WeChat, loudly teasing her. Someone, after getting into a relationship, posts nothing but boyfriend photos on moments. Besides mandatory posts for clubs and the gym, Suching Yue almost never posted on moments. She also rarely checked moments, belonging to the mysterious, inactive type. But after falling in love, she transformed into a different person, wishing she could flaunt her personal status every day, even changed her WeChat background. Afraid others wouldn't know she had a boyfriend, almost wanting to blind everyone with her love. Hearing that, Suching Yue smiled, not arguing with them, just quietly interlacing her fingers with mine, leisurely walking on the small path. She looked up at the bright moon. Posting these wasn't actually to show off affection, but because she wanted to give me enough security, wanting to give me the most public preference. On the way, everyone strolled to see lanterns for a while. Arriving back at the hotel around 9:30 p.m., they even bought some watermelons and coconuts downstairs. Suching Yue and the room next door shared a large watermelon, waiting for me to finish showering. She scooped the centerpiece for me. The center of the watermelon is always the sweetest, most delicious part. More importantly, no seeds. I noticed her doting detail, lowering my eyelids slightly. An indescribable complex emotion rose in my heart. It seems it's always like this. Suching Yue always saves the best things for me, even if we got lost in a desert. If Suching Yue only had 1 bottle of water, she would definitely give it all to me, and casually claim she doesn't like drinking water. I pursed my lips, finally sighing, poking her right cheek gently with my index finger. Girlfriend, you eat first. I wanted Suching Yue to eat this centerpiece. I also wanted to give the best things to Suching Yue, but Suching Yue insisted on feeding it to my mouth. I puffed my cheeks, glaring at her, asking since when do boyfriends eat the watermelon heart. Suching Yue was wearing a silver-white nightgown, her clear eyes sparkling, just after showering, cheeks flushed with a layer of pale pink, lips also looking especially soft. Suching Yue couldn't help laughing. Gu Xingcheng, it's just a watermelon. Why are you yielding to me? I shook my head, saying very seriously, but I just want you to eat it. Before I finished speaking, Suching Yue suddenly took advantage of my open mouth, stuffing that small piece of watermelon in. I slowly widened my eyes. How could she do this? A sneak attack. But the next second, Suching Yue put the spoon down and moved closer to me. A wicked smile appeared in her eyes. Since it's like this, then let's eat together. As soon as she finished, she pulled me to the panoramic window, pressing against me. I didn't even understand what was happening yet. Suddenly, Suching Yue unhesitatingly stood on tiptoe and kissed me, wild and passionate, seeming to release all the previously suppressed emotions. Couple theme. Dim, starry lights lit up the room. Even the atmosphere became particularly ambiguous. Outside the window, the sound of waves crashing against rocks echoed occasionally. The vibe was exquisite. I leaned my back against the cold, transparent glass window. My heart beat faster and faster. This window is transparent glass. What if someone sees us? But not long after, I couldn't think at all anymore. Suching Yue wrapped her arms around my neck. The kiss deepened, crushing out every drop of sweet watermelon juice, enjoying it at will. I had never experienced a kiss like this before. My body was pressed firmly onto the bed by her. My mouth was full of sweet watermelon juice. My whole body went numb. I was completely lost in Suching Yue's mouth. Suching Yue leaned in very close. Only after enjoying the watermelon did she slowly pull away and let go. I grinned wickedly and asked, "Is it sweet?" I instinctively replied, "Sweet." My hands unconsciously wrapped around her waist. Suching Yue noticed my anxiety. She smiled gently to comfort me. "This glass window is made of special material. You've set it to invisible mode now. We can see outside. People outside can't see us." Hearing that, I finally relaxed, pretending I didn't want to pay attention to her. As soon as Suching Yue got close, I put on a cold face and turned away. Suching Yue got anxious then. She leaned into my ear. "Poor Gu Xingcheng, don't ignore me." I coldly turned my head away. Suching Yue turned around to face me again. She hugged me intimately. "Gu Xingcheng, pay attention to me." Inside, I was frantically holding back laughter. I decided to close my eyes, feigning anger. Yes, I am very angry right now. I thought Suching Yue would be quiet for a bit. Unexpectedly, it was like she could read my mind. She pushed her luck more and more. "Baby Gu Xingcheng, good boy." But no matter how she called me, I remained unmoved. As a result, Suching Yue really stopped talking. Exactly half a minute passed. The room was exceptionally quiet. I waited until I got a bit anxious. I secretly opened my eyes a crack. I wanted to see what she was doing right now. Why did she stop coaxing me halfway through? But in the next moment, my eyes suddenly met Suching Yue's gaze. Suching Yue suddenly curled her lips. A sudden sneak attack. She happily pecked my cheek, hugging me tighter and tighter. Her voice was especially seductive, making one's heart flutter. "Baby, I knew you couldn't bear to be mad at me." Suching Yue hugged me very tight. My arms around her tightened too. Outside the window, the gentle sound of waves hitting the sand was intoxicating. Not long after, Suching Yue keenly sensed my reaction. Her whole body trembled. Her cheeks nearly caught fire. "Gu Xingcheng, you pervert." Hearing that, I slowly let go. My Adam's apple bobbed. My voice was low. It's a normal phenomenon. My body just really likes you. I can't help it when I see you. The more she listened, the redder her ears got. She unconsciously lowered her head. I laughed and carried her to the bed. I tucked her in. Be good. I'm going to take a cold shower. There are a lot of tour activities tomorrow. I decided to spare her for now, fearing she'd be tired. Besides, we're still in university, still young. I didn't intend to actually touch her yet, because I cherish her. Suching Yue lay on the soft shell-shaped bed. Leaning against the soft cushion, she tilted her head and stared at me. I placed the watermelon on the nightstand, afraid she might be bored. I handed her my phone to play with. The phone password and payment password are both your birthday. She held my phone, stunned. Her eyes twinkled with laughter. Can I really look at anything? As I organized my pajamas, I looked up with dark eyes, thin lips curving into a smile. Of course, I have no secrets from my girlfriend. You can check anytime. I took my pajamas into the bathroom. I closed the door. Soon after, the sound of running water could be heard. Suching Yue's heart raced from the teasing. She couldn't help rolling around on the bed. She checked the wallpaper. It was the photo of our confession on the mountaintop. The lock screen was the same. She opened WeChat. The only pinned message was hers, nicknamed Good Girl, plus a red heart. In that moment, Suching Yue's heart felt like it had been shot. She slowly scrolled through the screen. My WeChat list had many people, but most were inactive. The people I talked to often were all guys, just talking about games. The most common phrase was log in. Meanwhile, I was showering in the bathroom, suddenly remembering the 2 times Suching Yue helped me before. Gu Xing Cheng, I want to help you. It'll make you feel good. Guaranteeing my birthday star will be satisfied. I felt my face burning up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Suching Yue opened the bathroom door. Her voice was sweet and soft. Gu Xing Cheng, I want to help you. In the bathroom. I seemed completely unprepared for this scene. My body suddenly stiffened. Surprise showed in my eyes. Separated by a layer of transparent glass, the two faced each other. Suching Yue stared at my body, seeing everything clearly. A man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. A tall and straight figure. Even glistening water droplets on the V-line, slowly sliding down. Extremely impactful. Suching Yue's breath hitched. Her brain stalled. I snapped out of it, scalp tingling. What do you want to do? As soon as I spoke. I immediately panicked and closed the door, but then I hesitated. Less than 2 seconds later, I opened the bathroom door. A strong arm easily pulled Suching Yue inside. She only felt the world spin, pressed hard into the corner of the bathroom, back pressed against the cold tiles. The door closed again. Mist filled the bathroom. The air was humid, ambiguous, and lingering. I propped one hand against the wall, trapping Suching Yue firmly in my embrace. A smile that wasn't quite a smile. My voice was exceptionally husky. Seducing my girlfriend, wanna help me, huh? White steam swirled endlessly in the bathroom. The atmosphere was particularly ambiguous and beautiful. My gaze rested on Suching Yue, staring into her eyes. Her cheeks were like ripe peaches, radiantly pink and white, especially alluring. The corners of Suching Yue's lips couldn't help but curve up, even seeing me standing naked before her. She didn't feel anything was wrong. My heart pounded. Suching Yue sighed, laughed, and pinched my cheek, gently coaxing. Why are you willing to let me help you now? Looking at her, my eyes were full of pampering affection. Complex emotions kept welling up inside. My ears grew hotter, not knowing where I got the courage. I suddenly grabbed Suching Yue's hand, placed it on my abs. I looked down at Suching Yue. Can you? As soon as I finished speaking, Suching Yue's breathing suddenly became heavy. Her dark eyes suddenly turned intense and dangerous. Those 2 sentences instantly burned away all her reason. She stared at me, took a deep breath. You said it yourself. Night gradually fell. Bright moonlight bathed the beach, reflecting faint, scattered rays of light. After the minute hand on the bedroom wall spun countless times, I finally leaned weakly against the tiles. After Suching Yue washed her hands, I carried her to the bed, took some hand cream, patiently and gently applied it for her, occasionally leaning in to kiss her lips. Suching Yue, go to sleep. It's almost 1 a.m. We have to get up early to watch the sunrise today. Not much time to sleep. I finished applying hand cream for her, put things away and closed it up. I crawled under the covers, hugged her waist. Late night, everything was silent. Not long after, I picked up the drowsy Suching Yue. Her half-asleep state looked very adorable, looking like she didn't understand what was happening. My heart melted from the sweetness. I couldn't help but kiss her. On the cheek, Ching Yue. It's 3:30 a.m. now. Time to get up and watch the sunrise. Half a minute later, she was like a robot, obediently nodded. It took a long while for her to truly wake up. Washed face, brushed teeth, changed clothes, put on shoes. I held Suching Yue's hand and left the room. Everyone boarded the pre-booked hot air balloon. The flight time was nearly an hour. After the hot air balloon was fired up, the air heated and expanded. Density decreased. The rainbow-colored balloon slowly took off, getting further and further from the ground, like a colorful star rising into the sky, starting a romantic journey. It was everyone's first time experiencing this. They couldn't help screaming with excitement, hurriedly filming the takeoff video, a group laughing and joking, waiting for sunrise. Suching Yue still interlocked her fingers with mine, in everyone's eyes. We seemed to be stuck together all the time, never even more than 3 meters apart, exactly 5 a.m. The first ray of light pierced the clouds, lifting the veil of night. A streak of red quietly appeared, like a fire burning the sky, bright red fiery clouds, radiating brilliant colorful light. Jiang Chen excitedly pointed at a spot and shouted, "Wow, look quickly, doesn't that spot look like a burning phoenix?" The person next to him nodded repeatedly. "Don't say anymore, it really does look a bit like it." The red sun illuminated the whole world, making one's blood boil with excitement. My eyes reflected this majestic scene. After a long while, I slowly spoke. Su Qingyue. She gave a soft, smiling and looking at me. While others weren't noticing, I lowered my head, secretly leaned into her ear, my voice soft but firm. "In the future, I want to watch every romantic scene in this world with you. All the beautiful, lush scenery, becoming the most important person in each other's lives. Staying together forever is the longest confession." The more I thought, the happier I got. I didn't know. While I was wholeheartedly watching the sunrise, Su Qingyue's eyes gradually welled up. When getting off the hot air balloon, everyone was surprised an hour had passed so quickly.
It flew by in a blink. The group finished breakfast, drowsily returned to the hotel and crashed. I changed into swimwear, dragged by Su Qingyue to the beach. "Not calling them along?" I asked as we walked. Su Qingyue raised an eyebrow. "They want to sleep a bit first. I don't want to bring along a bunch of third wheels." She hugged my waist, looking up as she spoke. "So we're sneaking out to play, not telling them." Greeting the morning sun, I walked gently on the sand, slowly approaching the sea. This time, riding a tandem jet ski. Rented a red one. Can play on the sea for an hour. This was Su Qingyue's first contact with it, but as a professional racer, it only took a few tries to master it. She could even perform some difficult maneuvers. I finished putting on my life jacket, sat behind Su Qingyue, held onto the front handle. Next second, the engine started. The whole jet ski shot into the sea like an arrow from a bow, carving beautiful curves on the ocean's surface. Heart rate and hormones were constantly stimulated like crazy, passion almost bursting out of the body. In that moment, our free souls were also soaring over the blue sea, in a deserted spot. Su Qingyue slowly slowed down, leaning into my ear, her voice both wild and serious. "Gu Xingcheng, run away with me. Let's have a romantic escape on the midsummer sea together." With the sea breeze blowing, Su Qingyue turned her head back. I didn't hesitate to kiss her cheek, eyes full of laughter. Okay. 4 years after we ran away, Su Qingyue broke the Asian record, bringing glory to the country, topping the hot search list based on pure skill, instantly causing heated discussion across the entire internet, attracting countless fans. Under the live lens of CCTV, the woman with the gold medal around her neck, deep, alluring phoenix eyes, her whole being intense like an arrogant, burning flame. Live backstage interview segment, reporters asked many technical questions about racing, the GP World Championship in May. Your idol will also participate. May I ask if you are confident in winning a medal? Su Qingyue answered, yes. Another reporter asked, how did you feel after knowing you broke the Asian record? What was your mood? Su Qingyue replied, exhilarated. After many simple questions, reporters started dropping the big ones, tone sharp. Today happens to be Valentine's Day. If you have a husband in the future, then husband and motorcycle, which is more important? Fans were very confident, thinking the ambitious Qingyue off-screen would 100% choose the motorcycle. But on camera, Su Qingyue answered decisively, completely incomparable. She curled her lips in a faint smile. My husband will always be the most important person in my heart. As soon as she spoke, the whole hall went silent for a moment. Reporters and netizens were all floored. While netizens were still endlessly guessing, someone sneakily ran into the hotel to avoid paparazzi snapping photos, looking left and right, looking very furtive. I just knocked on the room door, immediately pulled hard inside, pressed firmly against the door panel. Su Qingyue took off my mask and sunglasses, casually set my luggage aside, then stood on tiptoes to kiss me. She missed me like crazy. In the top-floor hotel room, dim, ambiguous lighting, I leaned back against the door. Against my chest was her soft, warm bosom. I lowered my head, responding to the fierce, fiery kiss, eyes dreamy. Years passed. My kissing skills had become increasingly skilled, much more proficient than before. One hand held the back of Su Qingyue's neck, the other slowly stroked her waist. Then again, like a cunning, ferocious wolf, becoming dominant in the kiss, easily making her melt like ripples on a spring lake. Su Qingyue felt ticklish at her waist, her body unsteady. Feeling like falling, she had to wrap her arms around my neck, kissing passionately, yet Su Qingyue occasionally let out soft whimpers, each sound echoing in my ears. The seductive, sexy voice attacked straight into my eardrums. Extremely destructive power. The heater was on in the room too. I was unbearably hot. Actually, in front of Su Qingyue, I had no self-control either. Su Qingyue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes quickly covered in a thin mist. The corners of her eyes turned pink, only when she truly couldn't take it anymore. Did I relax my hand on her waist, standing up a bit straighter, voice low? I missed you so much.
After the freshman competition, I was noticed by a few media companies, finally signed with a management agency, on the domestic music competition stage, defeating old and new singers, famous overnight. Others said I was lucky, but Su Qingyue knew how hard I worked behind the scenes to be worthy of this fame. Lately, I've been busy with a nationwide tour, also had to stay up late filming reality shows. We haven't seen each other for nearly a month and a half. I buried my head in Su Qingyue's shoulder, wishing I could merge into one with her.
I pecked her earlobe lightly. I missed you too. I was watching your match live stream on the way here. It was great. Also, I heard the 2 answers you gave in the interview. Completely incomparable. Husband will always be the most important. My eyes crinkled up. Happy Valentine's Day. Su Qingyue huffed softly, then raised her head to kiss me for a long time. Only then letting me go to the bathroom to shower. Only when holding him tight did my heart feel ultimate satisfaction. Not to the point of having zero confidence, Su Qingyue said. I prepared a surprise Valentine's gift for you. My lips quirked up slightly, packing clothes as I spoke. Seeing you is already a surprise for me. I didn't know what gift she had prepared, but as long as she gave it, whatever it was, I would definitely like it. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Over 10 minutes later, I finished showering and came out. No one was in the room, just a small lump under the covers. I walked over slowly, lifted the blanket, but in the very next moment, my expression changed slightly. I froze in place. The Valentine's surprise she prepared for me was a maid outfit. Bedroom, under warm, dim light. My deep eyes instantly surged with emotion. Reason was gradually burned away, swallowing every thought. Su Qingyue knelt obediently on the large bed, wearing a black and white maid outfit. Transparent lace trim revealing snow-white skin. She wore a maid headband, sweet and innocent to the extreme, like a dazzlingly bright pearl, radiating sparkling light. My Adam's apple kept bobbing, blood boiling inside, gaze sweeping up and down over her maid bell. Super short skirt, white stockings. I softly called her name, Su Qingyue. She bowed her head slightly, heart beating faster and faster. Half a minute passed. Su Qingyue looked up to see my reaction, but I was like struck by lightning, frozen in place, not moving. I pursed my lips, didn't even dare to breathe loud, heart rate totally chaotic. Next second, I turned back to the bathroom, hurriedly closed the door. The room suddenly fell silent. Su Qingyue was a bit doubtful. Does he not like me like this? Impossible. The reality was, in the bathroom I stared at myself in the mirror, face slightly darkened, especially staring at the stream of nose blood trickling down. I washed my face with water while wondering, since we started dating, at most we just helped each other out.
No substantial progress yet. I cared for her, didn't want to rush her, but we were married in the past life. What's not allowed? I summoned the courage to open the bathroom door. Su Qingyue looked up. In a flash, a dark figure lunged in front of her, pushing her directly onto the bed, pinning her down, before she could even react. The man's dense kisses rained down, kissing until she was breathless. One hand pressed on Su Qingyue's thigh, one hand gently lifted her chin, voice unusually hoarse. Baby, trying to seduce me? My right hand holding her chin moved slightly, flicked the bell on her neck. Cling, it sounded, emitting a clear, pleasant chime. Su Qingyue looked at me and asked, Do you like it? My eyes burned hot, lowered my head to nibble her earlobe. Took a deep breath. Qingyue, I like you to death. Hearing my unhesitating affirmative answer, Su Qingyue replied, I like you too, like you the most. I tried my best to restrain myself. Veins popped on my forehead, hands propped on either side of her, looking straight into her eyes seriously. Let's do it for real tonight. Are you sure? Su Qingyue dazedly looked up. She didn't expect that after hinting so clearly. I still respectfully asked for her opinion. Her eyes welled up, nodded slightly, speaking word by word, I am sure. As soon as she finished, the fire in my eyes could no longer be contained. I stood up abruptly, called hotel service. Less than a few minutes later, the hotel robot knocked on the door, delivering a whole box of supplies, the largest size. I tore the packaging. When I turned to look at Su Qingyue, my phoenix eyes surged with deep wickedness and caprice, like a hunter controlling everything. I used one hand to hold both of Su Qingyue's wrists, pinning them above her head, enveloping her in an extremely dominant and powerful stance, coaxing with a warm voice, Here I come. Outside the window, pitch black night, crescent moon like a hook, only leaves rustling in the wind. From midnight until the early hours, Su Qingyue's eyes glazed over, whimpers constantly escaping her lips, her mind a mess. Completely unable to think, she hazily remembered. She seemed to have something very important to tell me, but she had really forgotten. The room became especially quiet. Su Qingyue, aching and exhausted, lay prone on the bed, exhaling in relief, thinking she could finally sleep peacefully. Unexpectedly, a tearing sound came from behind. Plastic torn mercilessly. She seemed to have totally underestimated my stamina. The clear, pleasant bell sound rang incessantly, from darkest night until the first ray of sun appeared. Su Qingyue's consciousness blurred, attention scattered, briefly feeling me kiss her back from behind. A seductive voice spoke slowly, lingering in her ear. Tired? Sleep a bit. Afternoon, warm sunlight pierced the curtains, casting a layer of gentle, lingering light. I slept for a very long time. When I drowsily opened my eyes, still groggy,
Su Qingyue also slowly woke up. She wanted to turn over, but pain surged through her whole body, like being run over by a truck. Awake? The man's voice was enchanting and seductive, carrying a tone of sated satisfaction. I arranged a soft pillow for Su Qingyue, held her sitting up against the headboard. Her waist hurt so much she hissed. Memories of last night's wildness suddenly flashed in her mind. Couldn't count how many times I took her. Thinking back now, Su Qingyue still felt a bit breathless, even feeling her legs still trembling uncontrollably. I sat by the bed, Adam's apple bobbing, gently held her in my arms, picked up the glass of water. Good girl, drink some water. I wore dark gray silk pajamas, head slightly bowed, lips still smiling, satisfaction written all over my face. Su Qingyue was unbearably thirsty, burrowed decisively into my warm chest. Throat felt much better after drinking water. She whispered, I'm hungry. Smells like something good. What was it I wanted to say? Never mind. Just fill the stomach first. I set the glass down, brushed teeth first. Saying that, I carried her to the bathroom, passed by a pile of clothes on the way. Fabric remnants of the maid outfit and white stockings torn to shreds in the night. Her cheeks gradually heated up. In front of the bathroom mirror, Su Qingyue's fair skin, neck covered in pink marks, like plum blossoms blooming on white snow. She looked at me resentfully. I deliberately looked down, feigning ignorance. Squeezed toothpaste for her. Su Qingyue came over and nuzzled me gently, eyes full of tiny sparks. Gu Xing Cheng, I'm so happy. After both finished washing up, I couldn't help hugging Su Qingyue and kissing her in the bathroom for a while. She complained softly, I'm covered in your bite marks. Are you a dog? I carried Su Qingyue back to bed, but laughed and said, my back is covered in your scratches too. Su Qingyue didn't believe it. I immediately took off my shirt, turned around, revealing my wheat-colored back. On the back, several red scratches stood out prominently, like being scratched by a kitten, some even bleeding, looking quite scary. Su Qingyue froze. She reached out to touch gently. Does it hurt? I put my shirt back on, turned to look at her, smirked. Relax. Doesn't hurt a bit, because these are marks of love. Suddenly I looked up at her sharply. I remembered. Su Qingyue's gaze was doting. Remembered what? Going public. I grabbed her hand. Su Qingyue, I want to go public with our relationship. Said it, then regretted a bit. How could I forget such an important thing? I just reported it to the management company and studio not long ago. Couldn't wait to tell Su Qingyue, but felt WeChat wasn't formal enough. So planned to give her a huge surprise when we met. Who knew as soon as I entered the hotel, Su Qingyue pinned me to the door, kissing me until my brain turned to mush. Hearing that, Su Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, then slowly calmed down. Your company agreed? It won't hurt your career? I seriously poked her cheek. It's fine. I've completely established myself after the national tour. Besides, the mouth is on my face. If I want to go public, they can't stop me. Plus, I've always wanted to tell the whole world. Su Qingyue is my girlfriend. Su Qingyue only felt her heart following every word of mine, beating wildly and powerfully. Yesterday, Su Qingyue Break's record was still on the hot search, attracting countless fans, flooding the super topic with new fans, male-to-female ratio almost equal. Why didn't Qingyue post on Weibo about winning? Only a system-automated post. LMAO, bro. Are you a new fan? She only logs into Weibo once every 6 months. But the next second, Su Qingyue posted on Weibo. Plotted for a long time. Secret love became real. I posted one too. I am forever the Princess Knight. Time exactly 13:14. Even added a burning red star. Extremely eye-catching. Attached were 9 couple photos. Naive photos from elementary school. Photos in blue and white high school uniforms. And a heart-shaped back silhouette from the beach trip. Fans instinctively thought it was a fake account. The moment they clicked the profile, smiles froze on their faces. Eyes turned incredulous. Is this actually the real account? At the same time, tens of millions of fans in my super topic reacted the same way. Engrossed in watching the live video from the previous tour, suddenly the special follow account posted an update. The fans' eyes lit up, happily running off to boost the stats. The next second, the whole crowd was dumbfounded. I went online, shared that public Weibo post, and commented, I have plucked the brightest sun. After the 2 Weibo posts went up, countless people's brains froze, repeatedly opening the profile page. The shares, likes, and comments on Weibo skyrocketed in the blink of an eye, quickly climbing to the top of the trending list. The hot search, Su Qingyue Gu Xingcheng, announced relationship firmly occupied the #1 spot. The onlookers were full of question marks. You're saying who is dating whom? It feels like those two have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Yet they are dating. Su Qingyue's racing fans didn't care much about the dating news. They only cared if she would win a medal in the next GP race. I have always followed the path of talent, but the traffic was huge, mostly career fans and mom fans. After the initial heartbreak, they immediately returned to normal, choosing to bless me, putting down the phone. Unbearably tired, my eyelids kept drooping. After Su Qingyue tucked me in and turned off the lights, she lay down beside me, snuggling into my arms. I fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as I closed my eyes, breathing steadily, sleeping incredibly soundly. But Su Qingyue couldn't sleep at all. Even if she stayed up all night, she wouldn't feel sleepy in the slightest. On the contrary, she was more awake than usual.
Happiness had come too suddenly. They were inseparable for hours. They even let everyone know about their relationship. After so many years, her wish had finally come true. Suching Yue carefully held me, leaning over to kiss my Adam's apple, her voice, both affectionate and lingering, I love you. March 30th, a free new song during my 23rd birthday concert. The new song, Ablaze, officially released, dedicated to Suching Yue, also dedicated to every lovely fan. In the evening, half an hour before the concert officially started. In the dressing room, I was all ready, looking up at myself in the mirror. I've rarely dreamed of my past life memories in the last 2 years, but I still remember them very clearly. In my past life, right after this birthday concert, it poured rain. I was almost hit by a red car. It was Suching Yue who was passing by and saved me. But was she really just passing by like she said? The lounge door was tapped lightly, and the little assistant poked his head in. Brother Xingcheng, 10 minutes until start. You can head backstage to prepare now. I nodded. Picking up my custom-made microphone, the fans held yellow light sticks and controlled lights, like the dawn just breaking, gathering into a dazzling golden galaxy. Absolutely stunning, seeing the fans creating a golden ocean for me with all their hearts. My eyes suddenly felt hot. Compared to my past life, this support is even grander and more overwhelming. My popularity is also higher. Everything is getting better and better. At 7 o'clock p.m. sharp, the birthday concert officially began. The stage lights suddenly turned on. The arena with tens of thousands of people completely boiled over. Screams and cheers rang out incessantly, shaking the heavens and earth, creating a powerful shockwave. The intense sound rushed straight into the sky. I raised the microphone and started singing, descending from the sky, surrounded by brilliant, colorful flowers. The first song was Music Box. It was also my first album after breaking through the competition show. You could say I became a top star right upon debut, sweeping music charts and major awards, shocking the entire internet. As the song ended, I greeted the camera. Good evening, everyone. I am Gu Xingcheng. The first song, Music Box, is for you all. I hope everyone can love themselves more, cherish themselves more. The screams at the venue grew even more passionate. The live stream chat room was also incredibly lively. I invited many friends and celebrities in the industry to the venue, including my closest friends. And Yicheng exclaimed, "Is this really our Xingcheng? He feels so much more mature." Gucci smiled. Nurtured by love, he's much more confident than before. I told you long ago. Suching Yue can greatly boost Gu Xingcheng's career luck, and vice versa. Indeed, he hadn't miscalculated. Isn't the support and trust of lovers and friends a form of power? As the concert progressed, the atmosphere at the venue became increasingly intense. Not far away, a crazy fan raised his phone and screamed. However, not long after, he felt the woman next to him was a bit strange. She was wearing a white dress, carrying no light stick or cheering baton, not holding a phone to record or take photos. She didn't even cheer or scream, just quietly looked at me. She seemed emotionless the entire time. It was truly weird. Nearly 2.5 hours later, the concert neared its end under the glittering lights. I changed into a gold-plated suit and appeared in everyone's view. The last song is a new one. Burning Heartbeat, dedicated to the one I love, Suching Yue. Also dedicated to every single fan. I hope everyone can find their true love. As soon as I finished speaking, fans screamed wildly. Cheers poured out like a tidal wave. Suching Yue's ears burned incessantly, her heart pounding fiercely. The sound shook the heavens. On stage, I bathed in the golden light. Every single strand of hair was glowing. My voice touched the soul, listening until the end of the song. The audience's emotions reached a peak, screaming like boiling water. An inexplicable, complex, and subtle emotion rose in Suching Yue's chest. A bit bittersweet. The boy who used to sing only for her years ago now has tens of millions of listeners and fans, famous everywhere. Actually, sometimes Suching Yue's possessiveness flared up, wanting to hide me away secretly, not letting anyone discover me. But then she felt that I was so wonderful. I should stand on stage and shine. I should be loved by countless people in the world. The concert ended. Suching Yue, guided by my assistant, went to an empty lounge. After I enthusiastically greeted the fans, I happily ran to hug her. I looked down, eyes sparkling, tone incredibly excited. Suching Yue, did I sing well? Suching Yue hugged me tight, looking up, madly kissing my cheek, her mouth constantly repeating how much she liked it, while she gave me her passionate love. I also didn't hesitate to give her clear favoritism. The concert concluded. Fans had intense withdrawal symptoms. Most people left the arena crying. A thunderclap echoed through the sky, and suddenly it poured rain. The sound of violent rain rang out, until almost everyone had left. A woman in a white shirt finally stood up. Yang Wuting held an umbrella, wandering aimlessly in the heavy rain. Her eyes were hazy and empty. A few days ago, her mother died in a plane crash. This had never happened in her past life. The accident came suddenly, yet she felt no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. She only felt that she had finally escaped control, finally free. But now that she was free, she still had nothing. In her past life, she missed out on me. The 23rd birthday concert. I had proposed a breakup on this very day. In this life, she came, but I had long forgotten her completely. Heavy rain mercilessly pounded the umbrella. Yang Wuting was expressionless, holding the umbrella, her eyes slightly red. In a moment, opposite, there seemed to be a familiar figure that looked especially like me. Yang Wuting froze on the spot, her heart pounding. I am very happy now. You can't come and disturb me. Yang Wuting completely lost control of her body. She rushed over without hesitation. Suddenly, in the heavy rain, a red car lost control and rushed out of the rain curtain, emitting blinding lights, speeding towards her. In that moment, it was as if time had completely stopped. She was defenseless and fell to the ground. Knocked down by the violent impact, bright red blood gushed out, staining her white shirt red, a horrifying scene. The car owner screamed in terror, sobering up instantly. Shaking with tension, he hurriedly called 120. Thunder rumbled and rain poured down. Yang Wuting lay in a puddle of rainwater. Her body felt drained of strength, her vision blurring. Even her consciousness was fading. Her world was cold and barren, a frighteningly gloomy black and white. Heaven took pity, shining a warm golden ray of light on her, but she had pushed me away with her own hands. Yang Wuting was swallowed bit by regret. She closed her eyes in pain, shedding tears of despair. I'm sorry, Gu Xingcheng, I was truly wrong. May 20th, the GP World Motorcycle Championship in Paris, France, officially began. Organized by the International Motorcycling Federation, it is one of the most important road racing events. Broadcast live globally and attracting massive attention. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, I sat in the stands, waving small flags, my heart burning with anxiety. I asked for a safety amulet again this time. Su Qingyue will definitely be safe and smooth. The girls next to me were also stressed to the max. Chen Shishi wiped her sweat, legs trembling. In a moment, I felt like I was back at the race 4 years ago, after I fainted. Dreaming of past life memories, thinking Su Qingyue had crashed, scared to death. Su Qingyue took off her gold medal, put it around my neck, coaxing dotingly, "Gold medal for you. Don't worry anymore." Those beautiful memories flooded my mind, like sweet honey, dissolving my current anxiety and unease bit by bit. At the same time, the race started. The roar at the venue was deafening. Countless motorcycles rushed out in an instant. Around us, countless foreigners were cheering for their idols, screaming madly. In the second half of the race, several racers had already crashed, regretfully leaving the race. The racers fell into a fierce battle. Su Qingyue wasn't overwhelmingly leading like before this time. Instead, she adopted a restrained riding strategy, not showing her sharpness at all. This race. Everyone's attention was focused on a few extremely famous racers. The competition between Spanish and Italian racers was particularly fierce. Seemingly, not many foreigners paid attention to. The only Chinese racer participating this time, Su Qingyue. Just as audiences worldwide were betting on Spain or Italy, or the UK and other countries, the result was unexpected. The Chinese racer unexpectedly made a comeback. Only a red and black figure was seen overtaking 2 cars in a row, crossing the finish line in the lead, winning the world championship with absolute strength and a 4.732-second lead, bringing glory to the country. On the live screen was a young and unfamiliar Asian face. In an instant, the entire stadium fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted in ear-piercing cheers. Su Qingyue broke through with an unexpected achievement, overturning everyone's perception. She even defeated the idol she had admired for years. Under the bright golden sun, she took off her helmet, standing on the highest podium, wearing a heavy gold medal on her chest, taking photos with the runner-up and third place. She smirked confidently, her spirit blazing. Su Qingyue not only topped Weibo's hot search, but also topped global trends. Foreign social networks exploded instantly. This is undoubtedly a moment for the history books. At the scene, I was so happy I almost jumped up. The girls next to me cried tears of joy, hugging each other and spinning around. Suddenly, I put down my phone. Under the guidance of my assistant, I walked unimpeded all the way inside. Ahead, countless people were gathering into a crowd. Journalists surrounded them. I took off my mask and sunglasses. Taking a deep breath, the assistant handed me what was prepared. I held a huge bouquet of red roses in one arm. Holding a diamond ring gift box in the other, I walked towards Su Qingyue. Smirking, I walked over slowly. The crowd also parted away from me, under countless interview lenses and lights. The woman still wearing the red and black racing suit, she stood completely frozen, her heart suddenly skipping a beat, then pounding incessantly, as if it would jump out of her chest the next second. The moment I saw Su Qingyue, my palms were sweaty. It felt like every minute and second was slowed down by 0.5 times, extremely long. The blinding lights and countless cheering people around gradually blurred before my eyes. Only the woman in front of me remained in my eyes. I walked up to Su Qingyue and went down on one knee, looking at her intently, my voice deep and warm. "Su Qingyue, will you marry me?" I held the diamond ring. The diamond in the center was huge, sparkling brilliantly, dazzling and blinding. As soon as I finished speaking, Su Qingyue's eyes immediately heated up, her vision blurring, her nose tingled, and her eyes instantly welled up. No wonder I told her to put on beautiful makeup this morning. We were surrounded tightly by people. Crowds of journalists focused their lenses on the two of us. Competitors also ran over to watch. The excited eyes of the whole world were focused here, under the official live broadcast lens. This scene appeared on TV screens of people all over the world. Su Qingyue's shoulders trembled slightly. Suppressing tears, hugging the roses, she said, "I do." The next second, I put the diamond ring on her finger, bowing my head to cherishly kiss the back of her hand. Cheers from the whole hall echoed to the sky. The whole world was witnessing our love. The interview ended. I carried Su Qingyue back to the hotel. All the way back, she kept staring at the exquisite diamond ring on her finger. The more she looked, the more she wanted to cry, finally unable to hold back the tears. A smile bloomed on my lips. Congratulations, Su Qingyue. Double happiness. She lowered her head, quietly burying her face in my chest. Why are you so romantic? I wiped Su Qingyue's tears, voice doting. Because I love you. Hearing that, her nose turned red. She actively hugged me. I bowed my head to kiss her red lips. A romantic proposal of the century, making their fame even more prominent, completely famous across all demographics, young and old, men and women. I originally planned to stay in Paris for a few more days, but seeing Su Qingyue's eager face, I softened, agreeing to go back home to register the marriage. Now, immediately, Su Qingyue said eloquently that tomorrow is 521, very suitable for registration. I silently ate watermelon, feeling she'd move the entire Civil Affairs Bureau here if she could. Express marriage. The two changed flight tickets to return home. On the way back, Su Qingyue was in a great mood. Her mouth really curved up to the sky, side by side with the sun. On the romantic day of May 21st, the two registered their marriage, officially becoming legal husband and wife. The moment I received the red book, my mood was very subtle, as if my feelings with Su Qingyue were also stamped with a small seal. The golden national emblem on the marriage certificate cover shone brightly. Opening the document revealed a photo of us smiling. I stared at the photo, speaking each word softly. Happy wedding, my wife. I reported to the company and team last night. Anyway, I already proposed, so it doesn't matter. Showing off the marriage certificate, I finished taking photos of the two cute red books. Posted on Weibo and WeChat at exactly 5:21 p.m. No need to write any extra caption. One photo says it all. Su Qingyue immediately came online to repost, adding a few small red hearts. The topic Gu Xingcheng Su Qingyue marriage registration immediately hit hot search. I drove straight to Su Qingyue's new house. After getting out, Su Qingyue pushed me straight into the back seat, closing the car door. I leaned back against the seat, blinking in confusion. Suddenly, she sat firmly on my lap. Su Qingyue said, "Good boy, can we do it in the car?" I was stunned, heart beating fast. Before I could even speak, she kissed me. I also indulged, recalling the more passionate kiss. After registering the marriage, I almost didn't hold back my emotions at all. My reason was constantly submerged. A long while later, I managed to sit up with difficulty, taking out a new box of supplies from the car's storage compartment. The sound of tearing plastic packaging rang in her ears, until very late. I carried Su Qingyue from the front, walking step by step from the private garage upstairs, through the living room, into the bedroom, lasting until midnight. I kissed her forehead with heartache, holding her in my arms. Good night, beloved wife. After Su Qingyue won the world championship, her commercial value soared, not only easily appearing in major global fashion magazines, but also signing quite a few top-tier commercial contracts. My new album also trended globally once again. The CP Super topic also ranked first. That proposal video was watched over and over again until worn out. Every fan watched it countless times. The wedding was set for September 9th. Fans were so excited they frantically posted on Weibo for lucky draws. At the same time, countless top luxury brands competed to sponsor the couple. On September 9th, the wedding took place as scheduled. The venue was an ancient castle in Europe. Ancient, mysterious, romantic, and magnificent. The dark gray castle was adorned with red roses, gently swaying in the wind, burning like fire. When the melodious tune rang out in the castle, the exquisitely carved ancient door slowly opened. The eyes of the whole hall simultaneously turned to the door, anxiously and expectantly looking towards the bride, Su Qingyue, wearing a white wedding dress, pure and holy. The dress had intricate patterns embroidered with gold threads, sparkling under the lights. The large skirt was covered in pearls and diamonds, like a sparkling galaxy flowing in the dark night, extremely breathtaking. The whole hall gasped in awe. Wow. The girl's eyes were full of admiration. I stood at the other end of the red carpet, Adam's apple bobbing slightly, thin lips pressed tight, deep eyes fixed on the bride. Su Qingyue wore a crown and veil holding fresh flowers, red lips smiling beautifully, stepping towards me one by one, exactly like a scene from a dream. My heart was completely in turmoil. I was trembling slightly. The two of us locked eyes. When she looked at me, I also looked deep into Su Qingyue. I wore a well-tailored high-end black suit, tall, straight figure, sharp, distinct features, extremely abstinent. After the priest read the vows, the two sincerely exchanged vows, witnessed by everyone. I put the diamond ring on Su Qingyue, slowly lifting the misty veil, using a volume only the two of us could hear, gently calling her name, Su Qingyue, I love you. I noticed Su Qingyue's eyes reddening. The woman's peerlessly arrogant phoenix eyes gleamed with tears. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, looking up. I love you too. The next second, I lifted Su Qingyue's face, as if cherishing the most precious and beloved jewel, bowing my head to kiss her lips. Cameras on site filmed continuously, recording guests screaming excitedly, cheering non-stop, congratulating the wedding. Su Qingyue changed outfits to toast. It was a pearly blue mermaid dress, like a little mermaid princess swimming out of an ancient painting. I went with Su Qingyue to toast the guests. The night wind blew gently. Stars twinkled brightly. When the wedding ended beautifully, Gu Xingcheng. The hashtag Su Qingyue's wedding also shot up to hot search and global trends, making countless people in the world jealous. On the wedding night, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the castle, two bodies intertwined ambiguously. The difference in physique between man and woman was distinct. Su Qingyue's hands were held tight, raised above her head, her whole body pressed against the cold floor-to-ceiling window. The high-end aqua-blue mermaid dress was torn to shreds. Most of the gown's fabric lay scattered on the ground. Only a pitiful small piece hung on her body, barely covering anything. I was still properly dressed behind her, wearing a black suit, holding her slender waist tight, voice. "Don't worry, they can't see inside from out there. Be good, call me." Su Qingyue's whole body went limp, voice trembling. "Hubby." I hugged her tight from behind, intimately nuzzling her cheek, saying, "Look outside." Su Qingyue gasped softly, looking up at the pitch-black night sky. The next second, colorful fireworks instantly bloomed in the night sky, changing in the blink of an eye, brilliant and shimmering, converging into a dazzling picture. Fireworks lasted for 10 minutes, not until dawn the next day. I held Su Qingyue, turning her over, my voice enchanting, seductive. "Wedding gift, do you like it?" Su Qingyue nodded. "I like it." Ripples like autumn lake water rose in her eyes, wrapping her arms around my neck, actively lifting her head to kiss my lips, using action to prove that she liked it, liked the fireworks, but liked Gu Xingcheng even more. I also hugged her tight, bowing my head to capture her lips, responding to her kiss passionately. She really got her wish to marry him, the boy she had secretly loved for over 10 years.